And I'm Jerry Landau, the chair. Call the roll. Dr. Madam?
Here.
And Dr. Speakerman is not here. We will defer the May 18th minutes to the next meeting since I was out of state.
Yeah.
So we will then go to the consent agenda, and items A through D. Dr. Maiden, would you like anyone removed from items A through D for consent consideration?
No change.
Okay, therefore I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I so move.
Okay, motion to approve the consent agenda for consideration of executive director dismissals. I'll second the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
I said aye.
Opposed? Nay. Nay. No nays. The ayes have it. And thank you. And we are adjourned.
Okay, great. Justin, did you want to reach out to Mr. Burge, see if he's on his way? Because we have about a few minutes before we're supposed to start.
Is there a B?
Committee B?
Yeah, is there a Committee B?
Committee B, there's nothing for Committee. I don't think there's anything for Committee B.
Okay.
We have minutes to approve for that.
Committee B does have minutes if you'd like to approve those.
Oh, okay. So Committee B then, Dr. Reese, do you want to go ahead and do it?
Committee B is called in session. Can I have a roll call?
Present.
Present. Who's absent?
Mr. Burke.
Mr. Burge.
Mr. Burke.
Oh, he's not coming? Okay. We have a quorum. Do you want to remove anything on Committee B's
I
list?
don't think it's just the minutes on this one, as I recall.
Oh,
Yeah, there's we're just approving the minutes of that one. But there's none. Yeah. So just approving the minutes.
you want to approve the minutes of May 18th, 2019?
Yes.
Yes. Minutes plus. Adjournment? Yes.
Make a motion for adjournment.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Adjourn.
So we have A and B. We do have a few more minutes before we start, and let's see if Mr. Burge will be here first. And we'll have, if not, we'll get started right here at 8:05. Get my agenda back up.
Took the wrong bagel.
Oh, dear.
Took the salt.
That's not good.
That's fine. They're both good. They're all good. So here. Oh.
Okay, there's only, I don't have any B cases showing.
No, I'm sorry. We're going to do this one. That
Okay,
one.
how about this one?
And I'll do these two.
How you been?
Good.
You're gonna do both? Yeah, B and C's. Okay.
Working like you, man.
Yeah.
How's the Federation? Good?
Yeah, it's been really busy. It was in D.C.
You said the weather was good.
Yeah, well, it wasn't bad. Yeah, we kind of lucked out. So yeah, it wasn't.
Any more big? Well, you're going to Israel, right?
Going to Israel in November. Yeah.
But nothing this summer. Anything else?
Oh yeah, we got a bunch of little trips. Well, we're going to Wisconsin for the Federation meeting.
He's not coming. Sorry.
He didn't answer.
Okay.
We're going to Wisconsin for the Federation board meeting, and then they have a law enforcement or criminal justice summit in Flagstaff, and then we're taking the cruise to
Unless I have a Bluetooth,
Bahamas.
in my truck.
I'll do that. The motor vehicle pollution
Yeah,
rate.
so-
That's some good trips planned.
hands-free is not
Yeah, we got a
really
bunch of
much
small
better
trips
than-
planned. Then
Really?
Then
and the Arizona Board of Osteopathic Examiners. Can I have a roll call and a review of the agenda?
Yes. Mr. Berg, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Speakerman, Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Dr. Madam?
Present.
Dr. Erbstrasser?
Yes.
Mr. Landau?
Present.
Dr. Cunningham?
Present. We have a quorum. I'm going to do next our call to the public. We don't have any med students. Do we have any med students here? Do we have med students today? Great. Well, then we do have med students today. I want to welcome the medical students of Midwestern, University of Arizona College of Osteopathic Medicine, A.T. Still, University of Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine, and A.T. Still School of Osteopathic Medicine in Arizona. So where are you from? Midwestern. Midwestern, where are you from?
Midwestern.
Welcome. So to give you the flavor of it, it's your first time being the board. I'm the chair of the board here. I have Mr. Landau being the vice chair. We have also Gene, who is our attorney general, and also we have Justin, our executive director. We have Dr. Reese, a psychiatrist, Dr. Madam, our ER doc, and also Dr. Erbstrasser, who's family practice as well. We have Dr. Prahl, who's an investigator, as well as John Schattenberg, and then we have staff of Kimberly and Mary, and then also we have our court recorder. So hopefully you will learn something today. Please put your cell phones down, because afterwards we're going to have you come up and talk afterwards, okay? So thank you for being here. Now is the call to the public. If any member of the public who is not a respondent or licensee or applicant or complainant wishes to address the board on a matter that appears on the agenda, you will be asked to speak during the call to the public. If you want to address the board on an issue not on the agenda, you will also be asked to speak during the call to the public, and all those wishing to speak should fill out a speaker form and give it to a staff member. Do we have anybody here for the call to the public?
No, sir.
Okay. So we have no minutes to...
We do have minutes, tab 4A.
But you know what? You can't open them up.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
I apologize.
Yeah, I can't click on it, so we'll have to do
We'll
those
do
next
those in
time.
August, then.
We'll do them next time. Are you ready to then move on to 5?
Yes.
Okay, so 5 is review, discussion, and action on case reviews and allegations of unprofessional conduct. The first one is ADO-18-072A, Elizabeth Ann Otney, DO license number 4208. Is the doctor here?
The doctor's here.
Would you come forward, please, Dr. Otney? Please have a seat right there. And is the complainant here?
No, sir.
The complainant is not here. Welcome. Dr. Otney, would you just tell us your name, your training, and what your type of practice is, and also introduce your counsel with you then, too, as well?
Hi, I'm Scott Holden.
Welcome, Scott. Go ahead, Dr.
My name is Elizabeth Otney, Dr. Otney. I've been practicing emergency medicine 12 years here in Macon, Arizona. My training is at Maine Dartmouth residency program in New England, and I served in the United States Army for 6 years prior to coming to Arizona.
Welcome. This is a case review, so this is not an investigative hearing. We're not going to have the full case reviewed. We had, I think, one of the reviewers here that had a question, and so we're going to see if there's enough information that we move this forward to an investigative hearing. So I think, it was you, Dr. Erbstrasser, I think they had a question.
Dr. Otney, the only question, it wasn't on the practice of medicine. It was fine. My issue is the way this was communicated to the patient, and I don't know what the standard is for you, or when you have a shift change and you have patients that you've been dealing with, they want to see you. I mean, do you go in and just say the shift is changing, Dr. So-and-so is going to be following, maybe review the labs with them instead of just leaving? So they kind of felt it's not really abandonment, it's just, I just think it's behavior. And honestly, when a patient signs out AMA, that's a red flag to me. Okay, and I mean, they have a legitimate complaint. Your practice skills are obviously very good, but I just think you need to be a little more sensitive to the patients in the ER. At least say, this shift is changing. I mean, they don't know. Sometimes they sit in the ER for 4 to 6 hours. And I just think it's professional conduct that we should all practice and keep the patient abreast of what's going on.
Absolutely. I can tell you that in this particular case...
Could you talk it right in the microphone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
In this particular case, I was actually preempted with that maneuver. So the adult daughter was who provided most of the history in my interaction was. She was very concerned about her mother for obvious reasons. Her mother was frail. She wasn't able to really speak well for herself. She was bleeding from the bladder. Daughter had many reasons to be concerned. She was concerned about taking her home ultimately that evening because she felt that that would be the worst possible thing. She wouldn't be observed. She wouldn't be monitored. With my initial encounter, I already knew, because we deal with so many geriatric patients in our hospital that do have bleeding from the rectum, from the bladder, vomiting blood, whatever it is, that I had already tried to reassure her by telling her, we are going to keep her in the hospital as a minimum in the observation unit tonight. So I had told her that. We will do labs, of course. We're going to look for a causative agent, treat accordingly. If she's anemic and she needs a transfusion, or if she has an infection and needs to be treated, I kind of went down that with her because the daughter was so anxious. So I wanted to reassure her. I didn't want her to sit there for 4 to 6 hours worried about what's going to happen to my mom. I wanted her to relax. So I had already explained to her the process. I said, you'll either be in the observation unit, or if there's a good reason, we'll admit you to the hospital. And we have very distinct criteria for who makes inpatient, who makes observation. It wasn't a shift change. So I know the record says that the patient was turned over to Dr. Harper. The way the medical record looks, it looks as I turned the case over to Dr. Harper. Dr. Harper wasn't even in the emergency room that night. She's the supervising physician assigned to the observation for the following morning. So had the patient been placed in the observation unit, as was my intent, then Dr. Harper would have been the one rounding on her in the morning to discharge her or place her in inpatient status. So I never talked to anyone about her other than the observation nurse practitioner who was going to be caring for her through the night to do the serial H&Hs, and we talked about that case. So that's the only person I talked to in terms of the physicians. So there was no Dr. Harper. It's on the record, but she was not the physician I turned her over to. So I felt that the encounter was very good. My impression was that I had reassured the daughter instantly with a plan in mind and was just simply waiting for results. I was in no hurry to leave that night. In fact, I was reassured that everything was tidied up, big bow on the box. I had her in observation room. The daughter already knew the plan. What I don't understand is where the miscommunication was with the nursing staff. I can't tell you specifically if I told that particular nurse that the patient was being placed in observation, but there were no discharge paperwork generated. There was an observation order placed. So I don't know how the patient got discharged without discharge paperwork. And when this complaint came through, I looked to see was there any discharge paperwork that was generated, because occasionally I have colleagues who leave and the nurses come to me and say there's no discharge paperwork on the patient. And I found out that it got left on a printer, got destroyed, it's in the medical record, and I just need to print it again. So I wanted to make sure that there was no discharge paperwork that had somehow been generated on the patient. And there was no discharge paperwork by myself or anyone else. So the nurse should never have discharged without discharge paperwork. And that's where the AMA came through, is I think that, leaving against medical advice is when people want you to stay and you want to leave. This isn't what was happening with that patient. Patient and the daughter wanted her to leave, or stay. I wanted her to stay. And there was no paperwork, no discharge paperwork. So I think the nurse said, well, here's AMA paperwork. I don't know. I'd already left by then. It was a new nurse. She had only been with us a couple of months. But that's how I see how the events occurred.
Has that been addressed?
So-
the way that process works? And
So I took this to my director, who happens to be Dr. Harper. I took this to my director and the nursing supervisor 13 months ago when this complaint came up. The nursing supervisor has changed over 1 or 2 times, I think, since.
Oops.
The nurse left Baywood soon thereafter. I believe she was pregnant. She left soon thereafter. So I didn't hear of anything. I didn't know what had happened with that case. But now she's back. So I just saw her a few months ago, in fact, working again in our emergency room. So I don't know if she'd been off for maternity leave. So I have no idea what happened from a nursing standpoint. I had reported it to both my director and the director of nursing.
Do you think go ahead, any other question? Dr. Madam, how do you feel about this case?
Well, I think the care was perfect, Dr. Otney, and I think a communication at the beginning of your plan is perfectly appropriate when you know you're going to hospitalize somebody, be it observation or full admission. So I have no trouble with that. I certainly consider it a courtesy if you have time to swing by and update somebody with findings, but I don't think this raises to the level of a violation.
Why do you think the daughter became so frustrated? That's what I understand. Because there was no communication from the nursing staff, or
well, the other
leave
thing is
AMA.
that
That's what why frustrated.
as far as I know, she didn't. I mean, my director takes a lot of complaints, from the department. As far as I know, there was no phone call for us to give us an opportunity to explain anything or anything like that. It just literally went. They left the hospital, and then there was this board complaint. And so I know how anxious she was about her mother. That's why I went to the level of saying all of it on the initial encounter in the room. She was very anxious about her mother, clearly. And I think she felt that her concerns were dismissed and that poor care was given, and she didn't understand why there was the big change. And I also understand from her complaint statement that the nurse said to her, well, this is unprofessional behavior, which concerns me too. I mean, if you heard that as a patient or patient's family members, what would you think?
Yeah. I don't see where it rises to...
I have a few
Go ahead.
things, because I think I'm going to disagree with you all.
Oh, okay.
I think
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
your response kind of sums up the problems I have. It sounds like no one knew what anyone was doing. The right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. The daughter says that you were going to come back to her and let her know what was going on, and no one did. Besides the discharge papers, your attorney's written response basically says, well, it was good. You felt that best to keep JW overnight. You entered the order and then took off. And no one knew what was going on. And your attorney indicates that care was officially transferred to Mary Harper. So the sense being that, okay, it was transferred to Dr. Harper, though she wasn't there, I guess. And then you all took off, and the daughter was left hanging. And I realized you had spoken to her earlier and told her the options and such like that. And the issue here is, of course, is not the care at all. So I think no one circled back with her until a nurse came with some discharge papers, and however that happened, I guess no one really knows. But, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues, it would seem to me as a non-physician and as well a potential patient that the doctor who's treating me would circle back and say, okay, this is what's happening. I'm leaving at 1, and and we'll turn this over to another doctor. Reminds me when our son was born 24 years ago, and my wife was in labor for a long time, and the anesthesiologist came by and said, I'm leaving, and this new doctor is going to take over, and we'll go on from there. And here it seems you did all your paperwork and spoke to hospital personnel, but the complainant was left hanging. That is, some listening to you, from reading your response and from reading the complaint, that's the sense, at least, that I get.
Well, again, technically, Dr. Harper is the supervising physician. So the nurse practitioners in the observation unit have to have a supervising physician listed by name in the record, and that's the responsibility. So technically, the care is transferred to the supervising physician on record for that observation unit. But she was as the supervising physician for the next day is not in the ER that night. They're home sleeping for their shift in the morning. So there was never to be a conversation from myself to Dr. Harper that night or any of the supervising physicians for the observation unit for the following morning. I relay the patient encounter with the attending nurse practitioner or physician assistant for that night shift, and then the supervising physician comes in the morning. So his statement of Dr. Harper being the supervising physician is technically correct, but it's not a typical sign out where I sign out to a colleague sitting next to me about the patient.
Let me ask you this, I'm not questioning your conversations with the staff and the fact you passed on appropriate information to other medical providers. When you're the patient's physician in the ER, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you leave at 1 o'clock, is that patient turned over to another physician who's physically in the ER?
Not if they're already admitted, say 15 minutes before my shift ended. I've talked to the admitting doctor and they're being admitted to the hospital. They're not, I don't tell all of my 20 cases to my colleague just in case they need to know.
But what happens if they're in
a critical
observation
patient.
like this person?
So the only person that I was technically responsible to talk to about that patient was that nurse practitioner for that night about their care through the night. If I thought I had a patient that might totally crash on me and they're waiting for an ICU bed, I'm going to turn to my colleague and say, everything's done. They're all wrapped up. I've talked to the general surgeon. I have talked to the intensivist. They have an ICU bed. They're waiting. But if this happens, you might want to do this, just as an FYI.
In this particular case, what was her status at 1 a.m.?
She was placed in the observation unit and stable.
Okay. When she's in the observation unit, well, was she placed in the observation unit before or after 1 a.m.?
So I misspoke. When I said placed, that means the order placed. So she's still physically in the emergency room.
Okay.
The observation unit's on the 5th floor. So that order was placed before I left because I entered the order.
As an aside, is the observation unit when you're not admitted to the hospital so Medicare doesn't have to pay for it?
They
So
pay
Medicare pays
less,
less.
but they pay some versus
This is the
none.
way this is the way of charging the patient more.
So they pay less than a full admission, but if the patient was fully admitted and didn't meet criteria, then insurance would pay nothing.
That has nothing to do with Dr. Otney.
I know.
That's
I just thought I'd
many
raise
patients, we have many patients who don't like going to the observation unit.
I don't blame them. But let me get back to my question. At 1 a.m., the orders are placed under the protocols. You're listed as the physician, correct?
For the emergency room, correct?
Right.
I think I can answer your question
Please.
quickly if I can cut to the chase.
Yeah, sure.
So at the time Dr. Otney speaks to the receiving advanced practice provider who's accepting for the physician, the care has been handed over. The physical location does not make a difference
Right.
at that time. It might take a while for them to move, but at that point the APP, the nursing practitioner in this case, is the one managing the case.
Okay, so you're not turning the case over to another doctor.
Not another
You're turning the
emergency
case over
doctor.
to a nurse practitioner.
Well, yes and no. The APP is signing for the doctor, so it's under the care of the doctor, but the person physically on hand is a nursing practitioner.
Okay.
in this
Who's the
case.
doctor the nurse practitioner is signing for?
In that particular case, at that particular moment, it would have been Dr. Harper.
But Dr. Harper's not even there.
Correct. But now, let's say a patient crashes in the observation unit. There's
Right.
a code or a seizure or something that happens. They're going to call back to the emergency room for the lead on-duty ER doctor, and then we assume emergency care of that case.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so-
normal practice.
Yeah, some other doctor. So 1 a.m., you turn things over and to the nurse practitioner. And thank you very much. It really helps with the protocol.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it helps. It really helps. Because I'm thinking in my mind that there's another doctor who you're turning it over to, but you're not. So, and then you leave after you've done all of this.
Correct.
So my concern is not doubling back to the patient
Right.
and saying, I'm leaving, I'm turning it over to nurse so-and-so and their doctors here and such like that.
Correct.
That's my concern.
But she
And
did
that-
say that in the beginning, that I've seen you, I'm going to keep you in the hospital. Didn't have a person by name at the time, most likely, but the initial conversation did have a handoff in it.
Yeah,
I
but-
agree with you, the communication
was poor.
encourages to come
Yeah,
back.
it was bad, and I think...
In circumstances where I had left a room without a good plan with the family and hadn't felt the need to really reassure and that sort of thing, and I found out that they had appendicitis on their CAT scan, I certainly would have gone back into the room and said, there's acute appendicitis, I've talked to a general surgeon, and now this is the plan. But in my mind, I could just see the relief on her face, and that all questions were answered at the time. I gave her that opportunity to ask me if she had any questions, and I honestly felt that it was a very good encounter, which is why this was such a surprise.
Well, it may have been at that time, but I think she was clearly expecting you to come back before you left.
Maybe she had a lot of faith in you, and she didn't
Yeah.
know who the other...
I'd keep that in mind.
That's what I'm
And I
guessing.
do get that, but I also feel that if she had gone to the observation unit, that I think she would have been thrilled.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know,
I'm
and I think
surprised
she
she
would have given
left.
us great reviews.
To be honest
so.
with you, I'm surprised she left. My only thing was, what do you do differently? Are you better now communicating
I'm
since you've had this
definitely
happen?
more conscientious of that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I want to hear
Definitely.
too. And then my other question is, how do board members feel? Should we refer this case to the nursing board for the nurse practitioner? Because clearly this patient was discharged without properly being discharged. With the,
I would
she doesn't-
wonder what's been done internally.
Yeah.
There must have been something done internally.
But we don't know that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a nurse issue or a hospital.
How did the patient get discharged with no discharge paperwork?
Yeah.
She left with AMA paperwork, so
Okay.
patients have to leave with some paperwork. That's
Okay.
why.
So some nurse gave her the AMA paperwork?
That's my opinion.
All right.
Did
Okay.
she ask for it? Did she ask to leave?
I
AMA?
don't. There's no way in my mind that she asked for it against medical advice paperwork. That daughter, that adult
Yeah, I think
daughter.
that's
What do you want
the
to do?
word.
I'd like to make a motion. I need a motion, right?
Well, just make a motion for dismissal.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion for executive dismissal.
Okay. So I have a second one. So first by Dr. Madem, second by Dr. Reese. Any discussion before we vote?
Now, I just hope that and trust that you keep all of this in mind when communicating with the patient, understanding the situation the patient's family is in at the time. And sometimes information transmitted at 12 is not going to be processed in a way it's going to be remembered. It is to you and your staff because you're used to it, but not to necessarily the patient. As far as the nurse practitioner who was there, if we can discern who gave her the discharge papers, it might be appropriate to do so.
I was just wondering, that's why I was wondering how the board members felt about sending it, the nursing board could investigate it and see if there was an issue.
Yeah, they
If
can-
the protocol with the nursing staff would put then the hospital then on notice then.
Yeah, probably a good idea, and the nursing board can determine whether or not it wants to go forward or not, so we don't substitute our judgment.
Let's do this. So let's vote on this first. Any more discussion?
No.
Let's have a roll call, Justin, please.
Dr. Erbstrasser. Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Motion passes. Good luck. I would want to direct staff, though, to send this to the nursing board, then, okay?
And I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you for your service as
Thank
well.
you.
For this country. Thank you. All right. We're ready to move on to number 6, are we? All right. So number 6 is review and discussion and action on investigative hearings. The first 3 cases, A, B, and C, I'm going to recuse myself, and Mr. Landau will then, my vice chair, he is also a judge here. He has a lot of experience. He's been on this board for a long, and on the Federation, so he's very capable of taking over these cases. And I'll leave and let you guys go ahead and move forward.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take A, B, and C together. Dr. Cipolla, please come forward with your counsel. I appreciate it. Morning. I'll just call the cases so we know where we're at. This is A, B, and C, DO 18-0138A, 18-0125A, and 18-0101A in the matter of E. Christian Cipolla, DO. Dr. Cipolla, if you can please just identify yourself and let us know who your counsel is.
I'm E. Griffin Cipolla, DO. I'm a family physician practicing in Phoenix in solo practice.
Okay, great.
Jay Fradkin, counsel for Dr. Cipolla.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any complainants or witnesses here?
Yes, Mr. Landau, we have 2 complainants present.
Okay, if you all, at least at this point, I really appreciate you coming. If you can come up to the first row, if that would help, and then we'll probably have you come sit up closer in just a moment. Was there a second? Oh. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. Yeah, why don't you go right back in that first row, right behind you. Yeah, and then we'll call you up one by one. So this way you're not crowded in there, and you have a little more room. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is ask Mr. Schattenberg and then Dr. Pra to talk about all 3 cases.
Okay. The first case, DO-18-0138A. The complainant is KT, who advised that he feels Dr. Cipolla calls back Caucasian patients to be treated before him. He stated that the patients called before him arrived after he did, and he feels that their scheduled appointment time is after his. He reported that he consistently waits 45 minutes to be seen before each visit, and he feels Dr. Cipolla does not like him because he is a person of color. KT also said that Dr. Cipolla has held his medical records hostage and has recently refused to send them over for his medical marijuana renewal. Dr. Cipolla responded that he has never authorized medical marijuana for KT, and he does not feel that any of KT's conditions justifies medical marijuana. KT then demanded his records and was advised that they would be sent over to new providers free of charge upon request of the provider. He was also advised there would be a charge for the records if they were for personal use. KT's records were sent in a timely manner after receiving requests from 2 providers. Dr. Cipolla admitted that his practice sometimes does get busy, which may require a waiting period. His receptionist advised Dr. Cipolla that KT was always demanding upon arrival and requested to be seen immediately. Dr. Cipolla admitted that he had a personal relationship with KT through a dating website, but that relationship was terminated after KT became his patient.
Okay, let's do it. Dr. Pra, do you have anything to add as to that case?
No.
Okay, let's move on to the next case.
Okay. The next case, the complainant is patient CZ. The complainant states Dr. Cipolla greeted him by holding his hand, guiding him to a chair to take his blood pressure, and caressed his arm while obtaining a blood pressure. He felt that Dr. Cipolla's questions were, as he described, totally random, and asked him why he was so stressed. He states that Dr. Cipolla told him, in quotes, "Someone like you shouldn't need to be stressed, comma, you just need a daddy to take care of you," end of quote. He states Dr. Cipolla rubbed him all over his body, checking out his tattoos, and then unbuttoned his jeans, lifted his underwear, and fondled his genitals. He also was concerned because he felt that Dr. Cipolla had written a prescription for an antidepressant, and he was already under the care of a psychiatrist. The next case, the complainant is patient MT. The patient states that he got Dr. Cipolla's name from a community health directory after moving to Phoenix and was seen in early August of 2017. He states that he was taken aback by Dr. Cipolla's casual use of street terminology to describe sex acts. He states Dr. Cipolla performed an anal exam on him for STD testing, even though he had not voiced any complaints or concerns about STDs. He states Dr. Cipolla also made comments about his aesthetic appearance and gave him a hug at the end of each visit. He states he was, in mid-August, he was seen to go over lab results, and Dr. Cipolla gave him an awkwardly long hug. He states Dr. Cipolla changed his medications, which he was concerned about. They were psychiatric medications. And he states that in August 28, 2017, he was leaving his appointment when Dr. Cipolla grabbed his he describes ass cheek and gave him another lingering hug. He states Dr. Cipolla also asked him during the visit if he had any difficulty concentrating while having sex with someone, and when he was taken aback by the question, Dr. Cipolla told him it was a common ADHD question. He states he wrote the complaint in August of 2017, as his last visit with Dr. Cipolla was June 4th, 2018, and nothing had changed. We did ask Dr. Cipolla to go for an evaluation, and the results of that evaluation we would need to discuss in executive session if the board feels the need to. I think that's all I can talk about without going into executive session.
Okay, gentlemen, if you can each give us your initials so we know who you are. By the way, we don't use names here. We use initials. So it's it's for your all protection. So just so I know who you are, sorry, each of you give us your initials.
KT.
Sir? Okay. Having trouble downloading something here. Just give me one moment.
Takes a minute. No, just investigative reports.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Upload.
Yeah.
Can I swear in the witness?
Hold on one sec. I'm having a little bit of a computer issue here. Something is just not downloading. So, and let's see.
I may have it in written form.
I'm looking for the letter. First of all, I lost the whole main folder. I did a letter to the doctor in one of these cases. Oh, okay. It came. All right.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Both of you, if you could please stand and be sworn in, and also Dr. Cipolla, if you could please stand and be sworn in. All three of you.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I promise.
Okay. First, I'm going to ask Dr. Cipolla to tell us a little bit about your background, your practice, and such. Then I'm going to ask both of you if you'd like to make any, come on up and talk to us and make any statements and answer any questions, and then we'll go from there. Please, Dr. Cipolla.
So
Mr. Franken, if you have anything to say as well, that'd be great.
Well, I appreciate the board asking me to come and talk to you guys about these three cases. My background, my initial training was at Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine in Missouri, and I did a rotating internship in Tucson at Tucson General Hospital before entering a family medicine residency program at Phoenix Baptist Hospital in Phoenix. I'm board certified by the American Board of Family Medicine and a fellow of the American Academy of Family Physicians. I've been in practice for about 23 years now, solo practice in Central Phoenix.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything to say, counsel, at the outset?
If I may.
Please.
Sir, we're dealing with, I guess, three at once.
Right.
I haven't done that before, but With taking them in order, with respect to 0138, and Mr. KT, I'm sure nice gentleman is here to tell the board whatever he knows about this, but this is a complaint by a patient who it's been documented, and Dr. Cipolla has informed the board of this. It was clearly unhappy with Dr. Cipolla when Dr. Cipolla appropriately refused to authorize medical marijuana. I've actually been in front of these boards before where the board takes that very seriously when doctors just frivolously authorize medical marijuana for a patient. Dr. Cipolla will tell you, and he's happy to answer questions about this. He's already explained this several times, but it was just not supported in this case for this patient to have a medical marijuana card, and he instructed the patient to go elsewhere. Maybe someone else would give it to him, but Dr. Cipolla didn't think that was appropriate. And as happens with patients, and frankly particularly with Dr. Cipolla's sensitive patient population, they sometimes can be demanding and want treatment that the doctor doesn't think is appropriate, and sometimes they get upset, and sometimes that results in termination of the physician relationship, and sometimes, rarely, it ends up being a board complaint like we think this one is. So Mr. KT has filed this complaint. The allegations are that he had to wait longer than Caucasians, implying, I guess, that Dr. Cipolla is a racist of some sort. I think Dr. Cipolla will tell you he's got a disproportionately high number of patients of color. He's not a racist. We've submitted numerous letters. We could have submitted dozens, hundreds more saying he's not a racist. He doesn't discriminate. I think that's pretty clear. And also there was a complaint about delay in transfer of records. I think the board's able investigator cleared that up in the interview with Mr. KT. And as a result of the investigator's findings, I think your investigator found this complaint meritless. It was noted, I think, that the telephone interview with Mr. KT, the complainant, did not match the complaint in several ways. And the investigative staff has recommended dismissal. Obviously, we agree with that. And I guess my only point is, in a way, it's convenient that this 0138 complaint has been brought today, because it is illustrative of how a physician who's doing his job appropriately but has an unhappy patient can pay the price with a board complaint by an unhappy patient. I think this is a perfect example of this sort of, and I don't want to overstate it, but sort of a meritless, vindictive kind of complaint against the doctor, and clearly request dismissal of this. No evidence to support any allegations of harm or danger to the patient. With respect to 0125A, and clearly this is the more serious of the three complaints, no question about it, but I would submit it's telling that Mr. CZ, the complainant, is not here to testify to support his complaint. He, in his complaint, admitted for the first time that he has extreme PTSD and OCD, so he claims to have severe emotional problems. His complaint is, number one, that Dr. Cipolla touched his hand and arm while taking blood pressure. I think he was surprised that a physician took the blood pressure. Some physicians do. I know mine does. But touching someone's hand and arm during taking a blood pressure is hardly unprofessional. He does, and Dr. Cipolla is happy to answer each and every question on all of these allegations, but the second complaint was that Dr. Cipolla supposedly said that he needed a daddy to take care of him. He obviously denies ever saying anything like that. And then the most serious allegation is that that he was feeling his tattoos, which Dr. Cipolla will inform the board was an appropriate part of an examination, but then he goes even further and claims that Dr. Cipolla unbuttoned, in the complainant's words, 6 or 7 of those damn buttons of his fly on his jeans, one by one, which, you can imagine how long that could possibly take. He's wearing these designer jeans, apparently, with these 6 or 7 buttons. Then the allegation is that somehow outside the scope of his physical examination, Dr. Cipolla managed to fondle this patient's genitals under his underwear. And then he goes on to say what made this even worse, and I frankly don't understand why this would make it worse. He put his genitals back and replaced the underwear and then buttoned him back up, one button by one button at a time. Tellingly, not only is CZ not here today, and frankly, all he really had to do to begin this year of, frankly, hellish time for Dr. Cipolla is to sit at his computer and file this online complaint and then not come here to testify under oath to these things. He never objected. Interestingly, also, even in his complaint, he admitted that he never told Dr. Cipolla that he objected to this alleged inappropriate examination. All he said was, I'm pretty sure Dr. Cipolla got the vibe that I was pissed off. He never said a word. He just sat there for the minutes it must have taken to do this alleged act. He never objected to Dr. Cipolla. He never objected to the staff. He never told anyone. He didn't go to the police. Nothing at all. Just this online complaint. Dr. Cipolla has and will today deny under oath these allegations. I'd like to point out a couple clearly false statements in addition to the obvious ones by Mr. CZ. Number one, he claims that Dr. Cipolla should not have prescribed a new antidepressant knowing he was under the care of a psychiatric doctor. Well, Dr. Cipolla very well documented that he was not under the care of a psychiatric doctor. In fact, the patient himself did not list any psychiatric physician, and Dr. Cipolla carefully noted that he was not having any counseling, although he did have obviously some emotional issues, no question about it, but he was under the care of his prior primary care physician. So I'd submit it appears that that's another false statement in the complaint. And when the complainant says that Dr. Cipolla should not have changed his antidepressants knowing that he was under the care of a psychiatrist, that's clearly just a false statement. There was no way for Dr. Cipolla to even know he was under the care of a psychiatrist. We're not even sure that he was. He never disclosed that he was being treated for PTSD or OCD at any time. Secondly, another false statement to be found, and this is without taking his deposition or really being able to cross-examine this gentleman at all. This complainant complains that Dr. Cipolla told him that his boyfriend or partner, who is also a patient of Dr. Cipolla, told him that a certain PrEP medication was bad or toxic. And the truth is, Dr. Cipolla went into the boyfriend's chart when he got this allegation, and in fact, he confirmed with the other patient's chart that he in fact did prescribe him that medication. So again, another false statement in this complaint. And again, Dr. Cipolla will tell you that he, of course, when he received this allegation, he called his other patient, the partner of Mr. CZ, and he can tell you about that. But when you hear his testimony about that, you'll see there's just no credibility whatsoever to this complaint because the partner of this patient had no problems at all with Dr. Cipolla during that phone call, did not fire him as a physician or any such thing. This is the most important and serious of the allegations today. Again, the patient isn't here to testify under oath to support it. As you heard, Dr. Cipolla has had over 20 years of practice serving a very needy patient population. We have submitted numerous letters from colleagues and patients, and we could have submitted many more, but when do you stop? And the bottom line is Dr. Cipolla is known as a kind, gentle physician, very professional. Frankly, most of his patients seem to love him, and they value him as their doctor. There's been no claims of inappropriate care, improper medical judgment, or that sort of thing that have ever been sustained, to my knowledge, before this board or any court or anywhere. And Dr. Spola is, of course, horrified by particularly this allegation, as well as all of them. Despite consistently denying these allegations all along, Dr. Spola willingly entered into a temporary consent agreement in conjunction with the board's staff and attorney to have a chaperone present, which he is currently doing, during particularly sensitive aspects of physical examinations. And we did work with staff and the Assistant Attorney General on crafting something that made sense. Dr. Spola, frankly, after going through this, believes, regardless of protection of the patients, to protect a physician in this day and age, he now believes you absolutely have to have a chaperone in order to prevent these sort of allegations from being brought against him, because it's basically any patient can say anything against a doctor, and how do you prove a negative? It's virtually impossible sometimes. But he also realizes that these are very, well, at least one of them is a very serious allegation. He totally understands the board's duty to protect the public and to allay any concerns about Dr. Spola's ongoing practices. And that is why he believes it's in everyone's interest, his, the board's, as well as presumably the patients, for Dr. Spola to continue this practice of having chaperones present for certain aspects of physical examinations, and not everywhere he goes. He doesn't have a chaperone he doesn't need a chaperone where any patient contact occurs whatsoever. But a reasonable practice would be, and is, for Dr. Spola to have chaperones present during genital and rectal exams of patients, as well as breast examinations of female patients. We do not feel that there is any true evidence in this complaint of unprofessional conduct, or any evidence at all of Dr. Spola being somehow a danger to the public. But in that regard, the board, as I'm guessing the board was probably required to do under this type of allegation for any physician, the board ordered a psychological examination of Dr. Spola, and the board gave us the names of two potential psychologists who appear to be approved by the board. And Dr. Spola saw Dr. Gray.
Mr. Ferretti, if we're going to go into that, we'll do that in executive session, if we're going to go into the report, okay?
Can I at least be heard briefly on the conclusions of the report, without mentioning anything specific about the report? All I want to point out is what the reports don't say.
Okay, not as long as you don't talk about the content of the report.
No. My point is, Dr. Gray did his evaluation, and he had no findings of fact, of course, and he did not find any issues regarding Dr. Spola's ability to safely continue the practice of medicine, of family practice medicine. Because Dr. Spola is so concerned about this allegation, even though he knows it to be false, he also voluntarily, again at his own expense, saw the other evaluator approved by the board, Dr. Garby. So he would have two opinions. So the board would have the benefit at his expense of both board-approved evaluators confirming that Dr. Spola is not a danger to his patients. He doesn't have any psychological deviancy or anything like that. There are no findings in either report that have been submitted to the board that would indicate that he is a danger to his patients in the way that some of these allegations might suggest. So the bottom line is we believe that these are unsubstantiated allegations. They don't merit disciplinary action at all. And I think importantly for the board is Dr. Spola has modified his practice to now include chaperones, which should cover those concerns of allegations like these, which despite being false, at least now everyone is going to have the protection in this situation in Dr. Spola's practice of a chaperone. The last complaint I guess Mr. MT is here, and rather than take more of the board's time, and I do appreciate the time you've given me, Dr. Spola, again, is here to answer any questions. I'm sure you're going to hear from the patient, Mr. MT, on that one. And at this point, I think I'll stop.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, KT, if you can please come on up. I appreciate your coming. I know it's not easy, and I know it's a Saturday. I'd like to give you well, before we do that, are there any questions by members of the board of Mr. Fredkin before we? No. Okay.
If I can ask them to step back so that there isn't any eye contact, and if you don't mind stepping back into the...
You can sit in the front row?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reese. Okay. I could call you Mr. T, but I think that was the name of a television show at one time.
An awesome
What?
An awesome one.
Yeah. I'm dating myself a little bit. Okay, T, thank you very much for coming, and if you'd like to address the board, please do.
Hi, board. Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm KT. I'm a California transplant. I came out here to start college, which was ASU at the Walter Cronkite. I graduated in journalism and broadcasting communications with my bachelor's. Of course, in my community, there is very, very limited amount of doctors that are to see patients that are a part of the LGBTQI plus community. So Dr. Cipolla was one of those that were in my network at the time. Before discovering he actually lived in the same condo community as me, before I enrolled into his care. I would like to say everything that I was hearing, that's the tip of the iceberg for me, regrettably. I filled out a lot of forms and a lot of information of my experience with Dr. Cipolla. So this complaint is not simply feeling discriminated against because of my color or my sex. That's the tip. It's more so of the sexual harassment, of the relationship outside of the doctor's office that we had through an app before I discovered, or rather can connect the two, that he was actually the same doctor I would be seeing a month later after our encounter. Also, board, I would like to say another tip of the iceberg, maybe even minuscule. This is not because he denied me to receive medical marijuana card. If all of you know the guidelines to be eligible to receive a marijuana card, I do fit those guidelines. So it's not about him not wanting to give me that or me causing a fuss because he said no. It's the way that it was done. The first year with Dr. Cipolla, he actually approved my medical marijuana card because of my condition. I explained to him several times how I would lose my appetite after taking medication, and of course any sort of medical marijuana would help build an appetite, which has worked wonders for me. So I do want to address that. Also, guess I would say his lawyer made several accusations as far as it's not as serious. The interesting thing is, board, as I want to go into and not take up too much of your time, when I seen Dr. Cipolla, there was always sexual advances, whether that be the way that he speaks or the way that he would say certain words. And I would say 9 times out of 10, each visit, there was a cause for an anal examination, whether it was warranted by me, whether it was warranted by my results from the lab. I'm not sure, but I would go off of the other complaints. That is absolutely true. His lawyer also mentioned how he's now having someone as a secondary observer. Well, this is after all of the complaints. All you guys have to do is look at the WebMD, look at the doctor reviews from all of the complaints he's received. Also, I would like to address, his lawyer mentioned he doesn't, he deals with all sorts of patients, colors, sex, it doesn't matter. Well, he is part of the LGBTQI community, so of course heterosexual patients may give him rave reviews because he has no sexual interest for them, versus LGBTQI+. So that's one thing I would like to say. But back to what I was mentioning. So I would get anal exams from Dr. Cipolla very aggressively as well. And magically, of course, every report that came back, I was clear there was nothing wrong. So I would always ask him, well, we did an anal test maybe 3 months ago. Why am I doing this again? And he would say it's protocol. Dr. Cipolla himself told me he does not like me. So that was warranted. My guess of he's discriminating against me as a person, as a color, I'm not sure. But out of his own mouth, he said he didn't like me, and I was his patient for several years. It seems that any time that I raise an eyebrow or question my wait time for the 45-minute plus, each time I had an appointment, I would get there maybe 5 minutes early, and I would sit and I would see 3 or 4 people come in, sign in, and he would come and call them. So that's where in my report I say I felt that I'm being discriminated against because, one, I'm waiting longer than an appointment time, and no regard of my time. He wouldn't say anything. He wouldn't apologize. He would just aggressively run his test chart on me. Also, there was one time I was in the office and I seen my file he left near me. He writes all of my personal life, and I guess maybe that's protocol for doctors. He would ask me, I travel a lot. I've been around the world for leisure with friends and family. I go to festivals. I found all those things written down. I felt like, well, does this pertain anything to my medical condition? Not sure. So when I questioned him about it, that is when we got into a heated conversation and he wanted to throw me out of his office. And that is when, of course, me being who I am, I said, well, you have text messages to me before I was under your care. You've left pornography magazines at my front door when you lived in the same condo community before you moved out. I've mentioned all the things that he's done before, and that's when he hushed me back up and brought me back into the office, because I think at that time there was a delivery person, so I think he didn't want them to hear me and his argument in a sense. So he brought me back in, and that was then when he told me he didn't like me, and I said, well, I have not done anything. You disrespect me. You make me wait 45 minutes or more. And then he just says, I can do that. I have other patients that are above you. He would say things like that. I've met a lot of other friends and just acquaintances in our community, and they too will say the same thing, that he has sexually harassed them. He's asked them some obscene questions. He's touched them. So this is not just something that's minuscule, as his lawyer brushed off as we are complaining and we're a needy community. Well, we may be needy after being rejected for so many centuries, or decades in this country. So I want the board to understand, yes, he can have a lot of people write in for him, because 9 times out of 10, those people are fond of him if he's able to ask them, can you write in for me? Ask the gay community. Ask the people that have left reviews, not the most recent Yelp reviews that are curated. Ask all the people who have felt so violated by him, discriminated against by him, and just flat out rude as a doctor. So at one point I was thinking, should I start a civil suit? A class action suit? Because a close friend of mine said, oh my gosh, Cipolla, he used to be my doctor, did the same thing. I left him. He's a very bad person. So this is not, again, before I end this, it's the tip of the iceberg with my complaint of being discriminated against. But there's far more things that he's done, that he's said, that he's written in my file. I just don't understand how we're now here, that you approve me 1 year when you like me. Now when you don't like me, and I've cut off everything from you of knowing you're the same doctor that was on my app, you're the same doctor that lived in my community. Now I'm going to deny you your medical marijuana card. I'm also going to make you wait for your files. He first told me it will be $130-something to get your medical files, and I thought that was obscene, but he has a right to charge that. So I went to another doctor, and they requested it from him. Well, he gave them pushback too, and said I don't have to release his files at all. And it wasn't until I threatened him with writing a review on Google and Yelp and telling everyone about our text messages and how he fondles, how he gives unwarranted anal exams, that is when I get a call the next day saying, we got your paperwork, the doctor sent it over. So I would like to let the board know this is a facade, what's going on right now, and all those letters you guys may have gotten, see how many are actually part of our community, not the heterosexual community that has no dealings with any bad things with him because he has no sexual interest in the heterosexual community to fondle them or to make them feel less than thou.
Okay, thank you very much. What I'm going to do, I appreciate it. I'm going to ask first, I have a follow-up question, but I'm first going to ask board members if they do, and then circle back. I kind of go last.
Understood.
So I'm going to go around and circle back. Dr. Reese.
Yes. Could you give us some specific instances where you felt you were sexually violated?
Absolutely. So it would be a routine checkup or as I mentioned to the board, I travel, so at least maybe once or twice a year. So me being, I'm very OCD with this, if I come back from any country, I automatically go to the doctor. That's just me. I want to just make sure everything's good, even if I feel okay. So there was a particular time I came back from Thailand, and I had a great time out there, and I figured, I had a lot of fun, did a lot of things. I want to make sure all stats are still good. And I went to see him to get a actual exam. So he checked my weight, my blood pressure, and that is when he told me, well, let's do an anal exam if you've been having sex. Well, I said, well, no, I wasn't having sex out there, but I did have fun, drink. I went out, hung out with friends, came back home 4 o'clock in the morning. And yet he proceeded to still do that. So of course I agreed to it thinking, well, he's my doctor. If there's anything wrong, at least he's trying to make sure I'm okay. So during that time, of course, the usual routine, pull the pants down. He would insert the swab. This is not a gentle insert. I don't care how you look at it or who's performing it. With Dr. Cipolla, it's almost a sexual aggression, how he's doing it. He'd never ask, was I okay? Like a normal doctor may say, hey, this may be a little pressure. You let me know if it gets too much. I'm going to go ahead and begin my exam. He never pre-warned anything. He just keeps inserting and inserting as if he's taken out his anger or maybe his internal feelings, I don't know, into my rectum. And then he would send the test off, and then a week later I would be told everything's great. But each time I would visit him, there was an anal exam.
Any other examples of sexual violation? Any other personal examples of sexual violation other than that?
No. I would say maybe just longer hugs.
Okay.
Other than that, no.
How did you get the impression that Dr. Cipolla was grooming you surreptitiously for his own personal gain?
Understood.
In a sexual manner?
Now, I don't have the text messages because this was when I first moved out here. So grooming me...
Some idea of what they contain?
Yes, of course. Sending me his penis pictures and asking...
Sending you what?
His penis pictures. I can describe his penis.
Please.
I mean, it's not... Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sending me his penis picture, of course, Caucasian skin and gray pubic hair, and he would send text messages of hooking up because it was Craigslist years ago before they shut that down. That was the communication method for him. He would via email you, responding to whether it was an ad put or you responding to an ad he would put out. What was the
content of those emails?
I would like to, would you like to give head to me, or would you like me to, okay. Would you like me to fuck you? Would you like me to give you head, or we'll perform oral on you and you perform oral on me? You'll be daddy's little good boy. Things like that would be via email and text messaging. And
while you were a patient?
Yes, this was while I was a patient, but this is the thing. I never put two and two together that he lived in my same Hawthorne community. It's called Hawthorne Condominiums on 3rd. And before he moved, I think he had 2 golden retrievers. And I put 2 and 2 together when I seen his green Mini Cooper in the same at the practice and then in my community. And I would get strange magazines on my doorstep, and I thought, I just moved here. I don't know anyone for anyone to put magazines on my door, pornography magazine. It was just the weirdest thing to me. And then when I went to his office and seen his car, it's like, I wonder if that's him. And I put 2 and 2 together when I finally met him, that was the same guy that came over my place via Craigslist, is now my doctor.
Do you think he knew that you were his patient?
Yes. Oh, he knew it. I brought it up several times to him. Yes, several times. This is what I mean. One moment, if I'm okay and abiding by not saying much to him, he'll approve whatever I ask. But as soon as I give any backlash about how I'm feeling or treated, now it's I'm going to deny this and say I've never approved this. I'm going to hold hostage your medical records. I'm going to try to kick you out of my office. He'll do anything to disrupt my livelihood when I'm not abiding by his rules, in a sense.
Could you give us some other examples of sexual interaction while you were a patient?
Aside of the anal exam, per my medical files, if he's written it down, that was every time I would see him, unless it was honestly in there for a cough.
Communications.
Communication. Other than that, board, that was it. As far as the Craigslist, and regrettably, as I said, that's shut down now. There's no record really that I could really show you. And my text message from an old phone that I don't have. But yes, this is all the things that he would
Why did
write.
you continue being his patient if there was this negative feeling that you had and he was grooming you or surreptitiously trying to have
Correct.
some sexual encounter with you?
Thank you for asking. As I mentioned in the beginning of my experience, it's very limited to find a primary care that also deals with STD, STIs, and HIV in our community. So one, he was in my network. And two, I'm definitely, as a struggling college student at that time, that was the doctor I was going to go see because it was in my network. Now, as I mentioned to you, I didn't put two and two together until the mid of our relationship, our doctor-patient relationship. In the beginning, I didn't know. I just thought he was part of my community. He was a little curt, but hey, I'm getting my labs done. Everything looks good. He's not over-prescribing me anything. It wasn't until he started doing these frequent anal exams, and I'm like, I don't need one of those again today, I don't think. So that's when I start diving more into his background, and oh my God, that's the same guy that has been to my house. Because at first, I didn't put two and two together. His face, he looked different. His hair wasn't his way that it is now. I just didn't put two and two together. So to your question, very limited to have a primary care doctor. And for two, I did not feel threatened until the mid-end of our patient relationship.
What way were you threatened?
Dr. Reese, if
Yes.
you could wait till he's finished talking,
Oh, sure.
so we don't cross over each other.
Sure.
Yeah. So as I was mentioning, I didn't feel any threat until in the middle of our patient-doctor relationship, when it was like, okay, the first anal exam's cool. The first nice little touch I don't mind. I didn't feel any weirdness about it until I start adding it up. Like, okay, every time I see him, I'm waiting 45 minutes or more. People are coming in, and I had to play around with my schedule because being a student, there's only certain hours I can get away to do something extra other than being in class. So that's how I felt in the middle. And then most recently, the ending of that medical exam. Every year they re-review you for your medical marijuana card. So as his lawyer was sitting there saying, let's not make this into, I'm a baby, I'm not getting approved for a medical marijuana card. I am from LA, I'm born and raised, that's a dime a dozen. If I wanted to really go back home and get, medical marijuana, that's not the case. It's, you approved me 1 year because you liked me. Then the next year, when you said out of your own mouth you don't like me, and I'm struggling to find a new primary care, I had no choice but to still go to him. I still need my prescriptions every month. I still need to get exams every 6 months or so. So I was, in a sense, bound by the way that this city, only has a limited amount of primary care doctors that qualify to work with our community.
Have you discussed this with other patients?
Yes, absolutely. I have. That's what I was mentioning to you, Board and Mr. Reese, that I was at one point thinking, well, this could be a class action suit because this is several other gay males in our community saying the same thing, and I don't even know them. I know some of them. Some of them are like, wait, this has happened to me. I wrote a review. Look at the web. Look at the internet. He has a lot of bad reviews. The most recent reviews are amazing, of course, because anytime someone gets caught doing something or more than one person calls foul, now it's let me get letters from people that I know that like me. Let me have them write the board that has no sexual interest in me. Of course, I can do that too. I can give you a ton of people that really love me, and I go, you're always a bad guy in someone's story, and I can get a ton of people that may not like me. But what he's doing is I think he's using his status to his ability, calling everyone else that's complaining crazy or coming up with fabricating stories, and all you have to do is talk to our community. There are several other people that will say similar stories of him groping, making sexual advances, and being discriminatory. He's very curt to begin with. That's just one. So,
Did you hear of any other forms of sexual violation from the people that you spoke to?
Yes. One person, OQ, I will call him, he says, same thing as you heard before. You need a sugar daddy, you're so nice and you're so small. A sugar daddy. And in our community, honestly, and it's just ridiculous. I, for one, don't need one, ever have needed one, but it's an older gentleman that obviously would not be able to attract a younger gentleman other than providing money, trips, the experiences, clothing. So a sugar daddy is someone that has a nice status in their profession or their field and that has money that would provide money to a younger crowd, I would say, for sexual advances. It's no different from a heterosexual, older, Wall Street guy with a young girl. It's the same thing. It's no different. It's just two men versus a man and a woman.
Do you feel you were being groomed for that?
I wouldn't say I was being groomed. I was just, to me, to be honest with you, Mr. Reese, I felt like each time I went to see him, I didn't know what I was going to get. It was just like you throw it up in the air and see what it would land on. One moment he would be very nice with me. I would still wait my 45 minutes, but he would see me and it felt like he would just write off and I'll be done. I've spent more time waiting to be seen by him than actually the time when I would see him. So,
You, Dr. Maynard or Dr. Upstrasser, any questions?
No, thank you.
Dr. Reese asked one of the questions I was going to ask.
Yes, Doctor.
Regarding the sexual advances, so I won't get into that. But let me just clarify one point, if I could, on the marijuana card.
Mm-hmm.
You were provided with a marijuana card by Dr. Cipolla at one time, is that correct?
Technically twice now, but yes.
Okay, great.
Because he's approved. That's what I mean. What's so funny that this whole story is as if I'm mad because I wasn't approved for him signing off on me, which is ridiculous.
When was the first time that Dr. Cipolla approved you for medical marijuana?
2018.
And the second time?
It would be for this year. So, I'm sorry, 2017, because then it's for a year, then 2018. There we go. Yeah, because it's 1 year.
So you were approved. You remember what time of year normally you had to go through this?
If it expires in August, I would say it would have to be 90 days prior. So summertime, I would say, just like how we're in June. Yeah, it would be like June because it would expire August. Yeah.
So if I understand right, 2017 yes, 2018 yes, 2019 no.
No. Well, it's I'm already approved for the year. It doesn't expire till August of this year, so the renewal process hasn't started. So going back, 2017, I was approved. He sent the paperwork in.
Right.
Then 2018, that's when he was saying no and the pushback. And then when I brought up all of the history and how he's treated me, then mysteriously I got a phone call saying he sent the paperwork over. So then it was approved. So I'm approved right now until August.
Oh, okay. So first you were not approved in 2018, and then after your interaction, he changed to approved.
That is correct. Yes, that's when, as you see with my complaint about him not wanting to give the medical records, as you guys may know, doctors, you have to get your medical records approved from your primary care to say, well, do you fall under the guidelines the first step is, do you fall under the guidelines to get approved for medical marijuana, which I do. So that's why I was so upset with him, not taking it out on him, but more so, you can't say I'm okay and you approve me 1 year, but the next year, because now I'm giving you pushback about me waiting more than 45 minutes, me feeling like I'm being discriminated against, and instead of you telling me the reasons why I shouldn't feel that way, you're just telling me I don't like you and you're not approving it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions based upon my questions? Dr.
Have you ever
Ostrowski?
had a relationship, sexual, with Dr. Cipolla?
Yes.
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 Okay. KT, thank you very, very
Thank
much. If you could switch places with MT and MT, again, Mr. T, if you could come on forward. And similarly, I appreciate you very much coming today. If you could please tell the board what you'd like to tell the board.
Sure. I really didn't. Well, first off, I'm not happy to be here, and I have no personal animus against Dr. Cipolla. Well, I don't, but I guess the part of me that does is, as has been echoed, as a gay man, I do. It saddens me to the extent that being in the community has sort of enabled this behavior more, or hasn't brought it to the attention of, frankly, I really don't have too much to say because I feel like other people have also echoed some of the claims I've made, and I basically came to attest to what I submitted in writing and to its veracity. For as long as Dr. Cipolla has been practicing, I have to imagine that it's that long that this kind of behavior has been going on, and I think it's unfortunate, frankly, that it hasn't been addressed up until now. The piece about the anal exam, I don't know if it was I can write a lot sometimes, so what I submitted was probably pretty lengthy, but I would hope that in part of it I did also make that same claim about during my first visit with that anal exam. On its face, it's a doctor checking for STDs. So I don't know. On its face, I don't know how. If it can be claimed that that's not permissible, but I do know something felt weird about it to me. Something felt not right about it. In part because at clinics for STD testing, they'll give you the swab and say, "Okay, go in the bathroom, go check this." Not with Dr. Cipolla, the main thing I was going to come and say today, before I heard some of the other submissions and testimony, is that bottom line for me is that the person who's prescribing all of your medications, who does take it upon himself to prescribe all of your medications, including psychiatric medications, for that person to be texting you about dates, massages, it's not just unacceptable or unprofessional, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. And, I think that Dr. Cipolla is a smart person, and I feel like I just imagine part of him has to have known that. I am not a clinician or a doctor. I am an attorney, but I'm not a medical doctor or a DO. But I do think that I'm not really sure where I was going. So this is very anxiety producing for me as well. I think that I'm here honestly in large part because I wanted to follow through with what I submitted, and for the community generally. And what I was going to say is that I'm not a mental health professional, but I do think that there's and I don't say this in a mean way or in a vindictive way. I think that there's, and I don't know if this will be discussed but I think that there's some perhaps inpatient treatment or something that would be beneficial for Dr. Cipolla in the realm of sex addiction or something like that, because I think that that's pretty clearly what's going on here. And I don't take it personally. I really just want I don't want the gay community to. I think that's part. I just moved out here 2 years ago, and I think Dr. Cipolla was the first primary care doctor I saw out here, and it was jarring for me to. I did, the experience with him. It gave me a sense that I was kind of existing in like a gay ghetto, like a kind of an insular community where the standards are lower, people can get away with more. That does make me. It was just a little scary coming from New York and the suburbs thereof. It did feel. I came out here because I love I fell in love with Arizona. But it was a little bit jarring. It felt a little bit, and this is something that I know as doctors and clearly professionals who take this very seriously. I think I wanted you all to know that it was jarring to feel like maybe things weren't the kind of like the Wild West, but not in a very fun way. I think that's really the thing with some of the texting, and I think at one point what was mentioned about the daddy comment, and I think that may have to the best of my recollection, a similar comment was made to me. I believe it was over text. I'm not sure. I think I do again to the best of my recollection. There was one, and I do apologize for saying ass cheek in what I submitted. But anyway,
say what happened.
I believe I was leaving. We were in the exam room, and I was walking out like it had concluded, and I do believe the doctor, like his hand did. Then he did touch my rear. I believe I already was clothed at that point, but it was. So I don't know the best word for it. If it was like groping or what, but we were walking out of the exam room with him behind me, so it couldn't have any ostensible medical purpose that I know of. I think that's really it.
I'm going similar before. Thank you. I'm going to have some follow-up questions, but I'll ask my colleagues on the board if they're ready. Dr. Reese.
Yes. Could you just give us some background, where you're from and what kind of education you've had, and what your profession is?
Sure. I'm from Connecticut, and I have a bachelor's degree from Tulane University and a JD from Syracuse University, and I am admitted to practice law in New York and Arizona. Right now I'm doing contract legal work. I am having, I am, I have struggled a lot with anxiety and things like that.
We don't have to disclose.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's anonymous. But.
Hold on 1 second. If you'd like some water, we can get you that too. Yeah. Let's just hold for 1 moment.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Reese.
Yeah. Are there any other ways that you feel you were, believe you were traumatized by Dr. Cipolla?
No, I feel I've mentioned them.
Can you think of other things that gave you this feeling of something's not right?
And feel free to expound on, I know you wrote down a lot, but the board, Dr. Cipolla, would like to hear, since you're here, like to hear it verbally from you.
You know, I mentioned some of the text messages, the incident leaving the exam room, the initial incident with the rectal exam or, testing. I personally, and this is not what motivated my complaint, but I personally have I personally think that certain medications, specifically amphetamines, prescription amphetamines, are overprescribed. I remember at one point I was in the exam room and someone came in saying that they were about their Suboxone. They were coming, someone who was had been a heroin addict, and they were there to pick up their Adderall prescription, and that kind of raised some of my. It just made me feel a little bit alarm bell, a little bit where am I right now? And I think that I came into my patient doctor relationship with Dr. Cipolla as on those same, I believe it was Vyvanse and Adderall perhaps, which I'm no longer on. But for myself, I think at one point I brought like a container of my prescriptions because I really wanted. Maybe this is where it really hurts and sucks. I really wanted to get healthy, as healthy as I could, and I kind of wanted to say, here, this is what I'm on. Like, tell me what to do. And not to put my entire. I can't put my entire, the burden of all my health choices, etc., on the doctor. But I really wanted the best. I wanted to feel like I was in a safe place where I would kind of be helped to be as healthy as I could be, and the sort of interactions that I've discussed and that I think other people have experienced made that not possible, and that's sad. That's unfortunate. Sorry, now I don't know to what extent I answered your question there, but
you're doing very well. Just could you tell us what the content of the text messages were?
It was. I wouldn't say they were graphic. In my case, I wouldn't say they were graphic. I think it was more. Do you want something about getting dinner? Something about massage. I do, again, because that would stick with me. I don't know if it was in text or if it was said in person in his office, but something about the daddy word again, that word, which also is not what I was looking for. So that would be.
You mentioned massage.
I may have been something like, do you want, like I'm being very, I really want to be very careful to not say things that weren't, I don't want to, I want to err on the side of definitely accuracy. I think it may have been, to the best of my recollection, it was like inviting me over for a massage.
Did you go?
No.
What was your reaction to that?
Mine?
What was your reaction to that?
In the moment, I think it was like, wow, this is inappropriate. You know, I was surprised. It was mostly surprise.
Dr. Erbstrass or Dr. Madam, any questions?
No, thank you.
Dr. Erbstrass.
Yeah, during your visits, was there a lot of sexual jargon?
Yes, I can only compare it to other interactions I've had in that same setting, so I would say yes.
Do you have a new primary care now?
I actually do not right now.
In the process of getting a new primary care?
Well, I'd like to be. To be frank, I don't even have insurance right now.
Yeah, no, I get that. I was just wanting to know if that jargon was similar to other prior doctors you've had.
It wasn't. I will say, and I will just quickly say I was speaking with someone of a similar age and also gay and living in Central Phoenix area, and he was saying, it just came up where he said that he went into his doctor and he said how he was tired, and the doctor was just like, oh, okay, I'll give you a testosterone shot, and had him drop his pants and gave him a testosterone. And this was not Dr. Cipolla. Honestly, I don't know if it was a DO or an MD, but So actually, I guess I don't really know why I brought that up. I just
okay, that's fine. You answered fine.
Okay.
Two questions. You had made the comment in talking about some of the issues you had, that they did motivate the complaint. What did motivate your complaint?
I think it was a feeling of despair, depression, probably generally, and I think part of me felt like the interactions with Dr. Cipolla were a sizable part of why I was feeling so frustrated.
What specific interactions?
The propositioning. I've that.
Propositioning you while you were a patient.
Right. Correct.
I'm looking at your complaint. I just want to work through it a little bit. You do, as you mentioned a moment ago, talk about casual use of street terminology in our discourse to describe sex acts which you did not refer or allude to. How did that come up in the conversation?
Sure, and I guess that's one thing I haven't said really, is that the reason I was even seeing Dr. Cipolla was because he was on a list of providers specifically for if you were looking for Truvada PrEP, the anti-retroviral, I don't know, so I that was why I went to see him, and it was it was. I remember, there was a comment about a lot of guys, and this is not verbatim, but a lot of guys just take there, and I think it may have been echoed in the previous testimony that the prep wasn't something that, which is his, I think he's entitled to have that opinion. It wasn't something he looked very highly on. But he said something about, a lot of guys now, they just take this and then they like smoke meth and just have sex with each other all the time, and because they're on prep, it enables that behavior more or something. Almost like if you're taking prep, it's so that you can just have more like casual random sex as much as you want. And that was that your question was?
Yeah, I think you pretty well. You pretty well answered it. Let me. Well, let me follow up with one other point. You answered part of it, and you were talking in your comments, written comments, you talk about describing sex acts. What did you mean by that?
Honestly, it has been a little while now. I'm not exactly sure. The first thing that came to mind in terms of describing it was I guess I didn't think going in looking for that prescription, which is a health part of. I think most would say, or many would say, for gay men, part of like a health regimen, to have it mentioned like meth-fueled orgies was just not what I was, really expecting when I went in for that prescription. So perhaps that's what I was referring to.
Within the scope or time frame of your various appointments with Dr. Cipolla, was discussion of sex would you call a significant part of your conversations, a minor part of your conversations?
No, I would say it was significant. A significant part of them, yeah. And I'll echo, I guess, again I honestly I don't know if it is part of the criteria diagnostically for ADHD, but something about having, when you're having sex, if you think about how I don't know, it was echoed before from what I submitted. I can't remember now, but as an example of when something where I wouldn't really see sex coming in necessarily as part of what was at issue being mentioned.
You mentioned in your comments about when you left, if I remember correctly, when you would end an appointment, he would give you a hug. Why did you find it significant to mention that in your comments?
I think for me, and it was something that was on, at that point, only knowing about my own experience, it was something that was on the line of being, I think part of me thought, wow, maybe I'm like his like just most special patient, and he really cares about me, and and he's just hugging me like that, and I think, but there was part of me that also then thought like, wow, this is not, this is a abnormal, a little unorthodox or abnormal, and also with the blood pressure taking, there, I think Dr. Cipolla has a very, which in some ways I can relate to, even being pretty soft-spoken, very, gentle kind of way, that, I think part of me didn't really want to believe that that was being, kind of that beneath that was some sexually predatory behavior.
One other question about the hug. Was it, in your mind, the reason you raised it, the fact that he did give you a hug, or the manner he gave you the hug, or neither? Both?
I think both. Because I remember then seeing. I do have a psychiatrist that I'm seeing now, and I think I mentioned some of this with her, and then I remember at the end of my appointment with her, she was like, "Well, I don't know if I should hug you now. Like, should we hug you now?" And I was like, "No, it's fine. We to be honest, I'm almost like wishing I hadn't even mentioned that, because it seems almost like unimportant in light of other things that have been mentioned. But because I know at one point, I guess after a hug, it was, there was that incident of like hand on rear grazing.
One final question. You mentioned, and you had a conversation with Dr. Reese regarding text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
I don't believe I do. I don't believe so.
If you do, if you wouldn't mind checking, if you do, would you mind sending a copy over to Mr. Bohol? And he can give you his email. Maybe you're a better person than me and you know how to save text messages. And if you can get them over to Mr. Bohol, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Dr. Reese.
Do you in any way feel traumatized by your experience with Dr. Cipolla?
I've heard it said like there's, like big T traumas and little T trauma can be a fair, but I do, as I guess I've kind of mentioned, it was in some sense traumatic for me to know that in the up till then I hadn't had any interactions like this with a medical provider, and it so that it kind of pierced this isn't the right use of this, but it kind of pierced a veil of very, like, this is a very professional, like, safe, like it's very a clinical sort of situation, and it did remove some of that sense of of being able to have kind of like a blind faith in walking to the exam room, and I think maybe part of it is that, and part of it, I don't want to put all of society's problems on doctors, but I think that it also did kind of cement for me that there is, within the gay community and for men, speaking up about stuff like this is difficult, and I mean for anyone, but it kind of let me know that there are still certain ways in which it can feel a little bit like you're dealing with a little bit of a second class kind of environment.
Do you have any fears of retribution or being blackballed or not being able to?
I honestly a little. I mean, I did and that's part of why I wanted to come today to emphasize that. however, unexpertly I may have worded it, I did not submit anything that wasn't true or accurate to the best of my ability, because I know this is someone's professional. We're all here on a Saturday morning. Doctor. This is a big league thing, and I did take it seriously, and I know that. Frankly, I'm still pretty trying to get my own career off the ground, but I certainly know that if someone submitted a complaint against me, it would not be fun. It's not a fun process. It's not a small thing. I also, I'm pretty 100% sure that even if this hadn't happened, I would never text a client about going on a date with me, or someone who was actively my client, or massage, that kind of a thing. I think part of what motivated this is I just remember as a kid, a family friend, the husband was a psychiatrist, and I just remember my parents talking about he had a relationship with a patient that, and so he got or something censured just, but I kind of, from an early, I just kind of came into this knowing that something about that's not something you're supposed to do.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'd note that Mr. Berg has joined us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break until 5 after 10. Then we do definitely want to hear from Dr. Cipolla. And MT, KT, free to take a seat anywhere in the room. I'll ask Dr. Cipolla and Mr. Franken to come on back up, and we will resume at 5 after 10. We'll be in a short recess. Okay, it looks like we are. We will resume. Note the presence of the board and Mr. Fredkin, Dr. Cipolla, and I like to hear from Dr. Cipolla. If you can tell us, give us your comments and react to the complaints and what you've heard, and anything else you'd like to tell us.
Excuse me, sir, should we take them in order?
However wish you want. However the way you'd like to do it is fine with me.
Right, thank you. Here.
Well, it's rather convoluted having three at one time, and there's a lot of information. Clearly, I'm disappointed to lose a patient anytime, and I wish these things wouldn't happen. As far as the first patient, the gist of what I'm getting from him is that he feels discriminated against, and I do not discriminate against African Americans or any patient in my practice. I have a wide variety of patients I've been seeing for many years, including patients from the gay community, transgender patients, people of color, and disabilities, and I take all. I don't have a problem with that. I do the best we can in the office not to keep people waiting, and we try to reassure patients if there's going to be a wait. We never take patients one before another because we like one before another one. In terms of the issue with the medical marijuana card, which seems to be a predominant problem from his perspective, first off, I looked in my chart when he insisted that I had filled out a medical marijuana request the year before, and there was nothing in my chart that indicated that I had done that before. Philosophically, I don't believe in prescribing medical marijuana in most instances. I think I've agreed to do it twice, and it goes way back when before patients were surviving HIV, one of the criteria for medical marijuana was being HIV positive. But since then, protease inhibitors and newer agents, patients are living normal lives essentially with HIV. And so I don't generally feel comfortable with prescribing medical marijuana, but I will refer a patient onward to medical marijuana clinics and send their records to the medical marijuana clinic to have them evaluate them if they want to do that. There was no information in my chart that I had given him a medical marijuana card in previous 1 year, but now he was saying today 2 years. I contacted the state of Arizona and asked them, do you have a record of me doing this? And they indicated, we don't have a record of this patient, period. So we can't tell you if you did or didn't. So the patient requested his records. I asked my office staff to take care of this pronto. They made copies and faxed them to the medical marijuana clinic as soon as he established with one, and they sent a record over requesting. I think we faxed it back in 24 hours. He then established with another doctor in Chandler and sent a medical records request from that doctor. And within 2 weeks, we decided to mail him because his chart's thick, and followed up with those offices to make sure they got the records, and left a phone report or a phone message with the patient because he would not answer his phone, letting him know that we had taken care of it for him. If he had any questions, give my office a call. We didn't hear anything further from him. So I did the most I could to help in the circumstances. He took personal offense because I refused to fill out the form because in his mind, because he has a diagnosis that should get him a medical marijuana card, I have to fill it out. And at the bottom of the form where I sign, it says that the physician attests that he believes that this patient would benefit from getting medical marijuana, and I did not believe the statement that it states, and therefore I refused to sign the statement. In terms of the issues with STD testing, this patient's HIV infected.
Withhold any diagnoses, please.
Okay. So this individual has chronic issues. This patient has been poorly compliant with medical management of these issues. He presents as a public health threat, leaving the country and going places without medication and engaging in sexual activity, which he admitted to me doing. And besides managing his HIV care and encouraging him to be more compliant with his medications, which he insisted he was taking his medications for several months, and I didn't believe he was doing so. I did resistance testing on his serum, and it was clear that he had not been taking his medications, again putting him at risk of transmission of virus. So part of that whole picture was STD issues, and generally speaking, if you're testing for STDs, it's going to be HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, and chlamydia from the mouth, the urinary tract, and the rectum. And so I never just do STD testing in terms of using a swab. I will explain to them that I think there's a risk, and what I can do is the following, and it's up to them to do that, or they can go to the STD clinic and they can do it there. To me, it doesn't matter. It takes more time for me to do it than for them just to go to the STD clinic. So if I've done STD testing on a patient, they've given me verbal approval to go ahead and do that, and I don't just do something. And so a swab was taken from his mouth and from the rectal canal. And in the time that I saw him as a patient and looking at the chart, we did this 4 times. 2 of the 4 times he had infection in both the oral and anal canal and was treated appropriately. So in my view, he was a very high risk for acquisition, but also transmission of public health diseases. As far as the relationship issue goes, he and I had met at one point. This was before he became a patient in my practice. We had a very short involvement. I underline short. Personality-wise, there was an issue there, and I did not see him any further after that, but he, with his medical illness, found his way to me as a patient and elected to come see me as a patient. And at that point, there was no further emotional connection with him on any level. He was with me for, I think, maybe a year and a half or two, and then his insurance changed and he was gone for a couple of years or so, and then he came back to 5 years, and then he came back to see me then as a patient again when he had insurance I was on. I do not, and nor have I ever, as far as I can think in my mind, ever told anybody, let alone a patient, do you want to have a daddy? I'd like to be your daddy. I can be your daddy. I have the financial means to be your daddy. I do not make that phrase ever to anybody, whether I'm in my practice or at a grocery store or anywhere else. I don't know where that came from. I think that's all I can say about this particular patient. Do you want me to go to the next patient, or do you want to talk about...
You can go to the next patient. Well, actually, let's first see if there are any questions. There may be some questions at the end. Any questions specifically to this patient, to KT? Okay, let's go to the next one.
If I may just interject, just to clarify, sir, just very briefly. KT embellished a bit on what was in his
Well, you can give a closing argument at the end.
Well, can I just point out that he said something about sexual harassment and advances, but never once said, and I think upon several questions, he never explained what any of those were. I think that's important.
Okay. That's fine.
I actually have a question.
What? Yeah, Dr. Proud has a question.
KT alleges that you sent him explicit things over text message.
I don't believe that I ever did that. Can I say that I've never done that in my entire life? Not to a patient, but to somebody not a patient. I can't say that I've never done something like that in terms of text communication.
I'm sorry, you cannot say you never did it?
I can't recall, but I can't say no.
Okay.
But I've never done that with him, and I've never done that with any patient.
Okay.
Nor made lewd advancements, if you will, in that way.
Okay. If you could also address CZ as well as you go through your comments.
So this individual came to see me for one visit only. His physician apparently retired, and he had a chronic disease state that I treat. His partner, who I've been seeing for several years, who is I won't say who he is, referred the patient to me. Subsequently, when this all transpired, I contacted this patient to apologize for, because he had referred the patient to me, apologized to him for this occurrence happening because I valued my patient that I had, the patient that referred this CZ to me. And his comment to me was that he valued me as a physician, he had no problems with me as a physician, and that he and the CZ person had subsequently broken up. So CZ came to see me for one visit, and the issues at hand appear to be that when I brought him back and got his blood pressure, which I do usually myself, the blood pressure station is right across the hall from my medical records person. It's right at the entrance from the waiting room, so there are waiting room people that are right there. They get their vital signs checked there, and then they're taken back to an exam room. And so, yes, I checked his vital signs. I will make sure that they uncross their leg if their leg's crossed, and make sure their arm is extended to the level of their heart when checking their blood pressure. Took the patient back to the exam room and did the usual history and physical. The patient was seeing me for chronic disease state, which there's a protocol that I follow in terms of new patients for that particular disease. There were questions asked. I reviewed his intake sheet, which was his history. There was no information on his intake sheet about any mental health issues, but in questioning him, I saw on his sheet that he was taking Klonopin 1 milligram 4 times a day. And I asked him about that, and he said that he has a lot of anxiety and a lot of irritability, and work is stressful. He also is using marijuana daily and drinking alcohol on a daily basis. The fact that he had significant tattoos, part of the thought process was this patient could have hepatitis C potentially. This patient could have a history of injection drug use. And from my training, anybody with tattoos, part of the thought process is just to always look and see if they've got antecubital or forearm track marks as just a quick screen. So I did just that. It's seconds to do that. It's not like a lengthy process to check for their arms. So part of the general physical exam, there was just a quick look at those things. He had tattoos on both arms from wrist all the way up to his shoulders. The patient had a physical examination then subsequently, which would be consistent with the reason why he had come into the office. His argument is that I inappropriately undressed him and fondled him. There was no indication with that first exam to see him to do a genital region exam whatsoever, short of examining his inguinal lymph nodes along with his neck and axillary lymph nodes because of his chronic disease state. The concern is to potentially find lymphoma present. I did not examine the genital region, nor was there an indication for me to do that on that visit. We concluded the visit, and I escorted him back up to the front. After writing prescriptions for him, I met him up there and a lab slip for him to get blood work, and said goodbye. There was no negative interaction whatsoever in the entire visit with him. I thought he was a really nice person. After the fact, I asked my receptionist if there was an issue when he came up to check out. He came in to check out, and he scheduled a follow-up appointment for me, and then he left. And clearly, this complaint is a complete surprise to me when I received it. I think those are the main issues at hand.
Dr. Spoll, so this groping and scooping his testicles and you unbuttoning pants did not happen?
Absolutely not. There was no indication, nor did I do, period. And I'm clear about that. I'm not foggy in the least bit about that.
Okay. Any other questions regarding CZ? Mr. Franken, anything you'd like to add? We'll do it this way since we started. Anything you'd like to add on CZ?
I don't think so. At the outset, I made my comments about CZ, and I think the important point is he's not here to testify under oath to this very serious allegation, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Cipolla, if you could talk about MT.
Okay. So MT is an individual that had scheduled an appointment with me through a mobile app called Grindr. My practice had engaged in a relationship with Grindr to produce an ad on their app to advertise STD testing, HIV care, PrEP, and general primary care. It was an avenue to provide services for the community, number one, and number two, to bring revenue into my practice. This patient scheduled an appointment from that mobile app because every patient that I see that's a new patient that schedules, we find out where did they find us from or who referred them, and he indicated he came to us through Grindr. So from that perspective, my understanding was that he was coming in for evaluation to go on to PrEP potentially, not necessarily, and for STD testing. And when he came to see me, that was what he came to see me for. Additionally, looking at his history, he had some other issues in terms of OCD, anxiety, and ADD, which he wrote down, and I offered to manage those with him as well, given the fact that he did not have a psychiatrist or anybody else managing that for him. He was hoping to get Vyvanse and Adderall together. In treating ADD or ADHD, I'm not of the mind necessarily to use combination drugs. So we had a discussion about that. I'll come back to that in a minute. So I had a lengthy discussion with him about STD risks, the potential risks of STDs in Arizona, the indications for PrEP, the potential side effects of PrEP, and when that was all said and done, it appeared that he was a candidate for PrEP and that he had multiple unprotected receptive exposures to bodily fluids, which put him at high risk. I encouraged him to engage in better sexual behaviors, utilizing a female condom perhaps. We discussed using PrEP and that it was not 100% effective, but 90% effective, and that...
Excuse me, I'm being not the doctor here. What is PrEP?
So let me give you a sideline here. PrEP is a medication called Truvada. Truvada is part of an antiretroviral combination that's used to treat HIV. Patients were turning up with HIV that insisted they were using condoms every time. And so then further questioning came to find that individuals that were using condoms every time, either the condoms were breaking or falling off, or if they were alcoholically inebriated or doing drugs and were out of touch, that they had sex before they knew they were done, that they were having sex, they were done and exposed to HIV virus and would get HIV infected. There was one study done with Truvada, PrEP means pre-exposure prophylaxis, and found 90% effective rate in individuals that took that every day. So it's become somewhat almost ubiquitous now in the community in terms of sexual activity, that if they take PrEP, then they won't get HIV, and therefore they can be less cautious about their behaviors and not have to use condoms. Subsequently, the incidence of syphilis is significantly elevated in Arizona now, and the incidence of gonorrhea has skyrocketed because of the lack of use of condoms, partly because of PrEP or Truvada. So his interest was to lessen his risk to get HIV infected, and by taking Truvada every day, that would serve to protect him. Okay. So in the discourse, we talked about STDs, mouth, urethral, and rectal region. He had exposure to all three of those areas. I suggested getting STD testing in the office or at the STD clinic and explained to him what I meant by that. He was agreeable to do so. Therefore, we did cultures from his mouth and the rectal canal, and he gave me a urine sample to check for urethral, gonorrhea, and chlamydia. Lab slip was given for him to get blood work done, and a prescription given for Truvada, which he was to hold until I gave him a call back with the test results to be sure he wasn't already HIV infected. Subsequently, he elected not to take Truvada, I found out. His test results came back appropriate or negative. He then wanted to come back and see me to address his OCD, anxiety, and ADD.
We just say other issues.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the other issues. And so I gave him a form that has 71 questions on it that ask about topics that have to do with disorder of attention, and he was to fill out and bring in at his next visit, because I don't start people on ADD medication just willy-nilly. He was on an SSRI medication, He wasn't, and he was, I think, maximized on that medication. He wasn't well controlled as far as the OCD aspects. And so I elected to try adding incrementally some anafranil to see if that would help with his OCD behavior, in that he was an attorney and was having difficulty at work and was at risk of losing his job and things of that nature. He wanted to continue on Vyvanse and Adderall, and we shuttled around from one visit to the other trying to eventually get him on a regimen that would work beneficially for him, though I felt that some of his problem was also related to generalized anxiety and the OCD. I did not put him on 2 SSRI medications together at all, period. We continued on an SSRI and the anafranil, which is a tricyclic medication. I had him get an electrocardiogram, explain to him the potential risks of taking side effects that could occur. He never went to get the electrocardiogram. He came back in. I saw him reviewed, had him fill out the ADD form in the office. I reviewed those questions with him, and one of the questions on there asks, do you...
it's number 13.
Number 13, do you get disorganized during intimate activity? And it was one of several questions I asked him because I didn't have time to fill the entire form out of 71 questions. At that point, I just wanted to tap on a handful of them so I could try and get an idea if he truly might have this, and not just be coming from the community through Grindr wanting amphetamines, because that's part of the worry is, are they just drug seeking? I did check with the pharmacy website in terms of substances, and he was appropriate, I think, on the pharmacy website. So subsequent visits, we adjusted his medications for the ADD. He was doing better with the OCD, and then the next time his ADD wasn't quite as good, but he hadn't taken the medications, and then came to find out he wasn't taking the anafranil. So he was really not a very consistent, compliant patient with regards to medications, though he would tell me he was taking things. He didn't get the electrocardiogram. He didn't do the ADD form, things of that nature. So it was difficult to manage him completely. I asked him, well, would you be better off going to see a psychiatrist about this stuff? And he said he couldn't afford to do that. He didn't have insurance. So we kept working with trying to fine-tune things, and by 2 of the visits, he was doing really actually quite well with regards to the ADD, the OCD, and anxiety. And the best I could tell with talking to him, he was taking what I wanted him to take. So I said, stick with this and take it. And that's about where that ended. During that period of time, I saw him multiple times over that year period of time. His indication is that he decided to file a complaint based upon something that happened in the first 1 or 2 visits, but then he continued to see me for 7 more visits over the rest of the year. And it's confusing to me, if he didn't like how his interaction was with me, why did he just keep coming back to me? He never said anything to me. As far as the issue of, quote, hugging patients, as I've written in my response to the board, I don't voluntarily hug patients, but I do have patients that are very friendly and want to hug me. And my perspective is that if they initiate a hug, I will be gently hugging back, but hugging as in this kind of thing, not groping. And hugging as in putting my hand against their back and then escorting them up to the front, because sometimes they'll linger by the nursing station and it just kind of moves them along. I go to the grocery store, I have patients that I know, they come running up to me and give me a hug. It's just become really hard to know anymore, what can you do as a doctor that doesn't get you in shit, you know? Not once did I advance towards him in terms of being physical. I felt empathy for him because he was struggling due to the things we just talked about. But I took a course 3 years ago in boundary-related issues, and I know really well what the concepts of boundary violation, boundary of crossing, the potential risk for boundary violation can be, and I work very diligently not to put myself into a situation where I do violate or cross the boundary. But at the same time, wanting to be empathetic as an osteopathic physician, our hands-on, so to speak, with a patient. Subsequently, I've instructed my staff. I met with Micah, their risk management people, to have a conversation about all of this stuff with my staff, and we've elected to make it clear that we don't accept gifts from patients, and we do not have physical contact with patients, period. And it bothers me on some level because that's part of what we do as family physicians, is that we're connected to our patients. And I don't know what to do about that, because that bothers me not to be able to be connected to them, particularly if they want to be connected back and are initiating that. But I understand clearly that this is the 21st century, and this is not a safe environment anymore to be genuine towards patients when it comes to that activity. So I'm very reserved about how to approach that anymore. I think that covers that patient from things that I was going to say.
Is there anything else you would... Well, let me do this first. Are there any questions of Dr. Cipolla regarding this patient?
I have a couple of medical questions. If I understand, you were using Vyvanse and amphetamine together?
Initially, he came to me on multiple things. He had a shoebox of stuff, and I said, we need to clear the slate here and start fresh. And I wanted to know if he had ADD to begin with, for sure.
You made that clear, yeah.
Yeah. So I encouraged him, let's try and treat this with just one medication and not two different things. And so he agreed to do that, but in reality, he wasn't doing that. When he would come back and follow up, when I would ask him if he was compliant, he said yes, but he wasn't controlled. So we tried to fine-tune things further. In retrospect, I think that his desire all along was to be able to take Vyvanse and Adderall together, and postured with his responses to make me think that he needed to be on both Vyvanse and Adderall. I insisted that we should just use one medication. We tried Adderall, and then we tried Vyvanse alone. I discussed other medications with him. He was real reticent to do anything other than one or the other of those two.
Okay.
That's eventually, I felt like this is beyond where I really feel comfortable going, because I don't know if I trust him to be honest with me about what he's doing. He should have been getting better, simply from my perspective. So in the end, he came back to me for a follow-up, and when I questioned him, he said, well, he's been taking Vyvanse and Adderall. I said, well, how are you doing? He goes, I'm doing just great. I take the Vyvanse in the morning, and I take a small amount of Adderall in the afternoon. And I said, well, that's not really conventionally how we do that. He goes, well, the psychiatrist I used to see gave it to me that way.
There's nothing unconventional about that.
Yeah, I know. So he was doing okay.
Let me ask you, how did you go? How did you make your diagnosis of OCD?
I questioned him about some of the behaviors that he was engaging in. He was, I'd have to look it up in the chart. I can't remember offhand right at the moment.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, the reason I'm asking you that question, prescribing an Anafranil, clomipramine, is something of a Hail Mary. It's sort of a last resort. How did you start with an Anafranil in a patient unless they had OCD that was intractable?
He was maxed out. He had been on Prozac, and then I went to citalopram. He was maxed out on the citalopram because he felt stimulated on the Prozac. So we tried that. And he wasn't getting any better as far as the OCD behavior. The anxiety part was okay. So I thought, well, let's just add a little bit of Anafranil and see if that would help make things better for him. And when I saw him in follow-up, let me see where I have about the ADD, the OCD stuff. He did not fill out the ADD form, still taking Vyvanse, though I asked him not to. He has body image concerns. He has been picking at his arms. That was part of the reason from a neurodermatitis perspective. Maybe using a TCA might help. He tends to obsess about things. He is an attorney. So when talking with me, he would obsess about stuff to the point where he couldn't get anything done because he kept thinking about stuff constantly over and over and over again. So while some of this could be anxiety related and some of it could be disorder of attention related, it appeared to me, and by observing his behavior in the exam room, that he seemed to obsess about things that to me were not necessarily all that important, but yet he kept coming back to things like that. And so I would try to redirect him to the issues that were more important, and then he would come back and bring that up again. So it appeared to me from talking with him that there was an obsessive component to all of this. That's how I looked at it.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Dr. Cipolla, is there anything you would like to say globally about all the cases together? And then I'll ask Mr. Franken if...
I do have one question.
Okay, go ahead. Dr. Kropp.
Did you send text messages to patient MT offering to take him to dinner or inviting him to dinner or asking him if he would like a massage?
I did not. The only time that I've ever texted a patient back is if I call a patient from my phone, they get my phone number, and then they call me or text me, usually, about making an appointment or have a question. I will text them back and tell them, please call the office, or if it's a simple answer, I just answer it in an effort to not have to have a dialogue with my patients by texting.
So you'll call a patient from your cell phone at times?
Yeah, well, if I have the answering service calls me and the patient is calling about something, then I'll call them back from my car or wherever, and they get my phone number, well, they'll save it, and then they might call me 2 months later about something, or they might just text me. And I try to keep that to a minimum so there isn't this dialogue going on. But no, to answer your question.
Anything you'd like to say globally about all the cases, or anything else you'd like to tell us?
If I may, before we leave MT, may I just point out a couple of facts?
Oh, sure.
The MT complaint had to do with 3 hugs and an alleged buttocks grab. MT was kind enough to appear today, and he told this board, I probably should, I don't even know why I mentioned the hugs. I probably should, it wasn't even worth mentioning. It didn't mean anything. And in fact, he indicated his own psychiatrist wanted to give him a hug. So that was half the complaint. The other complaint is the alleged grab of the buttocks, which I hope the board heard. The backpedaling that he did, MT did, he said it was a graze. It wasn't a grope or a grab. He used the word graze. I'm quite certain I heard that. And the rest of what I heard had to do with him talking to other people, hearsay by unnamed, unknown sources, and we don't know where that all came from.
Mr. Frank, I took his comment regarding the hug, I think, a different way than you did. I took it, well, it didn't mean anything, because initially he said that he thought it was something special. He was something special, and that's why Dr. Cipolla gave him a hug. But then he subsequently finds out that other people have gotten hugs from Dr. Cipolla. So I guess I didn't mean anything. He's not special. So I guess I took it a different way than you did.
Mm-hmm.
So any thoughts about that?
Well, I did hear the patient say, I don't even know why I included that in my complaint. So I think he realizes that sometimes under certain circumstances, providers hug a patient appropriately, and maybe that's what he was talking about. I think it's important in light of the question about text that when the board questioned MT numerous times, he backed off on the text. He said, I don't even know that there was a text. Maybe something was said in the office. Mm-hmm. And he's been asked to produce a text. I guess someday we may or may not see a text. And the other thing he mentioned, he said, hey, what KT said about the anal swabs, I hope the board has heard Dr. Cipolla's explanation of why he would have done an anal swab on a patient like MT, and it certainly wasn't every visit, but if there's any question about why there was an anal swab done for MT, Dr. Cipolla could certainly address that if there's a question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Cipolla.
Well, three like this is rather stressful, I don't mind telling you. And I value what I do for my profession, and that I serve a purpose for the community, and I'm a very good doctor, I think, and it's disheartening, I guess, to have this occur like this. All I can say is that the way these individuals have directed this complaint did not happen. I do not solicit hugs or affection from my patients. I'm in a 9-year committed relationship, which I'm very happy with. Since the complaints, I told you I met with my staff and the MICA risk management people to formulate an approach to try to protect the practice from risk if possible. We began using a chaperone 2 months ago, which has worked fine for male exams. We do it for female exams all along, but it makes sense to do it for male exams now for sensitive exams, including rectal exams, if you will. We've devised a patient bill of rights and a patient responsibilities form, which directs patients about their rights and responsibilities, which includes the discrimination kind of things and all that. Trying to model it after larger medical groups like Kaiser or Cigna. I've discussed with my staff guarding against being too informal with patients, and try to build a stronger barrier with patients in the event that they've become somewhat lax that way and decline gifts. I'm working on a consent form, I think, for patients that request STD testing, or in patients who have had rectal warts, for example, that were treated. Their risk for anal cancer is higher than the general population, and the standard of care at this point is to do a pap smear of the anal canal yearly. And so for those individuals with that history that come in, I'm going to engage in that as well. And there's probably no reason not to do it for women for a pap smear as well. Dr. Garby, she had made a comment to me about a mechanism to help protect myself from unknown patients that come to see you that could have some emotional instability, such as history of assault and things of that nature, to have a question on the intake sheet that asks if the patient has been physically or emotionally or sexually abused, which then if they were to indicate that they had been, then that could give me an indicator to be much more judicious and upfront, explaining everything and not just take for granted that they are okay with something. We get busy as physicians and doing the same things over and over again that we don't oftentimes realize that a new patient may not see it as just a routine thing. And I try to be fairly educational with my patients that come in to see me, but sometimes I can be busy too, and in a hurry just kind of mention this is what we're going to do and then go ahead and do it, kind of a thing. So I'm planning to make these changes in an effort to hopefully not have future problems like this. I'm saddened that I've lost 3 patients as a result of this sort of thing. That's my saying.
Yeah. I have a question, but any questions of Dr. Cipolla? Any further questions? Doctor, why do you think you are receiving these complaints? They're 3 separate people filing separate complaints. Why do you believe, do you have any thought at all as to why you are receiving these complaints?
I guess I could propose, I don't know. I guess I could propose that there's some conspiracy. Why should there be one? I've been involved in the community here for many years. I was one of a small number of physicians that treated gay patients here in the early years, as well as patients with HIV when it was difficult for those individuals. They were very appreciative back in those days of doctors that took care of them when other people wouldn't necessarily. The environment is a lot different now than it was in the early, mid-'80s, treating patients within the community. They had a much more grateful appreciation of you as a doctor. Today, the community has a much more aggressive viewpoint that I'm here for what I want, and I want you to give it to me, and if you don't, then I know how to make your life miserable. And I have a lot of patients. I have a lot of gay patients. I have a lot of straight patients. My straight patients love me. I don't have any problems with them. Most of my gay patients love me, and I don't have any problems with them. Most of them have been with me for 20-some years. But it seems like there's a population of younger people now that hold you in a much more aggressive account. And I guess I'm just not used to that. And that's the only thing I can think of why 3 individuals from the community would collectively do that. The individuals from the gay community are very connected together, and so they talk together. And so going way back to the beginnings of when there was Body Positive here, which was an AIDS service organization to help people that had HIV, I was very outspoken about behaviors that caused the gay community a lot of grief in terms of acquisition of HIV and STDs. And there was all of this hype about getting services for those individuals like toasters and microwaves, and it became very attractive for people to become HIV infected because they could get services. And I found that not very good. So I was pretty outspoken within the community about responsibility and behavior, and a lot of individuals didn't care for me being outspoken about that. I was also outspoken about how funds within Body Positive were being diverted on some level, and many individuals within the community didn't like that either. And so I think that has sort of followed me over the years, particularly when I'm there to practice medicine and help people be as healthy as they can. But at the same time, when people are recurringly irresponsible about their behaviors, I tell them that. And I think maybe some people don't like that I do that.
What is Grindr?
Grindr is an application. I don't know what it stands for, but it's similar to Tinder and those dating apps, but it's specifically geared towards gay and bisexual men, and is more or less a hookup site. And interestingly, the Maricopa County Public Health Department, they started advertising on Grindr after they approached me and wanted to know how come I have so many STD cases in my practice, and I explained to them where they were coming from. They felt that this was an avenue that they needed to be involved in too, and so then they became involved with it. I've subsequently stopped advertising on there because the cost to advertise is horrific now, and I can't justify it.
Why do you sense that there are commonalities among all three cases in one form or another? Aggressive hugging, aggressive anal exams, the sexually related texting, three separate people, multiple separate cases, but was seeing or hearing, at least from them, the commonalities.
I don't believe that they're isolated individuals from each other, frankly.
If I may, if I may, only one patient complained about the very appropriate anal swabs, and then patient number 2, who said nothing about it in his complaint, said, "Oh, yeah, I got them too." So there's sort of a gang mentality when you have the complainants listening to each other. I've seen that as a lawyer in my 30-some years.
If that's the case. Does anyone on the board or Mr. Franken, Dr. Spola, want to get into the exam by Dr. Gray or Dr. Garvey?
Yeah, I would like to, but I just have one question.
Okay, for that we'll go into executive session, but go ahead with the question, please.
I want you to comment on these, I don't know where they came from, like Richard S. or R. S. Phoenix basically was on, and they wrote about their visit with you, and you go through these, and we have 3 or 4 of them. There's like these multiple evaluations of you, and they're not positive. So, for me, if a patient does that, I mean, it would seem that there is some credence to it. So, I want you to comment on these multiple. I don't know where this came from.
Online reviews, correct?
They came up
online reviews, and because some of them are damaging.
Right. So those came off of Yelp, from what I understand, and I don't know who those people are. They are not necessarily patients. You don't have to be a patient to put your initials on there and write a review. Interestingly, one of those reviews is very similar to the complaints of CZ, almost verbatim, which is striking to me. You can do whatever you want to do on the internet and get away with it. And how do you defend yourself against people writing things that you don't know who they are? And they could be the same person changing their name and writing something over and over again. So I don't know. I don't have a comment.
Are there any other questions? With that, I'm going to we move into executive session for confidential medical information. We are all going to stay here, and we ask everyone in the audience to please wait outside.
And please take all your belongings with you.
and then 8B, Feng Dong Nguyen, an applicant, plus any other applicant who might come in between now and the time we break, and then we'll pick up with 6D.
And Mr. Lando, I believe that 7A stayed as well.
Okay, and we'll then deal with 7A before lunch, and then after lunch we'll pick up with 6D. Okay, so we can catch up. Any questions by anyone else, or else I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Franken for any closing comment. Seeing no questions, Mr. Franken, it's your floor.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you've allowed me to, as we went along, make some points so I can be brief. As you can tell, Dr. Cipolla is very concerned about having to be here, concerned about these complaints, has taken them incredibly seriously. He's done everything he can to provide to the board the information necessary, has been totally cooperative, and I think what I'll just say it one more time, the most serious allegation was from a gentleman who just decided it was not important enough to show up, CZ, he didn't testify under oath, and I think it's appropriate to infer why that would be. He just didn't want to testify under oath to what he's testified to. The two other gentlemen who came in, once they were finished answering questions, it became apparent that frankly, a lot of their complaints really don't amount to anything approaching unprofessional conduct, and certainly not anything that would approach causing harm or danger to a patient or the public. Frankly, their most damaging information had to do with when they said something like, well, I went out and talked to some people and they all agreed with me. We know as lawyers that is about the least credible information any finder of fact could ever get is what somebody said. It's called hearsay, and it's impossible to defend. In the Internet age, we've actually created something even worse than that, and that is the Internet and Yelp and such websites where you can just post anything you want about anybody. Just take your favorite restaurant or your favorite professional or your favorite hotel, and you will be stunned how bad the worst couple of comments are. And other than being generally not credible, they can be very damaging because they're out there. And hopefully the board understands that Yelp postings and rank hearsay really doesn't count for anything when you're talking about a professional's license. And it's not just Dr. Cipolla's career here. He does have a lot of patients that depend and rely on him, and I think he thrives on helping his patients. And obviously, allegations like this can be devastating to, first of all, a doctor's reputation, of course, but then having to subject oneself to these sort of proceedings and fear the risk of discipline for something he simply did not do, which can end up indirectly or perhaps directly affecting his patient population. For example, if Dr. Cipolla loses health insurance contracts and all of a sudden we have someone like the second witness here who happened to be an attorney who doesn't even have health insurance, and he doesn't have a doctor because he doesn't have health insurance, if Dr. Cipolla loses health insurance contracts, patients won't be able to get care with him, and it becomes a domino effect that hurts everyone. So on behalf of Dr. Cipolla, we certainly appreciate the board listening to everything. As we both of us said at the beginning, we certainly appreciate the board taking these allegations that were brought here seriously and allowing these patients to give their stories. But the allegations against Dr. Cipolla are that he has subjected patients and the public to risk of harm and danger, and it just has not even come close to arising to that from the so-called evidence that we've heard here. And as importantly, as Dr. Cipolla has mentioned, he certainly learned from these complaints. He hasn't seen anything like this before. He's befuddled as to why if you count the first one, 3 complaints, then they really weren't similar, but there are 3 complaints along the lines that the board has heard, all happening within about a year's time is unusual to say the least, but he certainly got the message loud and clear that he needs a chaperone in these situations to protect everyone involved. And I believe that should be enough to allay the concerns of this board that these complaints are not going to happen anymore, because people generally, I guess I've never seen a complaint when there's a chaperone or a witness in the room. The only complaints I've ever seen was when it's one-on-one and the doctor is essentially a sitting duck for any sort of allegation. And and the 2 gentlemen that did appear today, and the board was very generous with its time in allowing them to talk and talk and talk, but if you listen to what they had to say, there wasn't a whole lot of substance to it, and there was a lot of backpedaling on what it is Dr. Cipolla supposedly did wrong to deserve these complaints. So with that in mind, I'd respectfully ask this matter be dismissed, all 3 of these complaints be dismissed, and one of them has already been recommended for dismissal by the investigative staff, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate all your comments, and I will say that the board was generous in its time to everyone here.
Understood.
Today.
I agree.
Okay, with that said, let us start with 0138A KT. The way this all works is we will discuss each case and determine where the board wishes to go. If the board does find a violation, then it would move on to the disposition phase. Okay, as to 0138A KT, and as usual, being the chair, I'll talk last. Any comments? Where you all like to go?
On 0138A, I would like to make a motion to dismiss.
There's a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to dismiss and second. Any discussion? I'll say that. First, I'll give Dr. Reese. Anything you want to add?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to oppose the motion. I think the testimony from KT was compelling as to his comments, and I guess there's clearly here a pattern. I found KT very credible. I found that, to me, he has convinced me that there were aggressive anal exams, there were sexually related comments, there were text messages back and forth. I think he is listening to everyone, including Dr. Cipolla. I think there is evidence that there were some underlying concerns regarding the marijuana, or underlying reasons for the marijuana denial and some of the other issues. And I believe in this case, the way Dr. Cipolla, the way you practiced medicine, does harm the patient and falls below the community standard and does endanger patient or public's health. So I understand this case centered maybe initially on the records and on the medical marijuana card, and I take nothing away from you for denying a medical marijuana card in itself, but in considering the entire case, I think there's I think the examination, the method of the examination, the comments made to the patient, and the interaction with the patient violates the statute. So that's my thought, and therefore I will vote no on the motion.
I'm going to support what you said because I would like to believe everything that Dr. Cipolla said, but I think that there's a miss somewhere. I don't think that you quite recognize how you come across to some of your patients, and that some of your behaviors are very disturbing to them. I think I just felt that you negated them, and their what is called so-called evidence to me is real evidence, and that this is, I think you're genuine towards your patients. I think that you want to do the right thing, but I don't know that you recognize what is really happening here. That there, particularly the first case, but all of the cases, including especially the first and the third case, gave me a sense that there is something awry in your interaction with patients, and that you chalk it up to conspiracy or retribution or not filling out the card, but my understanding from listening to these patients is that it's beyond that there is something that is inherent in your interaction with certain patients that leads them to believe that you are grooming them or want to have some other kind of interaction with them or feel, and they're uncomfortable with it. And that to me is a significant danger to the public.
One other comment, it is probably, I don't know if I want to use the word rare, but that may be a fair word, where the complainant does come. And in this case, 2 of the 3 chose to come, which is probably out of the norm. And that, I think that tells you something. And maybe, I don't know, because it didn't happen, but maybe on its surface, if I just read one without the complainant here, maybe I would have agreed, Dr. Madam or Dr. Erbstrasser. And Mr. Frank has been in court many, many times, and so have I, and a trier of fact just listens to all the witnesses, takes in all the evidence, and determines credibility and weight, and then issues if you want to call it a decision or a verdict. And let's say hypothetically you have a jury of 8 or 12, and sometimes you get hung juries because sometimes people look at credibility and judge it different ways. The typical jury instruction is you judge the credibility of the witnesses. So I put myself here and I listen to everyone and I take it all in and I consider the comments and the credibility of everyone, and I base a lot of it on that in this case, and that enters into my decision making. So, any other comments before we vote?
Yes.
I think you can't say anything.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yeah, because we're into the discussion part. Okay.
Well, on the fact that I'm voting no, is based on just a lot of different information that I can't really say that is true information. And there isn't any really facts to prove it otherwise. If you show me a text, if you show me these things, then that has a lot more credence with me.
Yeah, that goes into your decision.
That goes into my decision making.
Right, sure.
So I could see how this can be, for lack of a better term, like a husband and wife fight. I mean, people say things in such a way that they can be very condemning, and that's why you're here. I'm just going to say I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Anything else? The motion is to dismiss. So a yes vote is a motion to dismiss the case. A no vote is in opposition to the motion to dismiss the case.
No, wait, we made a motion to dismiss. the
Right,
case.
so a yes vote.
Yes.
Yeah, a yes vote is the motion to dismiss. All in favor indicate by saying.
Let's do a roll call.
Oh, yeah. Let's do a roll call vote.
Okay. Mr. Berg?
I'll be abstaining.
Thank you. Dr. Erbstrasser?
Yes.
Dr. Madam?
Aye.
Dr. Reese?
No.
Mr. Landau?
No. Okay, so the motion fails 2-2. So now we have another motion, and I'll move, and then we'll go from there. I'll move we find that Dr. Cipolla violated 32-1854, 6, and 38. For the reasons I stated specifically, in my opinion, the facts show that Dr. Cipolla performed overly aggressive anal exams. He gave longer than normal hugs, which to me were of a sexual nature. The terminology, daddy's good boy, is of a sexual nature. There were text messages between a patient and Dr. Cipolla of sexual nature, and I think there were ulterior motives for denying initially denying a medical marijuana card. So that is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, and we'll have a...
Am I able to make a statement?
No, not this time. Yeah, that's the same thing as I mentioned previously. It's just limited to the 5 of us right now. Okay, roll call vote.
Okay. Mr. Berg?
I'll be abstaining.
Dr. Erbstrasser?
Yes.
Dr. Madam?
No.
Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Mr. Landau?
Aye.
I want to be clear about this. Didn't we just vote to dismiss the case?
No, we didn't. The motion failed.
That was the last one.
Yeah.
That was the last vote. This was a different. This is a different statement. Do you want to go? Did you not hear?
No, I got it now. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Do you want to change your vote?
Your vote, yes.
You voted yes on my motion to find violation of the statute.
And the statute is?
Engaging in the practice of medicine in a manner that harms or may harm a patient, or that the board determines falls below the community standard, and any conduct or practice that endangers a patient or the public's health or may reasonably be expected to do so. And my motion was on both of them. You could split it and take it each individually too, but that's what my motion was.
No.
Okay.
Change my vote.
All right. So that motion fails as well. So we're kind of at a stalemate. I'm going to, at this point, move we go into executive session for legal advice. I have one question and one thought, but we'll go outside. Everyone can stay here.
Is there a second?
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
This is what we're going to do. Similar to a jury deliberation, I guess. We're going to go ahead and discuss this a little bit further and see if anyone wants to reconsider his position one way or another. If no agreement's reached, which is fine, then we're going to rehear the case with hopefully our 2 other members who are here, Dr. Speakerman, who's not here, and Mr. Berg, and then we'll go from there. So, with that,
Mr. Landau,
yeah.
Just for your all's benefit, I was advised by our Assistant Attorney General, because I was not here for the entirety of the proceeding, that I should abstain, which is why even
if you're wondering, it's pretty well given.
And he had an emergency this morning, so.
My apologies.
Yeah.
No apology necessary.
Okay. With that, are there we'll reopen the floor. Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Yeah.
Because I just want to get the timeline here. When did KT become a patient of yours?
Well, we can't ask any more questions. The testimony's over. It's just a discussion now.
All right.
Yeah, that's the nature of the business. So it's kind of like a jury deliberation. Okay. Dr. Reese needs to log back in. These things go off after a while. Dr. Maynham, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I hate to say, from my opinion, I think I'd honestly have to rehear the case to redetermine. I don't think I could change my vote otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Dr. Reese, anything you'd like to say?
Well, I think that there's more to this than just the facts. That the truth of it lies somewhere in between. And I just can't wrap my thinking around the fact that Dr. Cipolla had a sexual relationship with somebody, and then I don't know what the timeline is, but takes that patient on as a patient, and there is this feeling of by the patient that Dr. Cipolla is aggressively harming him or aggressively behaving towards him, or and how Dr. Cipolla let this go on and not being aware of how he's coming across or what that dynamic is. That disturbs me.
Okay. Yeah, my thought is clearly that the conduct of Dr. Cipolla vis-a-vis KT prior to, and I agree it's prior to the professional relationship, carried over to the professional relationship. And the actions by Dr. Cipolla during the professional relationship were, in my mind, influenced by what occurred prior to the relationship. And that, in one point, from a legal standpoint, maybe neither here nor there. But the actions in itself, and that may be, in my mind, reasons for the actions, as Dr. Reese refers to, the actions in themselves are what, to me, constitute the violation of the statute. The reasons for the actions, and I defer from a professional standpoint to you all, and especially Dr. Reese, the reasons for the actions may be up for debate, but to me, the actions themselves were present. And I find that the complainant was credible in his comments. And when you look at the comments, you look at the records that were presented to us, and I discount, let me say on all three, I discount Yelp completely. Yelp, I agree with Dr. Cipolla's position as to Yelp. And its evidentiary value is 0. So I take that off the equation. But from the comments from KT and from the material presented to us, I believe the actions occurred, and I believe the actions violate the statute. And that is simply where I am coming from. So that's why I vote the way I do. The timing of the relationship, and I think maybe we can assume that, or I'll assume for discussion, that the personal relationship predated the professional relationship. And though I believe there was a carryover. But, so if you say, well, there was a violation because he was having a sexual relationship with the patient, that's not the case. But it may have played a part in the conduct, but so I go back to my comment that the conduct in itself, the terminology used, the examination that's used, the examination mechanisms that were used, the interaction, the texts, my notes were, and if you all disagree, let me know, the texts were as during the patient relationship. The sexual contact between the two was prior to the sexual relationship, because he was specifically asked about that, and we can go back and pull the transcript if we need to. So, to me, that's what causes the violation.
No, I agree with your concerns. Without the texts themselves, though, it just is harder for me to draw a line with that.
And texts, I delete my texts every day, or else I'm going to, my phone's going to run out of capacity eventually. I don't know that anyone keeps texts. Maybe some people do. I don't know. Emails tend to stay longer, but so anyway, that's where I'm coming from.
Also, just to add to that, I think we adjudicate each case on its own merits, but in this situation, we have to include the other cases in our understanding of what's going on here. And so that the texts are important and would seal it, but regardless whether we have the text or not, I think that something went on here that shouldn't have gone on.
Well, for me, I'm still going to vote the way I did. I don't think I need to be absolutely sure, because I will tell you what will happen if it passes. Okay, and I'm concerned that in order for me to make a vote that I'm comfortable with, I have more questions. I just do. And it may involve the witnesses back. And I sure would appreciate if they did, because now I've seen them once and I got more questions. So I want to be right.
Okay, we all do. Okay, all right. Is there any other motion other than what we have talked about previously? Okay, hearing none, we are going to go ahead and reschedule this case, probably in September. Justin will get with you all about the scheduling, and Mr. Berg will be here, and we will contact Dr. Speakerman as well, and then we will go from there.
Mr. Landau, just to clarify, is that just case 18013?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's go to 18, I think 0125A is the second one. And any discussion on this case? Anyone would like to start off? Or else I'll be glad to start off, but this case is more of what we normally see, in the sense of the reports presented to us, and the doctor comes and let me bring this up, because here we go. And I need to find the letter here. Okay. Because it's on different screens, so pardon me. Oh, and then we listen to the facts and make a decision. My comments as to this one is somewhat similar to the first one. The sexual related conversations. You need a daddy unbuttoning the jeans, fondling the testicles, and yeah, there's an argument that the latter two are part of the exam, and that's what you do. There's the argument, well, that no, it's sexual in nature. How the whole encounter and how the whole examination took place is my opinion that it's in violation of the statute, and so my if at the appropriate time, I would make a motion that there was a violation of 1854, 6, and 39. So.
I'll second it.
Well, I have made a motion. I'll go ahead and make one, I guess, for discussion. I usually leave it to you all when someone else is, when I'm the chair, but I'll make that motion that we find a violation of 1854, 6, and 39. Dr. Reese, you second the motion?
Yes.
Okay, discussion.
This is very similar to the first case. I don't know why you can't group these together and just retry them, because you're asking me to vote. It's very similar to the first case. Okay, it's sexual deviant behavior, and you can't separate those two cases separately, in my opinion. And I think it needs. I don't know, Dr. Madam, what do you think?
This case, my primary concern was the evaluation that was done. I really couldn't draw too much useful information out of it. It sounded more like the evaluator was asking for my opinion. I was hoping for more clarity from Dr. Reese, but he said the exact same thing.
You expressed it very well. The evaluation was inadequate. It did not give us a psychosexual imprint. I don't know where we go from there.
My thought on the evaluation is, one way or another, it doesn't help us all that much, because I think we have to look at the facts of the case. Sure. The evaluation tells us more about the person and may have a bearing in, if there's a violation, what we should do with as far as that. But the facts of the case are the facts of the case. And whereas I agree with Dr. Erbstrasser as to any disposition of the case, where I think you can bring them all in together, the facts of the case, we have to find each individual case on its own merits. And then if there's a multiple finding, hypothetically talking, then we can consider all of that. So I look at this case on its own merits. So that's where I'm coming from.
The difficulty for me with this case is we didn't have a complainant here to testify. It would have been generous on the complainant's part if he could come here and testify. But yet, like you said, it folds into a pattern. And although we have to adjudicate it on its own merits, I think there's enough to adjudicate it, but it's still important as far as how it summarizes behavior.
Sure. Yeah, just the two things with the complainant not here and with the psychological evaluation not giving me any useful meat for me to react to. It gives me a hard time drawing a decision from that. I would love a better psychological evaluation to give me some insight as to what's going on.
And I don't know, Doctor.
I don't know that that would help us very much.
Okay.
Or if there can be one.
I don't know.
Because the psychological examination won't tell us whether it happened or not, and that's
I
not the
agree with
role of the psychiatrist.
Mhm.
So what are you looking for as far as the facts of the case? What are you looking for as far as...
No, it's
Really help
not
us.
about the fact that, no, obviously, that I'm not expecting that evaluation to tell me if something did or did not happen, but I was looking for some behavioral patterns to be identified.
Okay. All right, I see where you're...
Is that something I could get, Dr. Reese? Is that something I could expect from this interview? The psychological interview, sorry?
You should expect it, but psychosexual evaluations follow a format generally. This followed the format up to a point, but it didn't give us a real, what I would call a complete psychosexual history. So, but I don't think getting another psychosexual evaluation is going to help us.
Mr. Landau?
Yes.
What about issuing a subpoena to CZ, just continuing this, and then just issuing a subpoena to CZ?
Well, let's see how the vote turns out. Let's see how this gets resolved, and then we can go from there. Because this case is still pending, and so
Even if you had a psychosexual evaluation that said this individual has psychosexual areas of disturbance, you can't imply that the behavior is as a result of this disturbance. We have to go by what the behavior is. You can't just, because we all have certain elements of fantasy and things like that.
Okay.
interesting. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay, any further discussion? There's a motion made and second, so we'll call for a roll call vote.
Mr. Berg?
Abstain.
Dr. Erbstrasser?
No.
Dr. Madam?
No.
Dr. Reese?
Yes.
Mr. Landau?
Aye. Okay, so again, we have a tie vote, and we will rehear this case probably in September. So let's go to the third one, which is 180101A. And same allegations, and entertain discussion on this case. This is empty.
Well, I felt MT almost felt guilty being here. He wanted to be here and explain to that, but once he got going, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I don't know. Okay, I thought there was some question in my mind about his testimony.
But it seemed MT was not as skillful at communicating, though. Possibly even a more vulnerable person because of it. That raised some concern for me.
Concern about MT or concern about the doctor?
Concern about the doctor because of MT's vulnerability. Could you give me some insight on that, Dr. Reese?
Well, what was the concern?
What was your impression from the patient?
I think the patient has problems, but I think he's a credible witness in what he said.
I thought so, too.
And beyond that, I'm not sure what you...
No, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
I think he's a credible witness.
Yeah, I think MT was very credible. You're right. I agree with you 100%. He has difficulty communicating. I think he was much more vulnerable. I think he was taken advantage of. He was put in a difficult position. I really give him a lot of credit for being here. I think it was easier. KT, the other witness, has a degree, communications. it's easy for him. MT clearly has issues verbally communicating it, so which to me gives him even more credibility for stepping up and doing this. It was that important to him, and I believe he was telling the truth.
Oh, absolutely. And I think in some respects he was also trying to protect Dr. Cipolla. He didn't want to go too far.
Yeah.
And he was very concerned about, there's some kind of love dynamic on the part of the patient, and he didn't want to disturb that. And that word love, it's come across a few times, and what that means ultimately, I'm not sure, but I think that he was very hurt by this interaction with Dr. Cipolla, and that his rendition was valid.
Yeah, and here he stated, well, again, he raised an anal exam, something not right, and said normally doctors give him the swab, and you all can comment more on that. There was texting of a sexual nature during the exam, during the relationship, the daddy comment, a hugging comment, sex being a big part of the conversation. That all leads to me that the examination and the relationship of Dr. Cipolla towards MT was of a way and manner that harmed him clearly, and could harm a patient, and does fall below the community standard, and endangered his health. And I told Mr. Franken, I respectfully disagree on how we took his comment on the hugging, and I think, boy, doctor's hugging me. There's really something here, and turns out he hugs other people, so I'm not as good as I thought I was, and there's a saying in law that you take your witness as they come, and there may be strong points or other issues that affect him, but again, we look at the credibility, and I felt he was credible. So I'll go ahead and make the same motion I've made previously, that I find that there's a violation of 32-1854, 6 and 38 for the reasons stated. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Madam. Is there a further discussion? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote.
Mr. Berg.
You abstaining?
Dr. Erbstrasser.
No.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
Aye. The motion carries. Before we move into the next phase, I really want to thank you all. This is a really thoughtful, it's a very difficult set of cases, very thoughtful discussion, and we'll hear more, but I do want to offer my appreciation. I've been involved in a lot of legal cases, and I've sat as a judge with juries, and with juries that initially didn't come to decisions, and I really do appreciate you all comments and really looking at this seriously. So I thank you for that. Okay, we now come to the phase of what disposition, and I notice in the, at least in the profile, I know there was one probationary term from a number of years.
May I just ask, would it make more sense to consider the disposition of
Yeah.
this case after we do the rehearing on the other?
Yeah, now you started talking, I'm thinking that might be a good idea. So, but I'll hear from the board as to what it wants to do.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that you could split them.
Yeah, all right. All right, we'll put off the disposition. Mr. Frank, do you know your schedule is September work?
I believe so. I'll certainly.
What's the date?
September 14th.
Does it work for us?
That's
That would help.
yeah, September 14th is the scheduled board meeting date.
Later in the month. Yeah. September 14th. am I going to be here becomes the question.
And then while you're looking, I don't know, Mr. Fredkin and Dr. Cipolla, if he would be willing to consider abiding by and extending the consent agreement where he would agree to voluntarily continue the chaperones until this matter's finalized.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
No question.
Okay. Yeah, I leave for a Federation meeting on the visit to New York board, the 18th. So 14th works. Work for you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I'll advise the board Monday or Tuesday.
Okay,
for sure.
that'd be great. Just let Justin know, and that'd be
You bet.
fantastic.
Mr. Lando?
Yes.
Gene made a good point about maybe subpoenaing. Should we talk about that now for CZ?
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that administratively. So
Okay.
that's not an issue.
All right.
That's not an issue. Okay. Is there any further business on these cases? If not, I thank you very much, Dr. Cipolla, Mr. Frank. Thank you for your professionalism and your time. And we'll see you, unless something changes, we'll see you on September 14th. And we'll be in recess till 1 p.m. for lunch. And again, I do want to thank you all very much.
Mr. Landau, before
Yeah.
you recess, I believe that there is an applicant that was waiting patiently.
Oh, okay.
And if we were available to deal with her case.
Let's do it. Get Dr. Cunningham and get the applicant.
It was 8B, correct, is the applicant?
Yeah, I'll confirm.
What are we doing? Are we doing the applicant?
Yeah, we're going to grab Dr. Cunningham.
I need to close all these out.
I think it's going to be Win. Gonna be who? I think it's going to be Win. I think it's going to be Win.
We're doing two of them again. No, we're doing two of the Cipolla cases again. They split 2-2.
Okay.
And we found the violation of the third one.
Okay.
So,
We're going to have a rehearing? Or
yeah, rehearing. Hopefully, we can get Dr. Speakerman to join us. What?
Dr. Cunningham.
Mr. Speaker shows up, Dr. Speaker shows up, and I'm here too.
Say it again?
Sorry, the applicant for 8B is present.
Yeah, hopefully we're in the same situation again.
Hang on, you guys. We're trying to get through the... I know you guys have been a crazy morning. Go ahead.
The
Justin.
applicant for 8B is present if you'd like to hear with
It's
Dr. Wynn.
Yeah, we said we'd go ahead and hear that one.
8B?
8B, yes.
Doctor, could you come forward, please? I'm trying to get back online here. It's timed out. Please have a seat there. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being so patient this morning. Let me get my computer up. All right.
Thank you.
My computer is still working. Please be patient. I'm sorry. I know you guys have had an exhausting morning. Okay, agenda. Okay. I believe this is yours, isn't it, Justin? Or is this is John's? John's. John, would you mind just a brief review of her application?
Traffic guy.
Doctor, please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Could you pronounce it for me so I know how to pronounce it?
Yes, Fung Nguyen.
Fung Nguyen, okay. Dr. Fung Nguyen applied for an Arizona osteopathic license on March 1st, 2019. She meets the education, training, and examinations requirement for licensure. Dr. Nguyen did not disclose a yes answer under the professional conduct history portion of the application regarding arrest for being being charged, charged with or convicted of any felony, misdemeanor, but did explain a DUI charge, which she said is considered a traffic offense in New Jersey and not a misdemeanor, felony, or any other criminal offense. The details of that incident, Dr. Gwynn explained that she answered no on question number 1, section 9 on the initial licensure application, but in the spirit of transparency, she wanted the board to be aware that she was charged with DWI in 2016 in New Jersey. She states that DWI is a traffic offense in the state of New Jersey and is not considered a misdemeanor, felony, or criminal offense of any kind. That is the reason for the response as it was on her application. She explained that on the evening of March 12, 2016, she went to dinner and had 3 drinks at a nearby restaurant. While on her way home, she was stopped by the local police. She indicated that the incident did not involve an accident or any injuries to any other person resulting from her decision to drive home. She was issued a traffic summons for DWI, careless driving, an unregistered vehicle, and for refusal to give a breath sample. Dr. Gwynn advised that on her court appearance on May 10, 2016, she entered a plea of guilty to the charge of DWI as a Tier 1 offender, which she stated is the lesser of 2 DWI levels in New Jersey. The court sentenced her to a minimum mandatory penalty of $639 in fines, a 3-month suspension of her driver license, and 12 hours in the Intoxicated Driver Resource Center. The other 3 remaining charges were dismissed, and it was determined that no further evaluation or treatment was necessary. Dr. Gwynn provided a copy of the court order and certification and an IDRC course completion letter. She acknowledges that on the evening of March 12, 2016, she made an error in judgment, and her actions on that evening were not acceptable. She wishes to assure this board that that was an isolated incident and was completely out of character for her, as she has no prior record of subsequent offenses of any kind, and this incident is not a reflection of who she is or how she conducts herself daily as a physician or how she makes decisions when treating patients. This was an extremely humbling experience for her. She reported that she takes full responsibility for what happened, and she is prepared to do whatever necessary to prove that she possesses integrity as well as a sound mind and judgment to practice medicine and surgery safely in Arizona.
We got a little ring there. Doctor, you heard what Mr. Schattenberg just reviewed your case. Could you might just give us a little, I know you gave us some explanation, but and Mr. Landau, he wrote the DUI laws for the state of Arizona, so I'm not sure why you didn't report it. I thought that in all states you'd report a DWI or whatever it is. We consider that.
Yeah, there was a plea of guilty and a fine and some detention, so clearly it was a criminal offense, which would have to be a felony or a misdemeanor. But I think it is somewhat of a technical legal issue, and that's not my concern. Just as a suggestion, in reporting, if you're not sure, go ahead and do it. It's safer that way. But the issue is what led to the DUI and why the DUI, and where are you now in the circumstances that led to the DUI, and why you would drink that much, and then go out and drive, which, as I can tell you from cases I've been involved in, will lead to people getting killed and seriously injured. That's more of what I'd want to hear.
Could you talk in the microphone and just pull that microphone over to you? Thank you.
So, on that evening, I went out to dinner with my partner at the time. I had 3 drinks, and at that time, I didn't think that I was drunk. We live very close by, so I wanted to go home and decided to drive. I got pulled over by the police officer who said that I made a wide turn. He had me perform the field sobriety test, which I failed. The 4 summons were stated previously, and the judge threw out the rest of the other 3 charges and charged me with the DWI. I realized this was clearly an error in judgment in myself in that evening. And after everything was done, after losing the license for 3 months, going to the classes, I kind of just, I don't drink at all since the incident. But it really was a life lesson for me. Just every time I think about it, I extremely embarrassed and really upset at myself for making that decision. I should have known better. Even though I'm not in the hospital, just being in any community, I should always compose myself to a physician's standards, which I failed at that evening. What I'm here and what I just want to assure you or want to show myself is that I've always been a responsible person my whole life. I've never had any previous or any ongoing problems. I never had any problems during residency, whether it's patient care, clinical work, academics, or any interpersonal relationships or issues. It's an isolated, one-time incident that would never happen again. It really was a learning experience. Talking to my lawyer at the time, going to court, and every time I think about it, it really made me remind me that I have to be extremely careful and really have to behave and hold myself to a higher standard. I really love my job and I love what I do, and I really just would like the opportunity to look forward to my career.
What type of physician are you? Internal medicine or?
General surgery.
General surgery. So you're a surgeon. Where are you going to be practicing?
In Bullhead City.
Bullhead City. Okay. John and I were just talking about going up there. So it's going to be hot up there. That's all I can say.
Real hot.
New York to Bullhead City. I'm from New York. New York to Bullhead City is a big change. How'd you end up in Bullhead City?
I've been moving around since I was young. I grew up in Saigon.
Right.
Came here when I was 12. Our family came to Kansas City when we first came here because it was just randomization of where you relocate. And then went to college in Missouri, went to New York for school. I lived in New York for 4 years, and now I live in Phillies.
Where did you go to college in Missouri?
Truman State University.
Truman State? Yeah. My dad's from Kansas City, and I went to med school in Kansas City. So, my only thing is I'm glad to hear you're not drinking. What do you do for a de-stressor? I'm curious. Surgeon is going to be a very stressful job, and so I'm curious, what do you do for de-stressing? I can tell you take yourself very seriously, so that's why I'm asking that.
Yes. I do have to say that residency changes you, and me as a physician and as a surgeon changes drastically when I was an intern, as a second-year resident, to now in my chief year. And it's a gradual, changing process. And now when I have a difficult problem at work or, at home, I go running. Go to the
so you
gym.
exercise. Good.
Yes. And then once I make that conscious decision to cool down first, because you can't, or even if you have a difficult patient, you can't say or do anything when you're flustered, because the decision will be wrong. So I take the time to step back first, and then I make a list of, why, pros and cons, so to speak, what I should do, and then what would happen in each scenario.
Okay. Dr. Reese, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Go ahead.
The one thing, just so you'll know, here in Arizona, you made the comment, which is a common comment, that you didn't think you were drunk. Drunk's not the standard. It's ability to drive a vehicle impaired to the slightest degree. So it's a much less of a requirement than drunk. So
I completely agree with you on that. Like I said, I don't have any explanation or excuse for my action that night. To say that that evening I didn't feel or didn't think that I was intoxicated, it really is meaningless. I did something that was wrong, and there are consequences to the action.
I move for granting of an unrestricted license.
I'll second that, but is there any discussion, any other questions that the board members have? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Welcome to the state of Arizona. Good luck to you. Thank you for coming today, okay? And I'm sorry you had to wait so long today.
Yeah.
It's a very long process. Good luck and have a good... Are you driving back up to Bullhead City? Is that where you're going?
No, I'm actually flying back to Philly. I'm on call tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness. I hope you have get some rest on the plane, okay?
Been on that flight.
Thank you.
I didn't hear you say unrestricted license.
Yeah.
Unrestricted license?
Welcome. You're good to go.
Thank you.
You're good to go. All right.
Let's go break for lunch, you guys.
Break for lunch.
Okay. How about you, Justin? Ready to roll?
Ready to roll.
Okay. We're back in session for the afternoon session. We're going to continue with the investigative hearings, and we're going to start with DO-18-0134A, Salem Actor DO, license number 4583. Dr. Ackar, could you please come forward, please? Thank you. Just have a seat there. And this is your counsel that's with you? Great. Have a seat there, too. Can you swear in Dr. Ackar for us?
Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Doctor, could you introduce also your counsel with you as well, or your counsel going to introduce herself?
Yeah, Mrs. Bustos. She's my attorney.
Okay, great.
Rita Bustos.
Great. Doctor, could you just briefly tell us your training and the type of practice that you have now?
Okay, yeah. I completed my
Talk right into the
from
microphone. Talk right in the microphone, because we're all a little hard of hearing, including me.
Okay, good afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. I completed my DO from the New York College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Okay.
It's in 2003. And after that, I do my residency. First year is in internal medicine in the Good Samaritan Hospital there in New York. And then I came here and I completed 2 years in family medicine through the Midwestern University Consortium.
So you're board certified in family medicine?
I'm board certified.
Family medicine?
In family medicine.
Great. Okay, and where are you working now?
I'm working with a banner in Boswell Medical Center.
Okay, as a hospitalist?
As a hospitalist. I'm working as a hospitalist for the last 12 years with Banner.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Praz, can you do a brief review of the OMC?
This case was reviewed by a board-certified hospitalist. This involved an 82-year-old male that was admitted to Boswell in March of 2018 through the emergency room. He had multiple medical problems. It meant he was admitted with fever, dyspnea, and chest discomfort, and was diagnosed with pneumonia. The patient began to have problems with abdominal pain on March 26th, which was 2 days after he was admitted, when he complained of some epigastric discomfort. Over the next 2 days, the physician hospital progress notes did not mention abdominal concerns, but 2 nursing assessments mentioned abdominal tenderness. On March 29th, the infectious disease consultant that was on the case mentioned the patient felt constipated and had abdominal pain. None of these episodes seemed to be severe enough to warrant a further workup. On March 30th, Dr. Akhtar assumed care of the patient as he was a hospitalist. He wrote on that date that he planned to discharge the patient when it was okayed with pulmonary and infectious disease. The next day, Dr. Akhtar noted the patient had been having some intermittent pain in his abdomen, but it was now better. On April 1st, Dr. Akhtar noted that the patient was having, again, intermittent pain in the abdomen, and the patient was complaining of constipation. a gastrointestinal examination was normal, a KUB was ordered and was read as normal. On the late afternoon and evening of April 1st, the patient began to decline. At 17:02, Dr. Akhtar was notified that the Tylenol was not working and Bentyl was ordered. At 18:13, Dr. Akhtar was notified that the patient's daughter wanted him to call her. At 18:44, he was notified that the patient vomited and Zofran was not working. There was no evidence in the medical records that Dr. Akhtar responded to the last two notifications. Later in the evening, a hospitalist covering for Dr. Akhtar was notified of the patient's condition, and multiple investigations were ordered, including a CT scan of the abdomen and pelvis without contrast. The radiologist did not note any acute abnormalities, but did note a possible non-descendant testicle within the right inguinal canal. Also, lactic acid was elevated, and there was a mild new leukocytosis. On April 2nd, Dr. Akhtar noted the patient was having intermittent abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. He discussed the CT findings in his progress note and ordered a urology consult. He noted that the patient was tender in the groin area on palpation, but did not make any kind of comment about whether or not the testicles were descended. He wrote that he planned to discharge the patient on April 3rd if stable and okay with urology. Then the OMC that reviewed our case wasn't aware that Dr. Akhtar was actually fired from the case by the patient's daughter on, I believe, the 2nd or maybe the 3rd.
Third morning.
And so our consultant found fault with Dr. Akhtar for not writing a progress note on the 3rd and for not following up on any abnormal lab. But what we learned later is that Dr. Akhtar was no longer on the case because the daughter was unhappy with him and asked to have a new hospitalist. So everything that happened after that, he can't obviously be responsible for. But unfortunately, they did do another CT scan of the abdomen and pelvis, which revealed complete occlusion of the celiac artery and superior mesenteric artery, and that was on April 4th. And there was anyway, they took him to they wanted to take him to surgery, but I think he was too far gone, and they did comfort care, and he died the morning of the April 5th. So our consultant felt that he failed to round, but again, he wouldn't have rounded because he wasn't on the case anymore. But his concern is he failed to address an abnormal lactic acid level obtained on the evening of April 1st, and then failed to address an even higher one the early morning hours of April 2nd. And then he also didn't respond to the abnormal elevated white count. And then he also thought it was odd that he would not make mention or not do an exam himself of the testicle that was noted on the exam, or the CT scan. But again, that probably wouldn't have caused that kind of abdominal pain. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Prawn. Doctor, would you care to comment about some of the concerns that the OMC had than our specialists that reviewed this case?
Yeah, I can tell you what happened and what I was thinking at that time. If I can start, because it all started, as you have seen, I already gave you my supplemental and everything is written there.
We've got all that, so we don't need to go through
I don't want to go through that. You know everything.
Yeah.
So what happens is, what I understand, what is the concern here, that on April 1, they said that his lactic acid is high. I have seen that his lactic acid is high, but it is minimally high. Patient was admitted as pneumonia, COPD, and fibrosis, and a lot of things to say he can go in a sepsis, because those who works in the hospital in acute care all the time, lactic acid being first thing in the mind should come is the sepsis. So, but it is only 2.8. Lactic acid is only 2.8. WBCs are not increased. I don't know. If you see my note, it is clearly written there. It is only 11 at the time. So I was thinking there are two obvious results I can take it from. One is either his infection is already there. He was on antibiotics, and antibiotics was started for the last 4 or 5 days before me. It is already started because of the pneumonia. So I said at that time the intermittent pain, it was such a atypical pain. He always say that in the epigastric area, and sometimes he say it goes down somewhere. Okay, in epigastric area, one of my colleagues, he already got the EKG. They want to rule out because he had a history of heart problems. It should not be ST elevation. He found ST elevation though. That's why cardiology is involved too. Before that, ID is involved already, and pulmonology is already working with them, with the patient. So, okay, and at the time of when his lactic acid was slightly high, it's already intravenous fluids are started on him, number one thing. And number two, there was no other evidence of, you can see white cells are normal, no fever, heart rate is okay. There was no vital signs which shows that he is in sepsis at the time. Blood pressure was normal at the time.
I thought his white cells were elevated. Isn't that what you said?
They were.
11.1, that is
11.
normal.
They did go up after that, though. They did go up the next day, right?
Yeah, it goes. No, even the next day it was not so high. It went on a 4. Anyway, so the next day he went in the night time. He had again the pain. Who is the night hospital is there? He sent him for the CT scan, and he also put him on NPO and started all the antibiotics intravenous. Because again, the lactic acid, if it jumps, first thing in the mind, those who are working in the acute care, is the sepsis. Okay, the CT scan was not seen by him. He started the antibiotics and keep him NPO, and in the morning, I have seen that. But there was, last time he had a pain in 3 o'clock in the night. After that, he has no pain at all. He was NPO, intravenous fluid, so, and no pain, and there is no white cell. So I said, okay, it is going on fine. He don't have any pain medication after 3 o'clock. Since when I have seen whole thing, it's almost 8 o'clock or something like that. Okay, but the CT scan was not seen by anybody. I have to see the CT scan, and I just go for the CT scan. And I realize, which is a shocking, it is a finding, I was not expecting 80-year-old with a testicle descent was not there. Testicle is undescended. So, but I was not convinced with that, because I don't think 82-year-old patient can have undescended testicle, and he don't have any other problem. So anyway, I go there and I examine the patient at that time. And he told me that he don't have any pain, only the epigastric pain, which he already have, this GERD problem he has. And the CT scan is showing clear cut that he has a hiatal hernia too. So protonics was started, everything was started. So I examined his abdomen, that was totally benign. Only thing I was found is that his right inguinal area, and it was very tender. So CT scan findings is in front of you. Inguinal area is tender. And I am not convinced totally with that undescended testicle is there. So then I have seen again the CT scan, what they are saying. Then I realized they said either undescended testicle or there is a fluid there.
Oh, okay.
So what does this mean? Lactic acid is high, fluid was there, patient is tender at that area, not in the abdomen. So what my opinion will be, either it is abscess or as CT is saying, it is undescended testicle, whatever it is. I put the urology consult in spite of anything else.
You've been covering everything. Questions from Dr. Madem or Dr. Herbstrasser?
Do you consider abdominal pain in elderly patients to be high risk?
Abdominal pain is always a high risk, especially when in the elderly.
Good. Do you consider a CT without contrast to be an adequate study?
That I can understand. The CT scan was not ordered by me.
Understand. But you did follow up with it? And did you change the order after you saw the CT scan?
Yeah, after I saw the CT scan, there was no finding at all, which I found later on. And the patient was signed out to me. There was no clue in that he has a chronic mesenteritis problem.
I'm sorry, let me go back again. Do you consider the CT without contrast to be an adequate study at that time?
I think so. If CT with contrast should be ordered, if there was a pain at the time. It depends on the pain, because if we consider something for CT with contrast, it should be acute. Otherwise, you cannot catch anything. And when CT is showing no problem and it's showing an obvious problem there, CT scan, so obviously there is no pain, patient is not going down, his blood pressure is good, everything else is fine, WBCs are fine, so what I can expect? Abscess somewhere. Because WBCs are okay, lactic acid jump, so I go with the CT scan, I put the urology consult right away. That before going further with any other thing, because patient has nothing to, he is not showing anything.
Do you feel comfortable with relying on the presence or absence of an elevated white blood cell count in an elderly patient adequate?
I think it is within the normal range for me. I have seen the acute cases daily. 11 is never a high WBC count, especially when he has a pneumonia before and he was almost in a septic we are suspecting.
And the lactic acid level you had initially was 2.8, correct?
Yes.
You consider that low?
It is minimal. In 2.8, in 82-year-old with a suspected sepsis, having a pneumonia, fibrosis, yeah, it is a minimal.
So did you have a diagnosis of sepsis at that time?
I want to rule out sepsis.
2.8, sorry. Did you have a diagnosis of sepsis?
Yeah, I cannot say definitely it is sepsis because blood pressure is fine. WBCs are within normal limits. Lactic acid is not so much high. So I have to go with the obvious problem, not with suspected something which is in a differential diagnosis, maybe in the last thing.
I'm sorry, I think you got off course. Could you just reiterate to me the definition of sepsis as a diagnosis?
Yeah, because he already has an infection, already was on antibiotics.
No, you misunderstand me, I'm sorry. Can you tell me the definition of sepsis?
Sepsis is a condition which puts down that it can be low blood pressure if he goes down and crashing with that.
That is incorrect. Can you give me the definition of sepsis? You're defining septic shock, not sepsis.
Yes. So sepsis means the infection. It is worsening and it can cause the sepsis. There is a non-infection sepsis too. But we have to find out that thing too, that it is non-septic. This condition that patient is crashing, blood pressure is going down, WBC is high, fever is there, then yeah, this is sepsis. Septic means he's most probably he's septic with infection.
Sepsis has a criteria definition. You're not giving it to me.
Yeah, there are two criteria, and both are the negative.
That helps. All right.
Yeah, in that patient.
All right.
So only thing I can find is I can suspect that it is an abscess which is going on. That is my thought process at the time.
So just for the medical students' education, sepsis does have a definition. It requires SIRS criteria, which you have to have two. You got that right. It's a heart rate, a respiratory rate, and a temperature, as well as a leukocytosis. They're hard numbers. It's not a feeling. The definition of sepsis is two SIRS criteria and a suspected infection.
Mm-hmm.
Blood pressure has nothing to do with it except for the definition of septic shock, which requires sepsis to be diagnosed.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Okay. Dr. Erbstrasser.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This is really kind of bizarre. And this guy kept having intermittent abdominal pain. And then he just goes crazy and has sepsis, white cell count, and he dies. And when I'm thinking about this, did you, when you go and examine, his belly felt soft and everything. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was he NPO? Nothing by mouth.
He was NPO. Put on NPO on day, April 1.
On April 1st.
When he had really pain.
And when he was the pain in the morning, afternoon?
It subsided totally. Even on April 2, I started the fluids by mouth. It was so good at the time. His belly was soft. He has no other problem. Even taking, I started the fluids because everything else is normal. And he has no problem after having the clear fluid at the time.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever examine with the information that the testicle wasn't descended? Did you ever examine his scrotum?
Because as I already told you, number one, his groin area was too tender at the time. And when I put my hand there, he was reluctant to examine me further. And I have a finding of CT in front of me. If I try to touch the scrotum, what I can deduct with that? What I can assume with my examination, when I can see that, number one thing, I can find the empty scrotum. That is the only thing. So once you can see on there.
Then why did you consult urology if it's undescended, it's not in the scrotum, and he's tender in the groin, and so what does that have to do with?
Because it is so tender, and there was an abscess.
What was tender? His groin?
Yeah, groin area. It is a spermatic cord and everything passing from there. It is so tender, you cannot even touch. And I wrote it in my note that in spite of abdomen, this groin area is right groin was tender.
All right, so maybe I'm just not understanding it. So you're telling me the spermatic cord in that area, or was it a groin? The groin, lymphadenopathy. That's when you say groin. That's what I think.
Yeah, groin mean because it is saying that undescended testicle. The only way it can stuck somewhere. There are two other things you can think about. You don't expect 82-year-old having an undescended testicle. Other thing is there is some process. Testicle was pulled in that this area in the scrotum because that's the only area which it can be pulled. And other thing is the fluid there. Fluid means, I told you, whatever we can see the fluid somewhere and there is a pain in that area, one thing in your mind strikes when you are in acute area that it may be abscess. First thing, or there is some obstruction, some kind of obstruction.
Have you ever seen a case of mesenteric ischemia?
It can say, yeah, I have seen 1 or 2 cases. It is a very rare thing. In last 12 years, maybe, and that is an incidental finding. And I have to call the vascular surgery right away. If there is a celiac artery or any other artery is blocked, then it go, and with the mesenteric ischemia, any ischemic problem, in my opinion, because I am working in the area which is the median age patient come to me is 60 years. You can think about what's going on there. So whenever there is a ischemic, I found something, vascularity insufficiency or something, always come either with a rectal bleeding, right, or with the diarrhea, or continuous abdominal pain, nausea and vomiting, and especially in mesenteric or any other vascular insufficiency, arterial insufficiency. If patient eats, you can see that patient, what happened with him.
Right.
It is an intractable pain starts and never go away 2-3 hours.
Yes.
I'm sorry, doctor, you're incorrect. And just for the non-medical people, let me just refer it to the same as angina. You can have ischemic heart disease. You can have anginal episodes that can come and go. It's a sign of poor vascular flow. Although you're right, the easiest diagnosis is inappropriate pain that's continuous, but you can have ischemic changes without it being continuous.
I'm sorry, I could not understand. Sorry.
I apologize, and I talk fast too. So if you can't understand, please, that's okay. So I have to correct you. You can have bowel ischemia that can be intermittent for the same reason. You can have anginal symptoms that can be intermittent. You do not have to have complete and total failure of an artery. You can have intermittent blockage that can proceed to complete blockage. You cannot count on continued pain to be your diagnosis of ischemic bowel.
Yeah, with the ischemic problem, symptoms are totally different. I told you already, it is such an atypical finding. It is such an atypical finding that in differential diagnosis, it should be in the end. It's the last thing. And especially when patient has so many comorbidities.
Doctor, I think that's the problem, is you put that in your differential at the end. It should not be at the end. You must consider your life-threatening problems first.
No, there are life-threatening problems there. But CT scan is in front of me. It is showing something else, acute problem. And when patient has no symptom at all in front of me, he has a symptom in the night time that has been resolved. And I don't know ever he has this problem. It never signed out to me. I was the fifth one. In a series, I was the fifth one. Never signed out to me that patient has a chronic mesenteritis or mesenteric problem. And you can see the whole record. I went back to the record 1 or 2, that there is no any problem like that. And he was already running with the fluids. He was already running with the antibiotic. So only thing is the cardiology is already working, because epigastric pain, many times I have seen that it is not the chest pain, it is epigastric pain, and it comes out, it is a heart pain. It happens many times, especially in elderly. So I don't know how can I think about that the acute problem is the ischemia. When there is no diarrhea, there is no dehydration, creatinine is good, blood urine nitrogen is good, WBCs are good, lactic acid is too mild. How can I think about ischemic problem? You tell me, this is the acute problem?
Don't have any other questions? Okay. Anything with you? How about any other?
No.
I think you can see that I think the board members are struggling in trying to understand how your thought process was, Doctor, and I think that's what the issue is here. I think Dr. Madam has tried to point it out a few times to you, some definitions and things like that. And so, when I looked at the whole case, I could see that it certainly was not an easy case, that's for sure. But I also just wondered if, there were simple things like, for example, the physical exam. You said you couldn't touch the groin area. Clearly, I would have still seen it if I could have felt it undescended testicle. I think those are simple things that you could do. And also then for persistent intermittent abdominal pain, I think then maybe further intervention should have been. Maybe you should have had a consult with a surgeon or even somebody just to talk to you about the abdominal pain of some sort to get them on board. But in any case, we're going to keep going round and round in circles with this information here. And I think that board members have had enough of the questions to ask. But that being said, go ahead, Doctor. I'll let you say one more thing.
I have another, I want to tell you one thing. This is very unfortunate. I'm sorry for their loss, but I know one day the lactic acid is jump up. Okay, I have seen the obvious reason. But on the second night, it is between 2 and 3, it shows the same lactic acid. Then my mind strike for that. I said, this is not from this thing. This is not a simple thing. And because I am a hospitalist, I have to see ICU patient early in the morning. First thing, I have to go for most acute patients, which including nobody called me that he has a pain or anything, but still I have to check every patient's vitals, number 1, and labs. I check the lab and it says 3.6 again. I said, no, that is maybe something different. I put that, repeat the this lactic acid, repeat the white cell. Okay. After when I check all the ICU patient and everything and come back, I have this in mind that I put it in computer that it should be done right away. So I call back again on the floor. I said, what happened? I put those tests and I could not get the result. And at that time, I was told that no, you are not on the patient.
Is the complainant...
Now, that was the time when I have to reach some conclusion.
Okay. Doctor, we've heard your explanation. I appreciate it. Is the complainant here today?
The complainant's not present, Dr. Cunningham.
Does your attorney have anything to say?
The only thing that I would like to add and like the board to keep in mind is the way that the hospitalists are scheduled and staffed at the Banner facility. It is not correct to say that the night hospitalist was covering for Dr. Atkar. Dr. Atkar was on duty from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and then the night hospitalist would be equally responsible for the care and treatment of the patient. Something I would like to point out to the board, which we've submitted with our supplemental materials. I also hope the board did review the expert affidavits that we submitted from a standard of care expert and also a surgeon expert, Dr. Chamberlain, and I hope that they do read those and take those into account when making a decision for Dr. Atkar.
Any other questions that the board members want to discuss? Dr. Reese?
No, the only thing that I'm concerned about is Dr. Atkar is in a very responsible position acting as a hospitalist, but I don't know about his fund of knowledge. I think that some very simple questions are asked, and I don't know whether it's a language barrier or whether it's an understanding barrier or whether we're just not coming across, but I find that that your knowledge base seems to be lacking in certain areas, especially with a simple question, what is sepsis and what's the criteria for sepsis, where, I mean, you could have said it's just a disseminated infection and it might have satisfied, but it just didn't come across that.
Can I just make one comment, please, to Dr. Reese's comment? I will say, and with all due respect to Dr. Atkar, there is a language barrier. It was difficult for me and my nurse consultant to review this case with Dr. Atkar. I think that he does have the knowledge. I think that sometimes he doesn't understand the question and we have to go over it a few times before he will say what the correct definition is. I hope that's not held against him, and of course, he would be willing to move forward with any continuing medical education that the board would recommend to help in that area.
Go ahead, Dr.
Are we?
Mr. Mead. Mr. Landau.
Either way, are we? To my medical colleagues, are we satisfied Dr. Akhtar followed the patient as close as he should have?
No.
That was as layman, that was my concern. That.
And I don't know if there's a communication barrier or what, but I'm not getting the sense of that either, and I think that's where we're coming from.
And then the question, Dr. Reese, Dr. Maynham raised the fund of knowledge question. The question is, did he not follow the patient because he didn't feel he needed to that extent because everything else was covered, or he didn't understand that he needed to follow the patient in a certain way? Which maybe is, I guess, both areas.
I think there's many questions that have been brought up here, and I don't think that we're finished yet. I think that we need to, for other patients' protection possibly in the future, I don't know, but for all the conversation that we've had here, I think that this board doesn't feel comfortable, okay, with what we've heard here today. So I would feel more comfortable if we would send him for a PACE evaluation and see what his fund of knowledge is, have him take the PACE evaluation, and then come back and see us, and then we'll table this till we get that information. Don't look at this as punitive of any way. It's not. This is just getting more information, and it may also be beneficial to the doctor as well. Okay? So how do other board members feel?
Agreed.
So I'll make a motion for a PACE evaluation and that he schedule it within the next 30 days and complete it within the next 90. Is that reasonable with
120.
120.
And can we reset this for November?
And then we set this to come back in November. And then you can coordinate that with Mr. Borhall, our executive director, okay? And so that's what so I have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
I have a second. Just a minute before we vote. Any discussion before we vote? Okay. You can go ahead and say, go ahead.
Yeah, just for the benefit of Dr. Akhtar, can you please explain what a PACE evaluation is?
They can explain it and talk to him when you call the office, okay? Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. So, Doctor, we'll see you back in November. Good luck to you, and we'll look forward to seeing you then, okay? Thank you for coming before the board. All right. Next case, are we going to is E, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Next case is EDO-18-0156A, Brian Fountain McCary, DO license number 2269. Doctor, could you come forward, please? Welcome. If you can have a seat, Doctor, there, and your counsel can have a seat right there as well. Can you swear in the doctor, please?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right.
McCary.
McCary. Is it McCary? McCary, yes. And then can you introduce your counsel to us, please?
Ryan Regula, Stellenwilmer.
Welcome, sir. Would you mind telling us briefly your education and the type of practice you have now, Doctor?
I did a residency in occupational medicine at the University of Arizona a long time ago with a Master in Public Health. In the Air Force, I did residency in aerospace medicine and a fellowship in hyperbaric medicine and wound care. I've completed numerous state and national courses for certifications for impairment rating, independent medical evaluations, and disability. And I have over 30 years' experience with this. I can give you my qualifications if you'd like, or save that.
Where'd you go to med school?
Des Moines.
Des Moines. Great. Well, welcome. John,
and I'm sorry, my current practice, I didn't say.
I'm sorry.
I'm the medical director of a large police and firefighter clinic in Glendale, Arizona.
Thank you for helping our service. All right. Go ahead, John.
Okay. The complainant is GM, who states she was sent to Dr. Brian McCrary by Cigna for an independent medical evaluation regarding long-term disability. Dr. McCrary spent approximately 15 minutes evaluating her. When the exam was finished, Dr. McCrary walked her out of the office and stated to her, quote, "You are what you are. I will write the report, and Cigna can do what they want with it," unquote. She believes that Dr. McCrary falsified his report to Cigna regarding her condition. She has a report from her PCP, who is treating her for her condition and sees her regularly. GM feels that a physician's assessment of her is the complete opposite of what Dr. McCrary wrote in his report. Dr. McCrary responded that the independent medical evaluation of GM was contracted through MES Solutions, and he had no direct contact with Cigna. He was not the treating doctor and was only asked to provide an evaluation of GM and render an opinion. The only records he has are his IME report and the physical ability assessment form that he sent to Cigna with his report that was not saved. There was no physician-patient relationship established, and he feels that his recommendations were based on his medical expertise. He states he is not a rubber stamp for whatever restrictions GM thinks should be recommended. Dr. McCrary feels that he is honest in his opinions and feels they are based upon subjective complaints or perceived disability.
Thank you. Doctor, you care to comment about the brief report?
Well, I didn't bring her complaint because I left it out in the car when we had the lunch break, but her first two statements are totally false. It was not a 15-minute exam, and if you look at my, I think it's 6 or 7 page report, that would pretty obviously be the case. As far as what I told her afterwards, that's also not true, but I don't need to go into that. As far as the records are concerned, the records have always been available, but they were electronic records. They were not sent to me as physical copies, and I explained that in my letter that 192 pages of electronic medical records were provided. These are retained by the third-party scheduler. When I was asked for the records, I responded, I do not have the records, but the third party has them. I authorized their release, and the board did get them because they're on the CD that was sent to me. So you do have the records, the same records I had. They've always been available. I just never had physical copies of them. They're electronic, and they were on their website that they send to me to review before the exam.
Okay. Questions from board members?
Why do you think that patient made this complaint?
Well, she's used to her saying that she has pain. If you look at my report, you'll see lots of inconsistencies, lots of pain behaviors, lots of what you would call malingering. She's been getting paid to be off work for something like 7 or 8 years just because she says she has pain or says she can't work. All of her physician exams in the last few years have been entirely normal. She's getting no treatments, no medication, not using dialysis, not seeing a nephrologist. Her last 4 visits over the last 2 years, all the exams were entirely normal, and yet she tells her doctors that she can't work, and they just take her off work. So she's not used to someone actually evaluating her, looking at her records, looking at the whole case, and saying, well, yes, she can work with these restrictions, and she didn't like that. And it's a pretty common thing when you're asked to be an independent doctor and do an exam like this. I give an honest opinion based on my training and expertise, but it's not what they're used to. They're used to their patient advocate taking them off work without question, and that's what she apparently didn't like.
Did she have any disability evaluations before yours?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So how did she get off work for 7 years?
Her primary care physicians just took her off. They would write a form and say she's off work, can't work.
For 7 years?
I don't remember if it was 7 years or not. I'd have to look at her report.
Well, but
it's for years.
More than one.
Yes, and that's a common occurrence, sir.
Yeah.
It's a very common occurrence.
So do you think it was Cigna who hired you, right?
I had nothing to do with Cigna.
No, I know, but they
the third party is through Cigna, yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you think they did that?
I'm one of the physicians that trained to do IMEs. I can give you my list of qualifications.
No, I know. I just think they just had a big question about her.
They had a question, yes, because she's been off work with normal physical exams. Her last 4 exams with her treating physicians were just routine follow-ups with normal physical exams. So, of course, they were questioning, why can't this woman do any work with any restrictions?
You know, you did answer right off the bat. One of my questions was, 15 minutes. When you do a disability exam, you know this. It takes way more than 15 minutes.
Of course.
It takes you 20 minutes just to get the history.
And if you see, I put all the first 2 pages are the history she gave me word for word.
Yeah. I mean,
I get that all the time. That he didn't
I
examine
know.
me. He spent 5 minutes with me, and that's just
it's just
absurd.
not true.
Yes.
Okay, because you can't do that. So anyway,
Is the complainant here?
No.
Any other questions from board members?
No.
No.
I move for dismissal.
I would agree. I would agree. I have a motion from Dr. Reese for dismissal. I have a second from Dr. Madem. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you for taking your Saturday to come down here. I'm sorry to bring you down here, but you know what I have to tell you? I can understand, and I thank you for doing your job.
Yeah.
You're one of the few guys that will say no to these guys. All right? So thank you for doing your job for the right reason.
I truly believe I give an unbiased opinion, but they don't see it that way.
Well, the thing is, too, I think the doctor, by saying it a few times, that he truly believes gives an unbiased opinion. You have to admit there is a perception out there that IME exams are rubber stamps.
Right.
And that, in fact, my experience is caused by the doctors in many instances, and this doctor may have gotten caught in that. But I think from the other side of it, you have to understand that there is a strong perception that IME doctors are rubber stamps for the people who hire her, and that's something that you have to get past.
And I agree, sir, and I do see those people, and I see them on both sides. I remember a physician. I don't know if the board wants me to spend a couple.
That's okay.
minutes, but-
Okay. You got a busy afternoon still. But thank you for spending your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah.
thank you.
Keep on doing what and thank you for taking care of our firefighters.
Yeah, and police.
And police. All right. Next is F. Is that correct?
Been with us before.
DO180098. The doctor is not signed in to speak.
Dr. Maruk is not here?
That's correct.
So let's go to G. Is DO-19-0031A, John Kenneth Cossack, DO, license number 5026. Dr. Cossack, are you here? Please come forward. Just have a seat right there, sir. Thank you. Can you swear in the doctor for us, please?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Doctor, could you give a brief review of your education and then the type of practice you have now?
My name is Dr. John Cossack. I went to Michigan State College of Osteopathic Medicine. I'm a board-certified family medicine physician. I have been practicing family medicine for about 13 years. The last almost 12 years, I have been working as a federal employee for Indian Health Services in Red Mesa, Arizona, which is up in the Four Corners area on the Navajo Reservation in a outpatient community setting. And I am a physician there, but I also am supervisor of our primary care clinic or ambulatory care clinic there for the last 2.5 years.
Doctor, before we get started, would you mind talking to our staff here just for a minute? Miss, right over here with our AG right here, just for a second. We're just going to take a brief moment. Dismissed it. We'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah. We can't hear the case because he's not here. So, but we'll talk about it.
Was he before?
Yeah, we saw him last time he was here.
Are this kids or another one?
I don't think so.
Yeah, another one.
But this was a malpractice, the other one. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right. John, this is your case. Would you mind reviewing the case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. John Kosick applied for renewal of his Arizona osteopathic medical license on January 17, 2019. At that time, he disclosed that he was arrested for domestic violence on 10/13/18 in Cortez, Colorado. A previous check of his file indicated that he did not report this arrest until his license renewal form was submitted. During the investigation, it was discovered that he had also been arrested for DUI in Scottsdale in 2007, which had previously been reported, and another domestic violence assault in December 2007 in California, which had not been previously reported. These were listed on a criminal history document provided with the Cortez Police Department report submitted by Dr. Kosick with his response. Dr. Kosick responded that his wife became upset with him on a Sunday afternoon because he was watching too much football and an argument ensued. The police were called and he was arrested. He advised the charges were dismissed on January 14, 2019 with no further requirements from the court. He did not offer an explanation for the unreported domestic violence case out of California. A copy of this report was subpoenaed from the Anaheim Police Department, but they did not honor the subpoena.
Doctor, would you care to comment on especially about the non-report in 2007?
Two non-reporting.
Two non-report.
One.
No, it's just one, the 2007, right? Just the 2007.
Oh, I thought there was okay.
Yeah, it was
one
2000.
DUI.
All right. Go ahead and comment, sir.
The 2007 case was in when I went to Disneyland, and it ended up being a case that was dismissed, and I ended up receiving a civil infraction of basically describing a disturbance of the peace, and paid a $100 fine, and there was nothing else attached to that. In applying, what I recall is not disclosing was being asked if I had any convictions of misdemeanors or felonies.
Doesn't the application say arrest? The
Yes.
application says,
Yes.
says arrest. The application's pretty clear in that regard.
I saw that one this time and disclosed this fully. I thought in 2000, it had been 2007, 2008. I don't remember seeing that.
I don't know. I don't know what the application said then.
Yeah, I'll have to go back.
I have to go back and look. Okay. All right. How are things, it looks like there was some alcohol involved here. Do you drink now, doctor?
Just occasion.
When you say occasionally, what do you mean?
Weekend, I might have one or two drinks.
Of what?
Beer or margarita. It tends to be at dinner.
Okay. Are you still married to your wife?
Yes.
Is she here with you today?
No.
Why is she not here with you today?
She was going to come, and I let her know she didn't have to. And I think she was anxious about it, and she said, fine, I won't go. I didn't know if that was needed, that she be here or not. It wasn't quite clear to me. I'm happy. I know she would be just fine with coming back if the board would like to ask her questions. She would be more than happy to come back at any future if there are questions for her.
Dr. Reese, do you have some questions for her?
What is your marital status now and your relationship with your wife?
After the arrest, we're still married. We're not separated. We're living in the same home.
We're still raising our 2 children. It's basically gone back to status quo of what it was before the arrest.
Was it trouble before the arrest?
Well, that's a relatively. I mean, we've always had a tumultuous marriage, and fights not unlike what happened. Arguments. I hate to use the word fights, but have occurred. And one thing I will say is that I don't think I would be in front of the board right now if, when this occurred, when events like this happen between her and I always leave the house and I go to a local hotel. And in this case,
Do you take the children with you, or do you leave them with your wife?
I leave them.
Okay.
In this case, I went to the same hotel that I usually go to, and I was surprised that she called the police on me. And when the police came to the hotel, the first thing they asked me is, "Why did you flee?" And I said, "I didn't flee. This is where I go." I think if I was at home when this all went down, I don't think I would have been arrested. I think it would have been cleared up.
Have you had any marital therapy or personal therapy?
Well, we voluntarily went to a counselor after this. We've had about 6 sessions with a local Cortez therapist, Cortez, Colorado. And so we did go 6 times. And my wife doesn't really like to go. Has expressed to me now she doesn't really like to go because she feels we just fight more after these sessions. But I think they're helpful.
Well, in what way has your marriage changed since these argumentative and troubled times?
Well, this caused a lot of I guess resentment on my part, and so I can't say that it didn't impact it, but there's really no intent of getting a divorce. Would like to work it out and continue on. I mean, I love my family more than anything, and to me, it's it's everything.
Do you feel like you're on some kind of precipice and ready to fall off?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, aside from, I feel like I hit a low. That's for sure. And then things, you always hear about physician burnout and things like that. And I wonder sometimes.
Because you're coming across, to me and probably other board members, as ready for something to happen. Like there's an anxiety that I sense, or an unhappiness that I sense, or I just feel you're about to have something. And so could you, I don't know whether it's just the impression, or can you tell me what's really going on?
Hang on one second. Do you want to go into executive session for?
I don't think there's health here. I think it's just life. I don't think we need.
Okay.
You don't have to talk about medication. Just what's life all about for you now?
I think you tapped into something there. I think I do suffer from some mild depression.
So now you want to go into executive session. Okay. So can we go to executive session for
medical
second? All in favor, signify by saying aye. We're for medical information.
Belongings.
Yeah.
Of health from the doctor. You had a question, Dr. Mr. Landau?
Reading the report, the incident itself was a combination of yelling and pushing, and you indicated there was no injury or hitting. What's the pushing about? What all happened?
Well, there was a lot of yelling and arguing and posturing, I called it, almost like more threatening than any sort of action, any sort of harm. I think what maybe that report doesn't quite show is that it is a two-way street. This is not
usually is
one-sided. This is going both ways, and
well, sometimes it is, I guess.
Sometimes.
I mean, this is going both ways, and always has been.
Any other questions you had from him? I had a question. Just as a side, is there a language barrier with your wife?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
The only thing I had to tell you I found very interesting when I read the affidavit from her, it was perfect English. Did somebody do it for her?
Yeah. Well, the lawyer helped her with it.
Okay. That's where that came from. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
No, I just want to comment that I think the doctor has been scrupulously honest with us and has come across as being sincere about bettering himself, and I believe he will heed our suggestions if we make any.
Does anyone want to make a motion, or do we have more discussion?
Make a motion for dismissal.
I have a motion for dismissal. I have from Dr. Erbstrasser. I have a second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion before we vote?
Yeah, I'm torn, and I'm hesitant. The officers, domestic violence, of course, is not tolerable. Not in our society. And not in our profession, and not in the criminal justice system. I understand what happened. This is the second time. And the first time, it was a civil infraction. It was pled down to a civil infraction. Why was it dismissed this time?
The police report had a lot of inaccuracies and exaggerations and just flat out untruths in it, the way it was painted. I don't think, and when it comes down to it, my wife wanted no part of it.
Okay, so who asked? Was it the prosecutor just asked for it to be dismissed? Or how did that come about?
I guess that's the way it works.
Okay.
It was dismissed with prejudice.
Right. And you didn't have to plead to anything or give up anything?
There's no probation, no requirements, the counseling I went to was voluntary on my part.
Okay, so maybe it's for the criminal justice system to deal with that part, and we have to look at the profession. That's what we're here for, and if we're satisfied that there's no impact on the profession and there's not a bleed over from the family life to the profession, that's good. That's good. But when you have a DUI, what is it, 2 DUIs?
2007.
What?
2007 was a DUI.
DUI, okay, and 2 domestic violence. That's most people. That's a lot. So there's something there, and maybe Dr. Reese's suggestions and Dr. Pra's suggestions are the way to go. There's a concern. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The practice of medicine is so much the issue, but take heed.
I'm going to have to agree with Mr. Landau in that I can see you're contrite. I see that you're surviving. That's what I say. But I would be more in favor of a letter of concern for myself for, number one, again, failing to report 2007, and then also for this domestic violence issue. And then I would suggest then there's no CME or anything like that, but suggest him go for counseling and doing those things.
Yeah, I'd just be concerned about the letter of concern for the failure to report without looking at the
So how about
application
I would
back
be happy
there.
to withdraw. I haven't made a motion. I'm sorry. Then domestic violence. Then.
Yeah, I'd second that motion.
Well, we already.
Oh, that's right. We have a motion on the table.
So, do you still want to vote, or do you want to withdraw the motion?
Well, my only thing is I don't want to heap more stress upon.
I get it.
It's not disciplinary.
Let's have a roll call then. Let's have a roll call.
Roll call? Yes. Mr. Berg.
Is this for what?
For the first one.
This is for dismissal.
For a dismissal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the dismissal.
For dismissal. Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Madem.
No.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
No.
Dr. Cunningham.
No. Motion fails.
3-3.
3-3.
3-3. Motion fails. Can I have another motion?
I'd make a motion for a letter of concern regarding the domestic violence incident.
And again, for other board members, it's because I do. This is not the first time.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the only reason why. And so I think it should be somehow, even though this is non-disciplinary, Doctor, I want you to know that this is non-disciplinary, that that it needs to have some sort of record on the that this has occurred. So that's why I think for that reason. So I have a motion from who made the Mr. Madem, Dr. Madem, and then and who seconded?
I made it.
Oh, you made the
Dr.
motion.
Madem seconded.
Mr. Landau. Second is Dr. Madem. Do you want any yes?
For clarification, is it for the incident itself? Is it for not reporting it to the board under 323208?
Because you didn't report the domestic violence either, correct?
Correct.
So it should be
both.
Should be both. Should be both. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me just make a comment to Dr. Costa. Yeah, it's not disciplinary and there's no action, but I agree with Dr. Cunningham that when you're talking about two instances and then a prior recorded incident of the DUI that's on the record, I think there needs to be a record of it, and we all need to know about it.
Yeah. So, any discussion before we vote? Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Berg.
No.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Motion passes. Doctor, good luck to you. Please heed those things that we said in our executive session, please. And good luck to you, okay?
I'd like to thank the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So, Dr. Marouk F. is not here, is that correct? And what about G, Dr. Marsh? Is he here? Dr. Marsh?
I have Marsh as 7E.
Is it 7E? Oh, that might be it. I'm sorry. That's right. I have an old one. I'm sorry. Let me go back. I'm looking at an old printed one that I printed from this last week. My mistake.
I apologize to interject, but we do have an applicant who is trying to catch a flight at 3 if we'd like to deal with hers.
Okay. Sure.
Danielle Bryden, 8C.
8C. Danielle Amanda Bryden. Dr. Bryden, could you come forward, please? Welcome. Have a seat right here. Welcome. All right.
Thank you.
I believe this is John's.
You ready?
Yeah, go.
Dr. Danielle Bryden applied for an Arizona osteopathic license on November 15th, 2018. She meets the education and examinations requirements for licensure, but she did not successfully complete her residency program. The details are that Dr. Bryden's postgraduate training verification received from Dr. Mark Shantz at the Naval Medical Center indicated that Dr. Bryden did not successfully complete her residency program at the facility. Dr. Shantz's report indicated that Dr. Bryden did complete a civilian internship at Arrowhead Medical Medical Center, but did not receive any month's training credit towards ABIM board certification. She completed 25 of the 36 required months of internal medicine residency from July 1st, 2016 to August 1st, 2018. According to Dr. Shantz, Dr. Bryden struggled early in her residency in communication with attending physicians, patients, and in academic presentations, and she was resistant to receiving feedback and implementing strategies to improve performance. She scored in the 24th percentile in the in-training exam, ITE, when compared to PGY1 learners, and at or below the 5th percentile for residents with a year of training. Dr. Shantz advised that Dr. Braden was initially placed on formal academic probation on March 16, 2017, with three-month extension in training for deficiencies in professionalism, interpersonal and communication skills, patient care, and medical knowledge. Dr. Shantz further advised that over the following 6 months, Dr. Bryden remained engaged in her probation plan, met frequently with her facility mentor, and worked hard to correct known deficiencies. She advanced to PGY2 status on September 13, 2017. But despite passing all rotations and having some positive comments about her progress, Dr. Bryden continued to have intermittent deficiencies in the ICS and professionalism competencies. As a result, the academic probation period was extended for 6 months, ending on March 15, 2018. The ITE exam, taken as a PGY2, demonstrated sufficient improvement with a score at the 69th percentile. Dr. Shantz reported that during the PGY2 year, Dr. Bryden did experience professional life stressors, although she had adequate performance on most rotational evaluations in 2018. A concerning trend of continued lapses in professionalism and poor interpersonal communication impacting patient care resulted in a suspension in training and the decision for resignation on August 1st, 2018. Dr. Shantz advised that he cannot at this time recommend for further GME due to deficiencies in these competencies. Dr. Bryden self-explained that during her residency program at the Naval Medical Center in San Diego, she had professionalism and communication issues with certain staff attending, for which she was placed on probation. Dr. Bryden advised that she was never on academic probation or on probation for any patient safety concerns. Dr. Bryden advised that these issues were all personality conflicts and had no bearing on her ability to perform patient care, nor did they involve deficiencies in the care of her patients. Due to those issues, the nature of the military rank structure, and the inability for the attending to move past these issues, she withdrew from residency and went back to active duty physician service in order to reapply to a different residency program that was not as toxic. Dr. Bryden reports that she had an exemplary record at her pre-military service residency at Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, which she has attached to the end of her training record in order to support her statement.
Dr. Bryden, welcome, and there's quite extensive information about you, and you can see why the board would want you to come forward. So would you mind kind of clarifying some things and how things are going, and what were the interpersonal issues?
First off, when I went to the residency program, I was coming off of 2 years of active duty service at Miramar and with the Marines. And what I was trying to do at that time is I had some people that actually advised me not to go to that program because my personality probably would not be a good fit. I went to the program because my husband at the time we just got settled in San Diego. He just got a really good job. For the most of our marriage, I have moved him around. He's never had a stable job and everything else, and I was trying for one time in our entire life to give him some sort of stability. So I applied to this program. When I initially interviewed, I went to the program. They said that they would consider giving me some credit for my time, considering that my year at Arrowhead, it's a dual DO and ACGME accredited programs. There's no separation of any of the programs in that. they would consider maybe giving me a few months and everything like that, so I found that appealing as well. We started off on the wrong foot when I showed up July 1st, and they said that you will get no credit and you will automatically be an intern. So kind of going through an intern year, being a physician, a general practicing physician for 2 years, and then kind of having that happen was not ideal. I can't say that, I had my objections to that, and that some things didn't get off on the right foot right away with certain attending physicians there, because they were expecting an intern fresh out of medical school, and they got a doctor. So things were a little bit tense, which I tried to get into the mold and try to kind of get into the way they wanted things to be. The ITE exam that we take when you come off of active duty service, so everybody goes, I don't know if anybody is prior military.
Dr. Radom, I thought you were.
No.
Oh, I thought you were.
Law enforcement.
So what happens is that when you do your general medical officer tour after your intern year, you come back from residency. No one is expected to pass that exam. Us GMOs, when we had gotten back, we had 1 month so far of in the swing of things again, and we had a 2-week notice that we were going to have an exam. I wish I was more prepared. Unfortunately, I was on temporary active duty orders because I would have brought it with me. The administrator emails us and says, you're not expected to pass. This is for your own benefit, and that your ability to see where you're deficient and move on from there. Because I was having these issues with personality conflicts or professionalism and communication, if you want to call it that, because that's the core competency that they declare it as. That was kind of tacked on to that, because it's kind of hard to bring somebody up for, I don't like her personality. So that was tacked onto there. And I think that's pretty much exemplified that in a very short period of time, I increased my score 3-fold. And actually overall amongst the residents, they said for nationally I was 69th percentile, but amongst the residents I was 78th percentile. So I basically was passing my board exam amongst the other residents at that period of time. So I tried to fit into their mold. I did the best that I could. Things were working out very well for a little bit while, and then early in last year, towards the end of my second year of training, my husband of 10 years sent me an email at work saying he wanted a divorce, which we had never had any conflicts, fights, issues. This was not something that I was prepared for. So obviously that was something that was very upsetting. And it was something that was very difficult that I was going through. There wasn't a great amount of sympathy, I would say, that was received, and it was making things very difficult there. So I was kind of falling out of that mold and that pattern of what they wanted me to be. And then, there were some issues that had arisen again with those same kind of personalities that I had to deal with that were on the clinical competency committee that reviewed my package all the time. And so basically, when I successfully got done with my second year, about a month later, they basically said, well, we find that we might bring you up for a board again to put you on probation again. And I was just like, what are the outcomes of that? And they're like, well, there's only a few outcomes. Either you get terminated, you go on probation again, or everything goes back to normal. And I was like, well, is there any other option to just withdraw? And so I took the option to withdraw. Because after talking to the head of GME, Captain Green, who ran all the residency programs, my mentor at the time, I just basically felt that I was never a good fit for that program, and that the only reason that I had stayed in that program was for my husband, and I did not have that reason anymore.
What exactly is the program?
Internal medicine.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
What's your plan now?
My plan now, so I returned to, my plan was to go to the EOD dive school and be an EOD general medical officer. They instead sent me to Yuma, so that I'm there actually at the family practice clinic. I have about a panel of about 800 patients, which includes active duty and dependents, that I take care of on a regular basis. I'm the public health emergency officer. My idea now is to continue my career in the Navy. I would like to reapply to residency, but I think that a better fit for me and what's beneficial for this experience is that since I've had such a huge clinic experience, initially I wanted to be a hospitalist. They don't have hospitalist billets in the Navy. So that for my Navy career, which is going to be another 11 years, that wouldn't be a possibility. So it'd be I'd be in a clinic. Clinic is not my favorite. I love hospital medicine procedures and things like that. So I think a better fit would be to go to an emergency medicine residency And so I'm going to be applying this year for emergency medicine residency in the Navy, and also do what's called full-time out service, so in the civilian sector as well, to be selected for next year's residency panel. And that's my goals, pretty much, is to get to where I fit better. Since I tried to be somewhere where I wasn't going to fit, I think I've changed my perspective in life, and I think I need to own maybe some of my own things and kind of get to where I need to be.
Yeah, I have one other question. You alluded to it. I noticed the evaluation, the core competencies, patient care, medical knowledge, practice-based learning, systems-based practice were rated as a 2 on a 1 to 5 scale, whereas the communications and professionalism was a 1. You're saying that the 1 bleeded over to the 2, or the 1 bleeded over to the other, or bled over the other?
Yes, sir. So actually, that's the other thing, that since I was temporary active duty out at Naval Hospital Camp Pendleton, I didn't have my stuff with me. I could provide it later if you wanted. I actually have my second year end of training. Those scores were completely different on that, actually. I had all 3s in all of the competencies. This was changed after on my end of training letter, which was a big thing of contention that I had with the GME head, but he can't make them change anything. So their argument is that my scores were lowered because of my professionalism score should be absorbed throughout all of the scores, basically.
And realistically, how does this affect your Navy career?
It doesn't really affect my Navy career. I'm actually selected to put on Lieutenant Commander in September because of all my regular efforts. I mean, I'm very involved with everything. Like I said, I'm the public health emergency officer, so I just went to the course in San Antonio, and so I deal a lot with like the hospital incident system and all of those other things, and I'm very active with teaching the corpsmen that we have there. I actually did a teaching session the other day on how to do HENT exams and neurological exams and what to look out for red flags, and I'm very involved in all of that stuff, and I plan on moving on, with things in the Navy and everything else. And mostly, I was pursuing to get a license in Arizona because, I can practice on the base. I have a California license. And so I was getting an Arizona license so that I could, in order to boost my emergency medicine kind of package, just work out in the community and do some acute care, work out in acute care and things like that, sort of just for my residency package, essentially. Basically to show that I'm making an effort to kind of go that way and things in that nature.
How do you think your communication skills are now? Talking not only with your colleagues or superiors and patients, how do you think they are now?
They're actually very well, and honestly, for the patients, I actually had positive comments submitted. I never had negative, like what we call an ICE comment, submitted to me while I was at that hospital. My patient satisfaction scores, which they do surveys in the clinic that we have in internal medicine, were all 5 out of 5 for all of my patients. I never sacrificed anything with my patients. This was to deal with issues with, you feel like they're like, oh, well, we're colleagues, but you're not really colleagues. And so it's difficult to have conversations with other doctors about things when you're... But now I don't have any issues now because there's not that kind of...
Is that better now?
Oh, it's absolutely better now because my colleagues, we all feel that we are equals, even though I'm with the other 4 providers in my clinic. Our board-certified family practice. We have regular, normal conversations. We don't have any issues or anything like that going on.
Have you been put on any probation, anything like that?
No, nothing like that. And I actually had my recent review just a few months ago by Dr. Lieutenant Daher. She's a senior medical officer. She does the patient care reviews of all the chart reviews, and she didn't have any negative aspects on my charts or anything. And you can discuss that with all of them if you'd like.
Any questions from other board members?
No.
All right. I make a motion for an unrestricted license. Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion before we vote? All signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Doctor, thank you for coming and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And you know what?
My privilege.
Don't get discouraged. Keep on your path.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Keep on your path.
I can see what happened.
Yeah, I can too.
Back there.
I think you're an excellent doctor. And I think you'll be an excellent DO. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm going to run the restroom.
All right, let's have a 5-minute break, you guys. We'll be right back, okay? You and I are in the same. With 7, consideration and action on compliance with terms of board orders on request to modify or terminate orders. The first one is ADO-17-0066A, Kevin Michael McCowan, DO license number 005863. Dr. McCowan, welcome. Have a seat right there. And Dr. Prof, you just give us a brief review of this.
So, Dr. McGowan reported that he had been arrested he was prescribed medication he was prescribed medication when he was in medical school, and then when he moved to Arizona, he did not obtain a family practice physician or anyone to prescribe it. He forged someone else's name on prescriptions for himself and also for his wife. And he was arrested and charged for that. In October of 2017, the board heard this case. They suspended his license for a period of 12 months, gave him a decree of censure, and charged him a civil penalty of $1,000, and then ordered him to have 2 different evaluations with quarterly reports to the board. In April of 2018, the board lifted his suspension early so that he would be allowed to take the emergency medicine boards, which he did take. They saw him before the board in December of 2018, and he reported that he had not passed the boards the first time, but he was planning to retake them in March of 2019. The board asked him to return in 6 months, which would be now. We learned in the interim that in February of 2019, he was convicted of a Class 6 felony for criminal possession of a forgery device.
Okay. Dr. McCowan, you've heard that brief review. Number one, did you pass your boards your second time around?
I did not submit my tests.
Take it in March?
I did sit for it, but I didn't submit it. I talked to the AOBEM after getting the criminal conviction and telling them what had occurred because in a 6-month period, probationary period is likely to be dropped to a misdemeanor offense. They advised that if it drops to misdemeanor offense prior to me taking the tests, it would be in optimal position as opposed to being a felon while taking the board certification. Okay. So it didn't get dropped to a misdemeanor offense at that time, but it was so late in the process that I wouldn't have gotten any money in return. So it was basically a practice test, but I did not submit the test.
What are you doing now?
I am opening a clinic. It's called Paradise Health Centers. It's essentially just injections
for
amnio, PRP, OMM.
Okay.
Nothing that can be where I can write any type of.
Is your DA license still suspended?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Where are you going to be opening this office?
It's in Gilbert.
It's just yourself, or are you with a group, or what?
Well, it's an office building, so I have been working. There's a homeopath that works at the office, in the office building, and she's actually had me see some of her patients, whereas my office, being in the same building, is not completed yet.
Explain to those injections for our non-physician board members what you're doing.
Amnio injections, it's amniotic fluid, and then PRP is...
amniotic fluid for?
Amniotic fluid, well, they use it for a broad range of things now. They do it for aesthetics, for joints, it's a rejuvenative type medicine.
I've even heard for weight loss, too.
Yeah, they use it for everything.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of the things where there's positive outcome, but there's no significant clinical studies that prove anything.
And what are the other things?
PRP, which is platelet-rich plasma, where you just take the patient's own blood, spin it down in a centrifuge, and then you take the PRP or the plasma, and you inject it essentially the same as the amnio. It's just one costs more than the other. In reality.
I know your wife is a dermatologist. Is this any association with her or not?
No, she does. Well, she was working at it was one of her friends from, I guess, college had opened a clinic that was a PRP clinic for hair restoration, and she had done that for a year.
I really need that. So,
so she did do that for a year, but she doesn't do it now. And she's also doing through someone that I had actually met. She's writing just a short booklet for them, and she'll be the medical director for a lot of their facilities. This is just another thing that I'll be doing as well for different laser institutes, being medical director for them.
Dr. Reese, did you want to go into executive session to ask him any questions about his
I was just curious.
issues? About his issues?
Yeah.
Do you want to go into executive session for that?
No, not yet. I was just curious as to whether you think you're going to maintain your skills in emergency medicine doing what you're doing.
I want to get back into emergency medicine.
So why don't you?
I would like to get back into emergency medicine.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate I can't at this point in time. So
you can do family practice.
With my felony conviction, I'm not. I guess I could. I can't take any type of Medicare or Medicaid, so I'm not insured. Yeah, so it's a situation that's kind of tough for insurance. And then if Medicare or Medicaid isn't supported, a lot of other insurance companies drop you out too as well. So yeah.
What about malpractice? Is it difficult to get malpractice as well now?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So you pretty well have to wait until February of 20, assuming probation goes the entire length. You have to wait until February of 20 before there will be a designation.
Yes.
That's what you're. So is the idea then you take the boards in March of 20?
Yes. And then, so I'm on a year probation at this point in time, and the judge told me that typically goes down about half of that, so it's about 6 months. At that point in time,
could be. It's no guarantees.
No guarantees on it.
Right.
But
when will be 6 months?
That will be in August.
August. Okay.
What are the boards given once a year or twice a year?
Once a year.
Okay. So then, if the offense is, assuming the offense is designated a misdemeanor, does that change your practice at all?
Well, it would allow me to take the board examination, but it excludes me from the OIG or Medicare Medicaid for a 2-year period, but I'm still allowed to take the board certification process. So I would still be able to be board certified if, of course, I pass everything. It would just be a situation where it would be a 2-year exclusion, or it could be less, but it's very likely a 2-year exclusion.
2-year exclusion from
Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, from February of 19.
Yes.
Okay.
So what would that do for you as a ER physician?
Well, I talked to several people that work on staffing different facilities. Some of them reservation areas. Some of them up in South Dakota, North Dakota areas. It would put me in a bad position. It would be unlikely that I could be employed until that exclusion was defaulted. But yeah, it's very likely I'll be waiting 2 years before I get back into emergency medicine at the minimum.
Did you have any questions about his mental health or anything like that? Did you want to go into executive session for that? Can we go? We're just going to. I'll make a motion to go into executive session. Can I have a second? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. You can all just step out for a minute. We're back in our executive session for obtaining health information. Any other questions? No. We'll see you then in October, sir.
All right.
Good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is BDO-19-0082A, Mark L. Griswold, DO license number 2799. Dr. Griswold, can you come forward? And this is yours, Dr. Perron?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
In December of 2018, the board held investigative hearings regarding 5 cases. Dr. Griswold and his attorney were present. The board voted to continue the investigative hearing and issue an interim order for practice assessment at PACE. On January 29th, 2019, Dr. Griswold was ordered to have several evaluations at PACE, and he was supposed to schedule it within 30 days and complete it within 120 days. On March 14th, 2019, staff contacted Dr. Griswold's attorney regarding his registration for PACE. He advised that Dr. Griswold had submitted his application and paid the fee in February of 2019 and was waiting to hear from them. On March 21st, 2019, the interim order for practice assessment was returned to the board as undeliverable. Staff contacted the attorney and received a new address and sent the interim order out again. On April 3rd, 2019, staff emailed the attorney again regarding the scheduling. He advised that Dr. Griswold had filed the application and paid the application fee. He felt that the delay was on PACE's end and thought it would be very difficult to devise a test for ophthalmologic surgical techniques and find an ophthalmologist willing to participate. On May 8th, PACE was contacted, and she stated that Dr. Griswold had sent the required information. She had sent the required information to Dr. Griswold multiple times, and she had still not received most of what she had requested. She stated PACE could not move forward with the case until these items had been submitted. Then on May 8th, Dr. Griswold's attorney was contacted as well, and he stated that there were several issues with him not being able to register. He said that PACE moved their facilities, and that also there were several missing items on the requirements, and that Dr. Griswold had just received all the information on May 3rd. He stated that he also found out he needed to pay more money to PACE as well. On June 5th, Dr. Perlmutter, who is Dr. Griswold's attorney, was contacted regarding Dr. Griswold's scheduling. He said he'd have the information to us in a few days. I also contacted PACE, and they stated she was still waiting on payment as well as some other items for Dr. Griswold, which she stated she had sent to him many times for his request. Dr. Griswold also has several open cases, new cases, and 3 of which are regarding surgical complications. The 4th is regarding billing, and the 5th is regarding we were notified by Northwest Medical Center that he's under investigation due to staff concerns and has voluntarily agreed to refrain from practicing at the hospital until the investigation is complete. And we're still waiting for his response on 3 of the most recent cases.
When were those sent out? Do you know? Do you have any idea?
I would have to verify, but I can get those dates to you real quick.
That'd be great. Dr. Perlmutter, Dr. Griswold, what's going on?
Good afternoon. I'd like to make a few opening remarks. First of all, we were only noticed about 5 cases. We weren't noticed about anything about Northwest Medical Center.
That's one of the 5. That's one of the 5.
Is it one of the 5?
Yeah.
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 It's one of the 5.
The other thing I wasn't clear on is DO 19-0082A. I didn't say reference to that particular number on the notice letter.
Let's get to the point here. What's going on with PACE?
Well, I think there are a couple of different issues, and I think maybe we're here a little bit prematurely.
It doesn't sound like it to me. I think maybe we're here a little bit too late.
Mr. Landau, let me explain, please. there's a problem with service of the order to Dr. Griswold. Dr. Griswold did not get the order timely. And I received an email from Dr. Pra on March 21st saying that she had received back the order from the U.S. Postal Service almost 2 months late from the time that it was mailed. So he actually never got the order itself. You obviously served him with it. It seems that you did that for a reason so he would have it. He actually never got it. And if you figure 120 days to complete the PACE assessment, we're actually not at 120 days yet. If you use the date that Dr. Pross sent the order directly to me, that was March 27th, 2019. So I think we are still in that 120 days.
Yeah, the issue here is on PACE, at least the way I read it. PACE has sent Dr. Griswold information he needed to be completed. There have been several contacts from PACE, and Dr. Griswold has not, according to PACE, sent back the information. There was an issue about payment. He hasn't fully done that. So let's not play with the numbers and the dates. Let's kind of get to the issue at hand, at least this part of the issue, is that he knows he has to go to PACE.
Yes.
And he's been in contact with PACE, so there's no issue as to whether or not he got an order or didn't get an order and didn't know he needed to go to PACE. The question is he keep on delaying PACE, and what is the situation with PACE, and where's the information that PACE needs?
Well, I think there have been a number of problems with PACE. Dr. Griswold has received things in piecemeal fashion. He's had 3 separate mailings. One of the things he didn't understand that PACE was going to be not only the $700 application fee, but another $7,500 on top of that. I think there's a fair degree of dispute between what PACE has received and what PACE says they've received, and also a dispute as to when PACE received it. I've looked at some of the documentation and reviewed it. I know that Dr. Griswold sent it to PACE, but it sounds like PACE is not acknowledging receipt of that documentation. So, frankly, I'm not really sure what's going on. We could be partially at fault, but I think PACE is certainly partially at fault. We're willing to admit some fault, but it sounds like PACE itself is not. There is another issue that I think we need to bring up about PACE. This issue might be the sort of thing that we might want to consider in executive session because it has to do with personal financial details. So I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Chair.
Do we need to go into executive? I originally thought it was for health issues.
Right, that would not be an acceptable
Yeah.
reason to go into executive.
Okay, well then I will lay some of those things out for you. So I'm not saying we don't bear any responsibility. Clearly we do. I think there have been errors on all sides, and I think that should be taken into account. Whatever you decide with Dr. Griswold, I think we should give him some leniency and some latitude. Let me discuss the financial issues because they are extremely pressing. Dr. Griswold has serious financial difficulties. He, frankly, right at the moment, does not have $7,500 to give PACE. And as you can imagine, with the number of board complaints that he's had, that's been both financially and emotionally stressful. He does not have hospital privileges, as you know. He has not been able to do surgery for the last 4 months. His cash flow is very poor. For instance, he cannot make his office rent payments. He's in danger of being evicted. He cannot pay his staff. His staff may leave. He cannot pay his office maintenance. He's throwing out his own garbage and cleaning his own floors. He can't make his car payments. His car is in danger of being repossessed. His electricity was turned off in his house, and he only came up with the money to pay his electric bill. He does not have cell phone service and only has internet service at his office. His wife is divorcing him predominantly over these particular issues. So this is an extremely bad time for him. Now, I just do want to mention that I think it's important to keep in mind that in the 25 years of practice for Dr. Griswold in Tucson, he has never had a patient complaint until 2018, until the complaints that you now know about. So there is good news. I think there's some brightness on the horizon. He has a Blue Cross Blue Shield check that should be coming in this week. Within the next 3 or 4 weeks, he has a substantial Medicare check that will be coming in. As soon as these checks come in, he will be able to pay his staff, his rent, and he will be able to pay for PACE. So I would ask that you take that into account. He will be able to pay for PACE. He wants to go to PACE. He wants to have the assessment. He needs some more time to come up with the money. We can see that on the horizon, but I would request both an extension to schedule the evaluation, and my idea to schedule it was August 15th, and I would ask for an extension to complete the evaluation of November 15th. And I think those are reasonable, that we can comply with those orders.
What's Dr. Griswold's practice now? What's he doing?
He's doing basically medical ophthalmology. You can see patients, but he can't do surgery. He can't do laser. He has no place he can do that. So he's seeing former patients. You can imagine the impact of this in his particular community. It explains these dire financial straits.
My question is it safe for him to practice at all? That's my concern. That's where I'm going.
I don't know that there's anything in the records. There was a question of his surgical skills. I don't believe that was a question raised by the board.
It's a question that is raised by the board because they're, as you said, Dr. Palmer, he did well for all these years that he practiced. Suddenly, something happened where there were all these complaints. So that's very telling to me.
Well, my answer is each one of those complaints revolves around a surgical case. There were no non-surgical patients that had any concerns.
Justin, were you able to find when those other 5 orders went out for him?
Case number 2019-0055 was sent out April 3rd. Case number 190024 was sent out March 5th. And case number 18-0200 was sent out June 6th.
So the first two, in the letter, when does it say they should respond?
It's 5 days.
Within 5 days.
Have there been responses?
There's been no response. Why haven't you responded,
The
Doctor?
subpoena is 5 days. I'm sorry.
I think they get 30 days.
I'm sorry. I apologize. The subpoena for records is 5 days.
March and April. Why haven't you responded to the March and April ones?
I can't speak to these because
As I'm asking the doctor.
he has 2 attorneys.
Speak.
I'm not sure which cases.
We just said it.
I need a patient's name for me to know what that. The numbers. I'm not sure what they are.
You don't recall getting any notices from the board?
That's not what I said. I don't recall what the numbers refer to. I need a patient's name so I can recall the case.
Do you have the? You don't not give the name, but do you have the?
I can get the
letters of
initials.
the patients.
I would like to add the next 3 board complaints that just came up. I just got Friday. KS is the initials. She filed that same complaint about the same incident, and now I'm getting another complaint from the same patient over the same incidents that you folks just sent me Friday.
I would note that it was resent on Friday.
They resent them again.
So April 3rd one.
It's a different date on the top of the complaint.
So the April 3rd case was patient DO.
Yeah, we're dancing around. I agree. I think that we're very frustrated with the doctor. I think we're frustrated because he hasn't even responded to the complaints in a timely manner. So I don't know what they would like us to do. Do you want to open an investigative hearing for noncompliance?
Yeah, we need to do that, but we need to take a step back and figure out all that we got going here and figure out what practice.
Is he a danger to practice?
Yeah, that's my
concern. Do we
concern.
put him in a timeout and suspend his license?
What practice restrictions are, and
Yeah.
and what we can do. I'm going to move we go into executive session for
I
legal
agree.
advice.
We have a motion from Mr.
Second.
Landau. I have a second from Dr. Madam. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we're going into executive session for legal advice. Doctor, we have a lot of questions still on some issues that we're concerned about. Mr. Landau, did you want to start first?
Yeah, let me just log back in.
Okay.
Okay. We got a number of issues here. And let me start with the timing issues. You're overdue for PACE.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's no doubt about that. Here is my suggestion, that you complete PACE, not my suggestion, this will be a motion if need be. You complete PACE, one way or another, by October 15th. And you get it done by then. Not going to schedule you to schedule at any time or call them at any time. There's an end product, and you complete PACE by October 15th. So you got 120 days. Okay, that's number one. Number two, that you have 5 open cases. And we're not going to talk about those cases because we haven't gone through the process to get to the facts. But Justin right now is going to give you orally, and Dr. Perlmutter, time for the deadline for you to respond. Now, back to PACE for a second. If you do not complete PACE by October 15th, then we have a new board complaint coming for failure to comply. Justin's going to give you right now the dates, the response dates for all 5. If you do not comply on any of those, not respond by the dates he gives you, we have new board complaints coming for failure to comply. Okay, Justin? It's all yours.
All right. The board has 3 complaints that you have not provided responses for. First is DO 19-0055A. That was sent April 3rd, 2019. You had 14 days to respond to that. So from today, you have 14 days, 14 calendar days to get a response.
Did you give it the date that the
Yeah,
response is due?
That would be the 29th?
I believe that's correct.
Calendar.
So on a Saturday?
So
So it would be by the
following Monday.
Yeah, by July 1st.
July 1st.
Yeah, let's do July 1st.
Okay. So by July 1st, you will have a response due. Case number DO-19-0024. Notice was sent March 5th, 2019. You had 14 days to respond. So the new date is again July 1st. The last case, DO-18-0200A, that was sent June 6th, 2019. So 14 days from
Let's
there.
do it all July 1st.
Make it all July 1st. Make it easy.
Yeah, make it
Okay,
easy.
fine,
Yeah.
July 1st.
Yep.
The other 2 cases were the notice of noncompliance for this case, which is DO-19-0082, and then the other case was administratively closed.
Okay.
Okay, that's number 2. And as far as this case is concerned, we will continue it pending the deadline, the completion of, at least that's my thought, the completion of PACE. Number 3, Northwest Hospitals removed your privileges. So you can't, at least at the hospital, you can't perform surgery. Will you agree to a voluntary practice restriction that you do not perform surgery or any procedure in any location?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can we write that up? And do we need to phrase it any differently than this layman's language medically? I
think you said it correctly.
They phrase it. I'm learning.
You okay with that, Gene?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be number 3. Number 4, and this is totally up to you and Dr. Perlmutter. you got 9 cases here. You might get with Justin and Gene and see if there's going to be some resolution on all of them. That's just based on my experience as a trial judge, that you got 9 cases here. Maybe y'all want to get together and put something together that proposes something to the board. And but that's all up to you. Won't get involved in that at this point. So, and if the board needs to give some thought to Gene, we can do that. Is there anything else?
Before you do that, though,
probably need a pace evaluation.
Right. I don't think we're going to look at anything like that until we get the pace evaluation.
Yeah. Okay. So you can keep that in abeyance, but you might think of that down the road.
Go ahead, Dr.
May I add one thing? We've asked your primary care physician for your medical records, and we have still not gotten them. Could you please ask Dr. Chavez to send your records to us?
I will, but he was an employee of Northwest Allied Physicians, and he no longer is. So I think that Northwest Allied Physicians has those records.
Well, you can get them yourself.
It's not a records release, yeah.
Can you get them yourself?
Sure.
We can subpoena.
But it's not Dr. Chavez anymore. He doesn't work there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Subpoena the records.
Okay.
Northwest.
It'd be Northwest Allied Physicians.
Was there anything else we were looking for or not? I don't remember, Dr. Proth.
Dr. Cunningham, just one point of clarification. Did you want to specify from the date that we send them the proposed practice restriction, how long they have to sign that and get that back?
Within the next 14 days?
Wait, to sign it? I'd say 5 days.
Okay.
5 days.
Do you want to make it, okay, 5 days.
Business days?
5 business days, right.
Yeah, from the date it's set, 5 business days.
Anything else, Justin?
That's all I have.
Anything else, Gene?
No.
Okay.
Just a point about that. It's going to take 3 or 4 days to get down to Tucson if you're going to mail it.
Give him 14 days. I give him
10 days.
10 days. 10 days.
10 calendar days.
All right. Compromise.
Also email it too.
And we'll email it to you as well. So.
And then send it to Dr. Perlmutter, too. Okay.
So it'll take 3 or 4 minutes to email it, as well as 3 or 4 days to mail it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's email.
All right. And then, do you want to try and set this then for seeing them again in
November?
November. Okay. Let's look forward to seeing you guys in November. All right.
Can I just quickly reiterate, just to make sure I have everything correct? So we have 3 cases that we need to respond to. All need to be responded to by July 1st. We have, I guess, an interim order for a practice restriction. We have, you're going to subpoena personal records.
And pace by October 15th.
Pace by October 15th, okay?
Correct.
And a November board meeting.
November board meeting.
Do we need a motion for that?
Should we, now, remember that's completed pace by the 15th. Completed pace, all right? Not scheduling, completed pace by the 15th.
Yeah, what's the date of the November meeting?
Let me pull it up real quick. November 23rd.
Okay, so that'll be the date, November 23rd.
Just one final comment. I just want to say I really appreciate you're going along with us on this and not doing something different.
Okay.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're working with you.
Do I need a motion, Gene?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll also move everything I
I have a
previously
second
said.
from myself, and Mr. Lando is the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yes.
Dr. Madem.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Dr. Landau. Mr. Landau. Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, safe travels back to Tucson. All right. Where do you want to go next? To the applicants?
We have Dr. Christopher Marsh as present, which is 7E.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Dr. Marsh. I didn't mean to go over you. I apologize.
What are we doing with
Please
Dr.
come forward.
What are we doing with Dr. Page?
Dr. Page is not here.
Dr. Page is not present.
We'll talk about that. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Marsh. All right. Dr. Pry, I believe this was yours. You're going to review for us.
Originally, this case was opened in Sorry, I don't have the date. Anyway, Dr. Marsh was reported to the board by a PA for concerns about...
October 2017, I think that's
Okay,
what,
thank
or
you.
September 26, I'm sorry.
Okay.
2017.
For concerns about his opioid prescribing. And a chart review was performed as well as a review of the patient that they were concerned about, and there were multiple concerns. The board ordered Dr. Marsh to have a PACE evaluation regarding his opioid prescribing. And that was done April 17th, 2000, I'm sorry.
Let me go back.
Yeah, April 17th, 2019. And Dr. Marsh actually attended PACE, but he attended the prescribing course. And Mr. Bohal was in contact with him and explained that he also needs to attend the evaluation, and I believe he's agreed to do that.
Yeah, I did when I signed up and I talked to them, they looked at the board order and said it should focus on prescribing, so they said the prescribing course. And then when I signed the paper, they said they had shared the information with the board. So I just assumed it's best, it was focused on opiate prescribing, so that was the correct course.
So wasn't there, because this has been going on for a while, wasn't there an issue that you went over there, but you went to the wrong place?
Well, I went in late into the hotel, and the person I asked, there was one person there, and I said, is there the PACE program tomorrow? And they looked in the computer and said no. So I looked at my papers, and there's pictures of just the PACE building, so I thought that's where it was. And I went there in the morning, and I missed too much of the meeting there in the morning when I found out, so I just rescheduled it.
Okay. And so then you took the PACE prescribing course.
Correct.
So when are you going to do the PACE evaluation?
I just learned of this 3 days ago. I thought everything was okay.
Okay.
And, I talked to somebody that the executive director referred to me at PACE, and they just told me that I need to have the board clarify it.
Board members, will you give me a little leeway just for a minute? What did you learn from the PACE prescribing course?
Well, it was a great course, and it was very thorough. They go over the 2.5 days state medical board guidelines for prescribing controlled substances, pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, drug interactions, difficult patients, management of chronic pain, special issues in chronic pain, headache, back pain, and several other things. Charting. And
what are you doing differently now after going to this course?
Yeah, I sent a letter to the board a few weeks ago. I don't have any patients on long-acting opiates at all anymore.
Okay.
I started that about a year ago, referring them out.
Any patients on opioids and benzodiazepines?
I think there's 2, but they're prescribed by psychiatrists.
Did you find the PACE course beneficial?
Absolutely.
Do you think you had deficiencies before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I look back on it now. I think, after so many years, we kind of practiced in a vacuum, and it was an excellent course. I was glad I did it.
Do you check the P&P record regularly now?
Yes.
Every single day?
Every patient I see.
Are you doing urine drug screens?
Yes.
How often are you doing urine drug screens on patients?
I don't have really any high-risk patients. Most of the patients, like I said before, I've seen for 15 to 25 years. They're, if I go through their history, they don't drink alcohol. They don't have psychiatric issues for the most part, so they're not high risk. But I screen them probably every 3 to 6 months.
Okay. And do you send patients to pain management?
Oh yeah, pretty much all the ones I know have been sent to pain management. I just have used some short-acting pain drugs now.
How would you describe your pain prescribing now compared to what you did before?
Oh, I haven't taken new chronic pain patients for 15 years. The patients I was seeing were
patients that were my patients, established patients. So, and even then, it's down, got to be 80-90%.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? I'm going to tell you, I'm okay with the. I don't think he needs to go for an evaluation.
Okay.
I think he's okay. If other board members feel that way, I think that he has clearly learned from his mistake. I think the PACE prescribing is enough. I don't know if it would benefit him to go through any more.
Let's ask him if he wants to go.
Yeah. Do you want to do it?
I'd rather not if I don't have to. I appreciate it. I do.
Thanks for the offer.
Would you expect more? We still have to set this to determine the case. Sorry, the case.
Do we? Can we close the case here? Jane, tell me.
That was an interim order requiring the evaluation. You can make the final determination on the case here.
We can.
Yeah.
So
you
we
would
can
need to
close the
set
case
a
now?
revised order and clarify any of your.
Well, we have to make a determination whether or not there's a
violation.
I'd like to review the case.
So would you rather then set this for investigative hearing for our next meeting then?
Yeah.
All right. So can we then make a motion to then change, to modify the board order that the PACE prescribing course was enough for him to? So moved from Mr. Landau. Can I have a second? Dr. Madam, do I need a roll call?
No.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed saying the same. We're going to make it come back one more time, okay? So I'm happy with your progress. I remember the first few times, the couple times you've been here, I think it's a couple times you've been here, is that, and I'm happy with your answers. So we'll set this for then the August meeting. Are you going to be here in August?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll see you in August then, okay? All right. Good luck. You're all set, sir.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much. I appreciate it.
Coming here is easier than going to San Diego.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Where do you want us to go next?
Next, we have, if we want to go to 8A, the applicant is present.
So, again, this is for applications again. This is ADO-19-0064A. Jesu, I'm thinking that's SIU. Please come forward, doctor. Have a seat right there. Welcome. All right. And I think this is John's case again. Thanks, John.
Dr. Jesu applied for an Arizona osteopathic license on December 31st, 2018. He meets the education, training, and examinations requirements for licensure. Dr. Su disclosed a yes answer under the professional conduct history portion of the application regarding being placed on probation or having his privileges restricted or suspended, terminated, or any other adverse action against his participation. The details of that declaration are Dr. Su reported that the reasons for the yes answer is his residency training in internal medicine started in July of 2016. He was placed on academic remediation in June of 2017, which extended his contract by 3 months. He was placed on academic remediation again in September of 2017, which extended his contract another 3 months. In March of 2018, he was again placed on remediation until the end of his PGY2 in December of 2018. The reasons that were cited for his disciplinary actions were untimely attendance, unexcused absences, and incomplete progress notes. He believes he has demonstrated improvement in that regard. Dr. Su advised that there were no concerns raised since March of 2018. Dr. Su also advised there was an incident that occurred in October 2018 where he had placed a central line without supervision, which led to an adverse event. The catheter was inadvertently placed in the carotid artery, and the patient had a hemiplegic stroke. Dr. Su reported that in November 2018, his program gave him notice that they did not intend to renew his contract in his final PGY 3 year of training for 2018-2019. He believes that the incident with the central line and the aforementioned concerns considerably led to this decision. Dr. Su acknowledged responsibility for the incident and said he explained the exceptional and emergent nature of the situation, which he believes warranted his actions during that time. He appealed the decision to the Clinical Competency Committee and to the Graduate Medical Education Division Chair, but the appeal was not successful. He attached a copy of his appeal letter to his explanation of the yes answer. Dr. Su said he has reflected on these events and endeavors to finish his residency. He is in the process of applying to another residency program to become board certified, and at this time he is seeking to obtain his medical licensure, in which would allow him to find work and strengthen his experience in practicing medicine.
Dr. Su, you heard that brief review. I think that this board probably has a lot of grave concerns with your probations or things that you were put on, and clearly for the last event, which was an adverse event. You want to talk some about all that?
So after that incident, I spoke to my program director.
Let's go back in the beginning. Let's start from, before we get to the adverse event, let's talk about all the other stuff first. And let's do it chronologically, okay? So you were put on academic probation back in 2017, is that right? Or 2016? 2016. Let's start with 2016. What happened?
So the first time related to an incident where there was a didactic session on a Thursday, which I did not attend. That happened during my intern year, and as I explained, there were discharge summaries that I was struggling to finish, and that I had scheduled or purchased a plane ticket to travel back home. But the GME rules say that all summaries, everything needs to be finished in order for you to take time off. So I sort of made a decision that instead of attending that didactic session, I worked that entire evening to finish those discharge summaries so that I could make my trip home.
It was in 2016?
Correct. That was the one major one.
What happened in 2017?
So like as it was summarized correctly, they were related to some progress notes that were finished not on time. That's one attending mentioned that I stayed late to submit progress notes, that some patient presentations were maybe not at par. These deficiencies that I've felt that I've since corrected, I've recognized that they were issues with sort of self-maintenance, and I've worked hard to correct them. And as that was stated, since March of 2018, there's been no issues with that.
But you were on probation 2016, 2017, and 2018, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It was two times.
Okay.
Patient presentation, does that refer to the progress notes, or does that refer to oral presentations as part of the training?
More like oral presentations, and with that, I worked with one of the assistant program directors, and she went over my progress notes. She had me go over oral presentations with her, and that seemed to have helped.
So the progress notes weren't completed, and the oral presentations weren't, in your program's view, were not up to par, right? They're two separate instances, so to speak.
And untimely absences and
then the issue of missing the class
unexcused
because you were
absences and
behind.
untimely attendance.
Yeah.
Correct.
Does the untimely attendance have anything to do with anything else besides the two instances you mentioned?
There was another one where I was on the oncology rotation, and it was in December of 2017, where I think there was a miscommunication between my preceptor and I. It was during the Christmas holiday where I thought that my preceptor had those holidays off, when in fact he was working and I was expected to be present. So I didn't appear for rounds in the hospital. During the 2 days that I was not present, I was not contacted by my preceptor, but I had found out after that fact. And so with that, I was notified by GME, and the result of that was that I voluntarily did 2 more days with a medical oncologist.
Talk to us about the incident that occurred in October 2018.
With the central line?
Yes.
So
Before we get
Okay,
there,
yeah,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
just to clarify, I just had the remediation listed as 3 separate incidents.
That's what I had too.
July 16, September 17, and March 18. Is that not correct?
So the remediation was twice. One
So
extent.
it says you started your training in July 2016, and in June of 2017, you were placed on academic remediation, and you were extended for 3 months. And then again in September of 2017, that would be the second time,
right,
you were placed on academic remediation. And then it says there's a third time in March 18th you were placed on academic remediation until the end of your PGY 2 year in December of 18. December of 18. So that would be 3 times.
Correct.
Is that what you recall?
That's not what I recall or understood.
Okay.
Did you think it was just continuously then? Maybe that time in 2017, just all at once?
So I would have started PGY 3 in December of 2018.
Hang on just a second. Go ahead, John.
In his written explanation, he did indicate those exact 3 dates.
Okay.
And that was by his written explanation.
That's by your hand. That's what you explained to our investigator. So we didn't come up with that on our own.
I'm sorry, go on with the central line case, please.
So what happened was that I was taking care of a patient who presented to the emergency room who was critically ill. They were having a gastrointestinal bleed. They were ill-appearing. They were anemic. And there was no supervision. There was no nocturnist in-house. There was no fellow. The 2 physicians in the emergency room were both occupied. Now, I had been the supervising resident. There were 2 other residents that I was working with, and I had, during that night shift rotation, I had supervised them on other central lines. I've also performed more than the number of central lines in order to become credentialed. The issue was that I had not been officially credentialed because I hadn't, at that time, submitted the documentation to be credentialed. So you see, our program was still organizing that credentialing process earlier that year. And so that night I was paged by the nurse that the patient had just lost IV access, that they would need a central line. So I went back downstairs to reassess the patient, and looking at them, it did make sense that they would need a line for IV fluids, blood products, antibiotics. And so I told the ED physician who was there that I was going to do this. He was in the vicinity, but he was occupied. So I got the kit out, I placed the line, and during the entire procedure, it went uneventfully. I ordered a chest x-ray right after, and the chest x-ray was read by the radiologist as showing proper positioning of the catheter tip. But after my shift, it been discovered that it was not properly positioned and it was in the carotid. And so because of that, because that I did the line unsupervised, uncredentialed, it was because of that the culmination of that, with everything happening before that, the program did not want to renew my contract.
So your policy for your residency or the hospital was not to put in a central line unless you were credentialed, correct?
So the program mentioned that I was told not to do any lines prior to that in their letters, but I felt that that's inaccurate because I was specifically never told that I was not allowed to do one, and that the letter, and there was no documentation that existed. After that incident, they did make me sign a letter saying that I would not do any procedures, which I did sign.
What was the policy for credentialing for procedures at that time?
So you had to do a minimal of, I believe it was 5, and it needed to be signed off by an attending, and it could be done with direct supervision or indirect supervision, meaning they're in your vicinity. And I have done that, and those are documented on an electronic portfolio, which I do have, but they were never went through the paper credentialing process officially. And so given that, I felt I had the confidence and that it was an exceptional circumstances, and I felt, given everything I knew at that time, that I felt reasonably justified. But in hindsight, it probably was not a good clinical decision.
Was the patient in extremis at the time?
Their blood pressures were tenuous, they were altered, they were anemic.
Could you give me approximate heart rate and blood pressure? Sorry, approximate. I know this a little while ago, a couple of years, whatever. Was the blood pressure in the 60s?
I couldn't tell you exact numbers, but that's what I recall.
So how do you normally tell the difference between a carotid artery versus a vein?
So their blood pressures were low, so at the time it may have been difficult to tell exactly what the ultrasound, but normally the jugular vein is compressible, where the artery is not, and you can see a pulsation on the ultrasound. You can also palpate it.
And do you do vascular flow with your ultrasound too, or just non-Doppler?
I use the color Doppler.
Thank you.
Dr. Erswasser?
I don't have any questions. I have one.
Go ahead.
Back to the letter you received. If I understood you right, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said the letter sent to you was that you're not to put in a central line, not to put in a line, but you felt the letter was incorrect? Is that what you said?
Yes, so...
Am I following that?
So the program, in their letter to not renew my my contract, they mentioned that there was discussion between a chief resident and myself, and that I had signed a documentation that I wouldn't do any procedures prior to that incident because apparently there was another line prior to that which had been not placed optimally. That occurred a week before that incident.
By you?
By me. But
there's 2 incidents, though.
Sort of, yes, there's 2.
I'm sorry, the tip was too far, or what was suboptimal about it? It was not an arterial, correct?
No, so there is another incident that they mentioned that there was basically the issue was that the catheter was not advanced far enough, and the issue with that was that I'd gotten a central line that was just longer than the appropriate length. So what happened with that? It was removed and replaced uneventfully, and GME. They claimed that after that, there was a discussion between the chief resident and myself, and that I had signed documentation saying that I would not do any procedures, when I'm certain that that did not occur. And this is important for me to bring up, because if that were to be true, and I still did that October one, then that would seem to be frank disobedience of instruction, which did not happen.
I thought you, maybe I understood it wrong. I thought you said that the letter told you not to do it. Or did the letter say that you signed a letter not to do it and you did it anyway?
To clarify, maybe, I believe the letter you're referring to is they give you rationale why they were not going to renew your contract, right?
Yes.
Right?
This is before that. This is before the... I understood, doctor, to say that prior to putting in the line that went into the carotid...
In
October, he was told not to put in any lines.
That's what the GME letter states.
Okay.
But you disagree with that?
I disagree with that. What I do agree, what is true is that I was told not to do one after that, the one in October, which is true, and I gladly signed.
But regardless, you were out of policy when you put in the carotid line, the October line. The policy was you had to have a supervising physician
sign
at
off
the time.
With five cases, you said.
Yes.
Are you legally able to put a line in?
So it's a hospital credentialing question. You have to go through credentialing in order to be able to put in or do a procedure, including a central line.
But you said that they could be indirect supervision as well, and that the attending was in the vicinity, and that you notified them ahead of time, correct?
That is correct.
But performing supervised versus being credentialed to do it on your own are two separate things.
That's a good deal. What are you looking to do here in the state of Arizona?
Since leaving residency in December, when my contract was not renewed, I found work in a clinic and outside the city of Corpus Christi, where the program is, and I've been doing sort of acting like a scribe and medical assistant.
So do you have a license in Texas?
So 2 days ago, I appeared for the similar board hearing in the state of Texas. I was in Austin. They heard my case, and they did grant my license. My plans, my rationale.
Was it an unrestricted license?
So they requested that I must practice in a hospital setting or with other practitioners. So the way I understood it, basically no private practice.
Can't be by yourself.
Correct.
Solo by yourself.
Correct.
You have to be in a supervised setting.
Correct.
Okay.
And so my rationale for applying for an Arizona license, this whole, my goals is to get reestablished into another residency program, and in obtaining a license, it would provide me greater working freedom and the opportunity to network in hopes of getting back into a residency program to finish my third year. Since December, I've applied to multiple programs. I've been in contact with my medical school dean, and I've been still in contact with my program directors.
So were you denied any? Because I know they had the match already. So if you if you were not renewed in December, they had the match in the spring. Did you try and match in this last spring?
I did try to match.
Did you not match with anyone?
I did not match.
How many programs did you apply to?
I applied to multiple programs. It must have been over 10 or 20. But the difficult aspect of that match is it's not really suited for someone in a more advanced standing and who's off cycle.
Yeah. You might have to repeat a year.
I understand.
Yeah. You're going to have to repeat a year. I don't know. I have a lot of concerns. I don't know how other board members feel, but I have a lot of concerns. So I think that's great. Texas gave you a license, but I'm not sure if I want to give them a license. I have some concerns. Yeah, my feeling was he could do one or two things. But other board members, please chime in. I'm not the only voice here. When I read this whole thing, and then even hearing more from this makes me more concerned, is that we can let him withdraw his license, which has no effect on us, doesn't show up on the National Data Reporting Bank, and as a rejection, so he can freely withdraw. We give him that opportunity. Or my feeling was he could do administrative medicine, but I did not feel comfortable with him having interaction with patients when I see all of this. So that was just my feeling.
Why can't we give him a training license and have him find a residency? I mean,
But he's asking for an unrestricted license. So.
Well, we don't have to give him that, but if your goal is to complete your residency, you're saying you need a license to get a position in Arizona.
He hasn't matched anywhere in Arizona, though, so he doesn't need anything. He didn't match.
Well, I'm saying if you get a match in Arizona, in other words, you're saying that with a license, you have a better chance of getting a position in Arizona as a resident?
He just said networking, just networking.
What you say is correct. It would allow me to work in some sort of setting and sort of get my foot in the door.
No, but Dr. Reese is saying that a training license would allow you to be a resident in Arizona. It would not allow you to practice anywhere.
You'd have to be we give you a training certificate that if you got a residency in Arizona, then you would be okay, but we're not going to give you, I'm not going to say it just for me. I'm not the one who makes the decision. The whole board does. But I think we feel uncomfortable giving you an unrestricted license. Okay.
I agree with Dr. Cunningham for everything he said.
How do other board members feel?
Agree. Oh, what part of it, other than he put a central line? I mean, I put in central line.
That's a very technical.
I got signed off on a card the next day. I think he was in the heat of the battle. And I think he had to do what he thought was in the best interest of the patient. He's put him in before. Second, the other reasons he was set back was it really wasn't academically, was it? Or was it? Academically, they put you the remediations. It was for behavior, is that correct?
And remediation.
Was that what remediation means?
Because he didn't present his cases. He had deficiencies.
Okay, well, present cases, does it mean like you're making rounds? Is that what they're talking about, presenting the cases?
Like grand rounds, how we used to present cases?
I remember. So, but what about from an academic standpoint?
I passed all my boards. On my in-service, I believe I scored the highest in my program. I got above the national average. There were never any concerns, never any issues with me, with my clinical decision and management.
This is like one night with Venus, the rest of your life with Mercury. He made one mistake.
I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, see, to me, there's a whole...
It's a pattern of behavior. Right?
Yeah, it's a pattern of judgment more than behavior. I made this decision to skip this program. I made this decision to be late. To me, there's judgment questions that enter into it.
That's what concerns me.
You can be great book smart-wise, you know that.
Yeah.
But applying it then is an issue.
Well, there's defiance, but if that central line went in properly, which he's done before, and the patient survived, where he's in maybe extremis, maybe not, we're not sure, but then he would be fine. I mean, I think
I still would have had him come forward and talk to us, even if he didn't have this here. I'd probably still have some concerns.
We have some concerns, but I think we're basing a decision on one incident, particularly, that is a technical event. I mean, it technically went wrong.
Caused a stroke.
What?
Caused a stroke.
Yeah.
Make a motion.
So, I don't...
Do we have a similar... Dr. Madam has to say, you deal with this a lot more than I do.
Oh, it's quite easy to accidentally hit the carotid artery when you're trying to put a line in. However, the recognition is typically immediate. You have a pulse, you have brighter blood, you do not have normal venous flow. So typically it's never identified by x-ray because the two vessels follow the same course. It's a clinical identification. Certainly once you dilate it to put the central line in, now you're having to keep your palm of your hand over because the blood's shooting everywhere. It's like controlling a laceration to the artery at that time. So it's not, it's usually recognized immediately. I also have stabbed the carotid artery several times because we didn't have the advantage of ultrasound when I learned, so you were just trying to hit next to the pulse, and sometimes you got the pulse.
We did it in those days, remember?
You don't want to pull out.
Yeah.
Do we have a similar license to what he was granted in Texas, where it's supervision only, or is that a restriction?
That would be a restriction then on his license. He wouldn't have an unrestricted license. He'd have to be supervised.
Why can't you just? Why can't you just go with the Texas license?
My home residence is here in Scottsdale. It would be more opportune if I can find employment in this area. My starting to face a financial burden as with my limited salary and with my student loans becoming due.
I would rather, we would all not take a risk patient safety. But I think this is a young lad who's starting out on his career. I mean, he's gone through years of training. I don't know why we would sort of
I just
stop
don't think
him
he's
now.
ready for an unrestricted
What?
license. I don't think he's ready yet.
I would agree, and I would say I think the restriction that Texas placed was a reasonable restriction in that he would be able, to learn more right in a environment where he's got supervision.
I mean, if he got a family practice residency here, went out into family practice, he could be an asset to the community.
That'd be fantastic.
That'd be great. And he'd come get us for a PGY training certificate. I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm ready to give him an unrestricted license. I don't. And even a restricted license where he's practicing in supervision, I think there's. I feel very uncomfortable. That's just my opinion. I'm only one vote. Okay, just one vote. So.
It's
And I don't want to do any harm to him. So that's why I'm saying, if we vote and deny him, it'll show up on the National Data Reporting Bank.
If we restrict the license,
It'll show up on the National Data Reporting Bank too.
Okay.
I don't think that's a good move.
And I don't want to do that. So that's why it's like giving him an opportunity. Like, that's great. Text just helped you out, but I'm not sure if Arizona's ready to help you out yet. If you get a residency here, come back and see us again, and we'll talk about a PGY training certificate. That's just my opinion. I don't know how other board members feel.
So if he goes like, what is it? If we give him an unrestricted license, what would you be doing with it?
I would be looking to work in a supervised setting, much like I'm doing now, with plans to continue my clinical education and not lose the experience that I've already accumulated, and not.
We have no way of monitoring that, though.
says
So
supervised
the way that Texas has ordered it was that I am to submit information to a compliance officer regarding whatever setting I practice in, that there are other practitioners there.
How long have you been working down there? How many months?
Since January of 2019.
You've been working, and have they gone through the compliance already? Have you sent stuff to the board?
They literally made their decision on Thursday last week.
Okay, Thursday. I'm sorry. That's right.
If we weren't to give you an unrestricted license, we were to give you the option of either withdrawing your application or getting a restricted license, what would be your preference?
Having a restricted license.
Okay. All right. You got the answers. Who wants to make a motion?
What would he be restricting?
He'd have to be in a he'd be like in Texas, he'd have to be in a supervised setting at all times, not in a private practice solo. He couldn't be in an urgent care by himself. He'd have to be in a hospital type setting or a clinic.
So moved.
No.
I think that would be more damaging than.
Well, that's what I think.
But that's why I asked him, though.
That's why I don't think he understands that.
I don't know if he does, but we have to protect him in some.
That's why I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to help him.
You know that would be much more damaging. He'll never get anything.
You'll never get into probably a residency program.
Isn't that already been reported based on what Texas has done?
I don't know. It hasn't showed up yet, but it probably will.
So are we doing any more damage?
Yes, he'll have two states then doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
So it's, yeah. So I'm trying to protect him.
I get it, right? Now, a part of it is I don't understand
That's okay.
the inner workings of
I'm glad you're asking. Go ahead, Gary. I can tell you're struggling.
I'm struggling. How about reevaluation in 6 months?
Come back and see us in 6 months, man. How about that? How about
The other thing is that I'm happy to provide all the files of my residency. If there's any.
I don't want to go through all that stuff. I'll be honest with you. And I think we've got enough information. But I think come back and see us in 6 months. I think your best bet is to voluntarily take back your application so it doesn't show up as a denial. And come back and see us in 6 months. Tell us where you're at, and we'll look at it again, man. Okay? I don't know. How do other board members feel?
Or even with your reports in Texas have to be what, quarterly?
I don't know the details yet.
No.
Well, give us 6 months or 4 months of those reports.
Let's see where you're at. Bring us some information how you're doing in Texas, and let's talk again. How's that sound?
All right.
Okay.
Are you telling him he should voluntarily withdraw?
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling him.
And then, I just want to make sure he understands what you're telling him. Do
So-
you understand?
Voluntarily withdraw your application so that there's nothing that shows up as discipline or that you did something on the National Data Reporting Bank, okay? That will follow you for the rest of your career. I'm trying to protect you from that, okay?
Can we,
And then come back and see us in 6 months with the stuff you're doing in Texas, and we may talk differently, okay?
can we put this, I know there's some deadlines, can we continue this till October?
I think we would be outside the timeframes.
For application.
I think we're pushing up pretty close right now.
Okay. Because my thought was, yeah.
Would he have to reapply?
Yes.
Once he withdraws,
He would need
he have
to
then
reapply.
reapply? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, Doctor, how many years of postgraduate training have you had?
2.
2 years. So you're missing a third year.
That's correct.
Gene, are you happy with any of this? You're giving me that look.
I'm sorry?
I'm talking to Jean. She's giving me that look.
I don't see a legal issue at this point,
Okay.
so I don't need to comment.
You guys okay with this? Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Is 4 months too soon?
I think it's too. I don't think we'll have enough information.
Okay,
Let's
if
do
it's
6
quarterly,
months.
okay.
Let's do it in 6 months.
Are you expecting him to reapply before you consider the information from Texas?
No, I want to see that. Well,
Probably have to.
they'll have to apply and get us the information from Texas.
Is
So how does that work, Gene? Tell me.
Well, I don't know that your application fees are refundable.
Correct.
Is he going to be just engaging in this kind of academic.
There's no guarantee that he's going to be doing anything?
Could he
Yeah, I'm not sure it'd be anything different in 6 months, is there?
Well, because the match doesn't happen till what, May? March? May?
March.
I thought it was March Madness, that's what I was thinking.
Excuse me, Dr. Cunningham. I think one way that you may be able to do it is you could have him come back at call to the public and provide some information and kind of gauge the board on their comfort level.
You're so smart, Justin. You're so smart. I knew there's a reason we had you. Can we do that, Gene?
Also,
You just wouldn't be able to provide too much direction.
Okay.
Is there another category where I know he's strapped financially and can we hold on to his fee as
could we make an
down payment for his?
Can we make an exception about his application to hold on to the fee, or is that setting a precedence?
Everything's set the precedent.
Gene, is the deadline jurisdictional, or can it be waived?
It is not jurisdictional.
So we could waive it?
You would just have to paper the files when the Auditor General comes in, and you're supposed to refund the fees if you go past the required deadline. But if we just put it in abeyance,
okay,
and kind of toll the running of the clock.
How about we do that?
Yeah, why don't we?
Let's do that. You don't have to withdraw. We'll just table your application. Are you okay with that?
Just toll the time frame.
Okay. Yeah, do you understand what she's getting? Probably not.
Not. Can
Okay,
you
yeah.
explain?
And what we're saying is we have deadlines imposed by law and rule where we have to consider your application in X number of days. And we can put it off for a period of time to get more information. But ultimately, we have to do it. And we can either do one of two things. We can grant an application or we can deny an application. Or you can withdraw it. If we grant it, you practice. If we deny it, it goes to the data bank.
Yeah, you don't want that.
And you don't want that. Or you can withdraw it, but if you withdraw it and then you reapply, you got to start all over again, pay the fees. You know. What I'm saying is suggesting if you agree to waive those time periods, then we just put it in abeyance, and then
you're going to table it.
Yeah, we just kind of put it off. And then you come back in 6 months.
6 months and tell us where you're at.
And then plus you'll practice in Texas, and we'll get a sense of, yeah, he's doing a good job in Texas.
And you won't have to pay the fee again.
And then bring your information from Texas for your compliance.
And we may look at it differently. Now you got 6 months of Texas behind your belt, and there might be, and that's good. But you don't have to pay any fee. You don't have to start all over again. It doesn't go to the data bank, and we're just considering it in 6 months instead of what we're in June now. And actually, we don't have a December meeting, probably be 5 months.
January. We'll see him in
What
January.
about November?
November.
But he doesn't.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Gene.
You don't have anything lined up in Texas yet.
Yeah, he's working.
I'm working, but
Not under this agreement. Not under the Texas.
Because it just happened, right?
Yeah, you just got it on Thursday.
that's the Texas Medical Board's decision. So,
but you're working now, right?
As a scribe.
Only as a medical assistant and scribe. It's not an ideal situation because I don't live in Texas. It's only where I trained. I live in Scottsdale with my parents, and ideally my rationale is to find a similar position here in my home. Thus, my thought of applying for a license here.
I don't think 6 months is going to get us anything because the Texas order hasn't been issued. He has no work lined up under that restricted license.
So we don't know where we're at. Yeah. So what is your suggestion,
I think
Gene?
it's futile.
Go ahead. Tell me what
Well,
you
I thought he had a job lined up in Texas.
So are we back to you can withdraw his application? And
That would be one option.
I'd like to hear what other members feel about granting a license. I'd like to get some other thoughts.
Yep.
Well, I could say I want to help him. I know he hasn't completed his training, and so that limits what what we could do. I mean, we can't give him a license because he's not fully trained yet. But I'd like to open the door for him to get training, and I don't know exactly how we could do that, but I know that if we turn down his application and it goes to the data bank, he'll never get trained.
Gene, what if we give him a PGY training certificate? I know he can't practice with that, but at least that give him something in case he gets a residency here. What happens with that?
Well, technically, you can't get a license. You don't need a residency to get a license, do you?
Internship, that's all.
You need a license to get a residency. You need a training license.
You got to have a PGY.
Right. Wait, well, what happened? You said what happened to graduate from medical school? I don't know the answer. You graduate from medical school, and do you have to go through a residency in order to get a license?
Just an internship.
Internship.
Okay, which you've completed.
Yes, and that's essentially what I'm seeking. So
he's completed that.
So he can get a license.
He can get a license. He's trained enough for a license. He's not trained as a internist. But he can get a license, and he can do a lot.
But do we as a board feel comfortable giving him a license with what we have before us?
No.
I don't. This is not just coming before the board.
Well, okay. Let's suppose he graduated from. Where'd you go to school?
Arizona College of Osteopathic Medicine.
At Midwestern.
Yes.
And then where'd you do your internship, your PGY1?
Corpus Christi Medical Center.
Corpus Christi. How did you do in that internship?
He was on probation.
Well, I was on remediation 2 times related to those things.
And then you passed.
Then I corrected those deficiencies, like they were self-maintenance issues, and then.
So if he came to us after he completed that first year and applied for a license, would we be struggling with it? He only wants to practice in Arizona. He doesn't have any residency. He's not going to get a job in a hospital without a residency training. He's going to primarily do office practice.
He's going to be by himself, solo.
What?
He's not going to have any supervision.
What? I mean,
What if we do a license with a consent agreement?
I just got to tell you, I graduated from medical school.
It was different.
And it's a different time, but still. Well, and then had an internship that completed June 30th, and by July 15th, I was out there practicing.
I'm going to just say, I think we're still in the thing. Either you can withdraw it or we can deny it, and I think that's kind of where we're at now. So,
Mr. Lando, what were you talking about the consent agreement?
What's the effect of granting a license with a consent agreement that he not practiced in an unsupervised setting?
Gene's holding her head.
No, that would be disciplinary because you're restricting his practice.
And it's reportable.
And it's reportable. Okay. In the same situation.
Don't hold your head, Gene. It's okay. We don't want you to have
Her face is a little red. I'm out of York peppermint patties now, so okay.
I don't want you to stroke out or anything like that. Well, Barbara can take care of you. She's right next to you.
This is like a catch-22.
Yeah, it is.
So I have a question.
That's why I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
But as I think about it more and more, the concern is if he applies next year, what's he do in the next 6 months that's going to improve his
I don't
setting?
think anything because his skills are going to get less and
Yeah,
less.
and my thought, like as I think about it, my issue's not been so much with his medical knowledge as far as it goes, being a brand new doctor. It's with his judgment in like, well, I'm missing this, or I'm going to do that, or I'm going to fall behind on something else. That's where it concerned me. The central line, that was a dumb move. But, if someone was trying to be aggressive, maybe get ahead of the curve a little bit. So
remember what our mission statement is, you guys. Remember?
Yeah. So
we're supposed to, protect the public by setting educational training standards for licensure. Please remember that. Okay? Don't unwaver from that, please.
I'm not. I understand that.
Okay.
Well, we haven't met that yet.
So, okay.
Okay.
So, do we want to make a motion for him to deny his license, or do you want to give him the opportunity to?
No, we can't take a vote because if
Right.
it gets denied.
Right. So, I would suggest that the doctor withdraw his license application voluntarily. That's what I would do, and come back and see us. Okay.
Let's just see. What do you guys think over in that corner?
Yes.
Not understanding the implications, right, of granting a restricted license, right? If this is going to be something that's going to be awful for him for his career and will basically be career ending, that's obviously bad. But the idea of allowing him to practice in a supervised setting seems good. So I'm at odds with those two things. It sounds like, Dr. Cunningham, what you're saying is he may not understand the impact, right, of how bad that is, and so we're trying to save him.
Protect him.
Right? From,
We're not trying to be punitive. We're just trying to protect him.
Well, what's he do in the interim?
Well, he could go to Texas.
Yeah.
He got a license in Texas. He can start there. It's not ideal for him, okay? But he's in Texas. He's got a license. He's in a restricted license there. Start there, okay? Come back and see us after he's got a job. He's been there for so many months, and then we'll redo it then. We'll talk about it then.
I still go back then, with that in mind, I still go back to my original thought of the hold it, continue it for whatever, 6 months, because, yeah, he doesn't have a job in Texas, but maybe he'll be able to go get one, and he'll have a track record, and then we can come back, and he doesn't have to reapply, he doesn't have to pay the fees, and at least give him the opportunity. So I don't think it's futile. It may end up that way if he can't get a job in Texas, but at least it gives him the opportunity. So I am going to make a motion that we, with the consent of Dr. Sue, that we continue this to January.
I will second
and
that.
get this going.
I would agree with that. 'Cause he's no worse off there than he would if he withdrew it himself now.
And Barbara, get ready to catch Jane.
For you, the ball's in your court to bust your butt and get out there and get a job so we can see some information about you practicing medicine. I want to make that clear because you could come back here in 6 months and there's no data.
And don't fall in the trap of not getting into a residency program, because that's no man's land.
Yeah.
If you don't get a residency program, you're not going to ever become board certified. You're never going to get on the insurance plans.
Also,
no one's going to hire you, okay?
Having counseled students,
I think that's good.
get a residency program any way you can get it.
It's been difficult.
Yeah, I can
I know
understand
it's
that.
really difficult. Even
And
if
like I
it's
said, you may have to repeat a
ODOT
year.
residency.
Do it, okay? Just do it.
It's well worth it. So basically, bottom line is, we make a motion, assuming it passes, you have a choice. You can agree to the 6 months delay, or you can withdraw your application if you don't want to agree to the 6 months delay, or we have to come back and act on it.
Yeah.
One
Either
way or
it's
another.
non-disciplinary. Either one, it's not going to hurt you either way.
Yeah.
So they're giving you the benefit of the doubt, which is great. I think that's nice. But I'm not sure how much information you're going to give us in 6 months. But we're going to try it, though.
Yeah, we're going to try to make it work for you.
Yeah. All right, so I got a motion from Mr. Landau. I had a second from
Dr. Reese.
Dr. Reese.
Yeah.
Let's have a roll call, because I know there's been a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
Mr. Berg.
Aye.
Dr. Erbstrasser.
Yeah.
Dr. Madam.
Aye.
Dr. Reese.
Yes.
Mr. Landau.
Aye.
Dr. Cunningham.
Yes. Believe me, we're trying to work with you. Please understand that. But I think there's just a lot of concerns there. Well, good luck to you. Hope to see you in 6 months, okay?
Great.
All right.
I'm going to hit the rest of me.
All right, one more. We got to have a 5-minute biologic break.
Just one thing, are we going to send him a letter so he understands exactly what took place?
Yeah.
That would be great.
It'll probably be January because we don't have a December meeting.
Yeah. We'll probably see you in January. That's what I'm
We'll get
thinking.
some information from them. So
Yeah, come see us in January.
Go get a job.
You can have a seat right there. Dr. Greenhill. So next case is DO-19-0092A. Mark Jacob Greenhill. Welcome, Dr. Greenhill.
You are.
And we're glad to have you here. And I believe this is yours too, John, right?
It's actually mine.
Oh, it's yours. I'm sorry, Justin.
So briefly, Dr. Greenhill has applied for a PGT application. He disclosed a yes answer on the application. This is an initial PGT application. Dr. Greenhill provided a number of incidents that resulted in various actions. The full report is available for the board. If the board has any questions, Dr. Greenhill can, of course, provide his own narrative.
So, I mean, I'm looking back here, Dr. Greenhill. This starts all the way back in 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then your last incident was then in 2011. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And tell me what's going on now with you. I mean, because, and thank you for reporting it all and bringing it to it, but tell us what's going on with you.
Of course. I would first like to start off by saying thank you to the board for reviewing my application in a timely manner. I was a little late in submitting the application materials, but you guys reviewed it before the start of my residency, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you over there. Thank her over there, okay? Megan. She's the best.
So thank you, Megan. So as you can see on the documentation, I have a copy of it as well. I had multiple infractions that occurred. The first occurring in 2009 when I was in high school. I was arrested for possession of marijuana on 2 separate occasions. The first occasion, no charges were filed and no citation was issued. The second occasion, I was arrested at my high school for possession of marijuana. At that time, I was offered a diversion program through TASC in which I performed regular drug screenings, random urinary drug screenings for 3 months. And I also I had a mandatory drug abuse counseling for, I believe it was 8 hours. I completed those materials without any issues in 3 months, and the charges were dismissed at that time. In 2010, I was at a friend's apartment. I was at ASU at the time, and we had a noise complaint called on the apartment, and the officer arrived at the apartment and gave anyone under the age of 21 minor in consumption. So I was consuming alcohol at the time, and I received a minor in consumption, which was a misdemeanor offense. I pled guilty. I believe I paid I have on here, it was a $637 fine. This charge has been set aside as of May of 2015. I actually filed with the city of Tempe to set the charges aside. Then in October of 2010, this was also while I was at ASU. I was at a friend's house off campus. I was at his house, and I was with some friends, and we were drinking, and I decided to leave, and I got into my vehicle. And when I entered my vehicle, I realized that it wasn't safe to drive. So what I did is, instead of going back inside of the house, I turned my vehicle off, left my keys in the car, and I fell asleep. The neighbor apparently tried to wake me up, but I was sleeping, and they called the police, and the police officer found me in my car with my keys in the ignition. I believe they did a breathalyzer, and my blood alcohol was 0.05, which is under the legal limit, but since I was under the age of 21, I received a minor in consumption of alcohol. So with that charge, that was a misdemeanor charge as well. I had a interlock restriction in my car for 2 years. I did 16 hours of alcohol counseling at Justice Services, and after the completion of those two requirements, I was charged with a misdemeanor, but again, I filed a motion to set aside in May of 2015, and that charge has since been set aside. And finally, in 2011, I was driving home from a friend's house. I was pulled over for speeding. The officer who pulled me over was concerned that I was under the influence of alcohol. At that time, I told him that I had a interlock restriction in my car, and I breathalyzed and I blew a 0.00. I had no alcohol in my system. He was still concerned that I was under the influence of some sort of agent, so they detained me, took me to the station, and they made me do a urinalysis. So this occurred in 2011, and no charges were brought against me at the time, and no conviction was made. The only thing I can say to the board today is that 7 years ago I was very misguided. I made a lot of poor decisions. I was lucky enough to be given a second chance, and I found a purpose in life through medicine and through education. I understand now that the type of behavior I exhibited was extremely unprofessional, and not only does it affect me, but it affects my future patients and other people around me. I believe in the past 7 years I've done everything I could to be a law-abiding citizen and do everything I can. I've done well in medical school. I've gotten good evaluations from all my preceptors. I understand that in this unique role as a physician, I'm not only a leader in the community, but I'm also a role model for others, and that means being professional both in and out of the hospital. So those reasons in and of itself are reasons why I would never partake in any of the behaviors that I did at the time. I believe I'm a different person at this point in time in my life. I do consume alcohol, but if I do it, I don't do it regularly. But if I do it responsibly, and I will not drive. I'll get an Uber. I've learned enough when I was younger to. It's kind of a double-edged sword because it was really unfortunate that these things happen, but I believe that it's maybe the person I am today.
Good statement. Anything from Dr. Reese?
No.
Anybody else?
Get out of the nursery sometime.
It just took me a little bit longer.
What residency program are you going to?
So I'm doing a preliminary medicine year at University of Arizona in Phoenix, and then I'm doing a diagnostic radiology residency in Tucson the following year.
Do you use marijuana now?
I do not.
Okay. And you said you do drink. When do you usually go drinking?
To be honest, I don't drink when I'm out. I'll drink when I'm home with my girlfriend, and we're just usually we'll be watching like Live PD or something like that, and reminiscing on my past.
You sound good to me.
Trying to see if you were show up at any of the.
You're smart to take Uber too. Can I have a motion?
Motion to grant an unrestricted license.
I have a motion from Dr. Maynham. I have a second from Mr. Burge. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Good luck to you, doctor. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Very good statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody.
Okay. All right. So next one is.
As one who's ridden with Highway Patrol numerous times, real PD. Interesting stuff.
Okay. We're going, next one is DO.
I don't know where they get some of that stuff from.
94A. Is it Jamie or?
Yeah.
Jamie Diane French. Please come forward. Welcome, Dr. French. And again, this is yours. Listen.
So Dr. French has applied for a PGT-1 application. This is the initial application. She disclosed a yes answer on her application. There were two incidents in which she referenced. One incident with two pieces of information for the board. I believe the second piece, if the board would like to discuss, would need to be discussed in executive session.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone on the board. So just kind of letting you know what happened. It was, I guess, 3 years ago, between like first and second year summer, so June 2016, I think it was. I was out in Old Town Scottsdale with a group of friends, and we had unfortunately been consuming alcohol and more than normal. And we were leaving an establishment and going to grab food at another establishment, and one of the members in my group ended up getting in an altercation with the security person that was at the restaurant/outdoor bar thing. And I became concerned and decided that I would get involved in the dispute as well. And in obviously using extremely poor judgment, decided that I was going to take the cup of water that I have and throw the water on the security person. And due to that action, the security in the restaurant called the police. And so they came and arrested me for assault and for disorderly conduct. And I think there was a slew of other things that were listed on there. So they just held me overnight. And then from there, I went to a few court sessions, and they offered me a diversion program, which I completed. I did 16 hours of alcohol education over the course of 2 days, and then I did about 11 weeks of anger management program as well, which I have never ever had an instance of this before this, and obviously never ever plan to have an instance of this again, and am not at all an angry or aggressive person, and would never want to make that be the person that I'm portrayed to be. So this is obviously something that I fight with myself every day for going through and putting myself in that situation. But I did learn actually quite a great deal, even from going to the anger management classes, just learning about having the correct ways to handle stressors and making sure you have good support groups. And obviously in the alcohol classes, learning that need to be in control of myself, and being in this position where I am such a large part of my community, and as Mark referenced, just like being a leader and role model, that this is not something that I ever want to portray to my patients or even to my colleagues. So thank you for listening to me and reviewing my application.
Do you drink now?
I do occasionally, yes. Usually it's like a glass of wine in the evening, or if I do go out, it's maybe one drink with some friends. And again, very responsibly, I never drive, always take Uber or Lyft, usually actually is cheaper.
Questions from Dr. Reese?
No, I don't have any questions. I just...
I'm satisfied too. Any other questions from other board members?
No.
Can I...
I'm doing emergency medicine at U of A in Tucson.
Nice. Congratulations. We have emergency room physician right
Yes,
here.
But whatever you do, keep doing what you're doing.
Yes.
Don't falter, because...
Yep.
Absolutely.
Remember, it's very stressful working in the ER.
Certainly.
Hence the way Dr. Baden looks the way he is today, very stoic.
Yeah.
17 years old.
But really,
It helps.
we wish you the best. We don't want to see you here before the board, okay?
Yes.
That's the only reason we have brought you in, okay?
Understood.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to grant an unrestricted license.
A motion from Dr. Baden. Can I have a second? Second from Dr. Reese. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, yeah, it's PGT.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a PGT.
But I'll take it.
Oh, I'm sorry. PGY training. I'm sorry.
Not a full license.
Not a full license. I'm sorry. A PGY one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Almost
Thank
graduated.
you so much.
All right. Thank you, Gene, for keeping me in line. Okay. All right.
Put it in line, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm going to give you
All right. Next case is DO-19-0958, Michelle Suzanne Benson. Dr. Benson, can you come forward, please? And again, I think this is welcome. Have a seat there. Can you do this case as well, Justin?
Dr. Benson has applied for a PGT license, an initial license, and disclosed a yes answer on her application. In 2007, Dr. Benson was involved in a
2017.
Sorry, 2017. We're correct. Sorry, you can provide a statement.
Oh, okay. So at that time, October, I remember, I had been drinking earlier with medical school friends at mid-afternoon on a Sunday. At the time, I had gone home, taken an Uber, and I erroneously believed that I was going to be fine that evening. I was adamant to getting back to Cottonwood. Actually, I was on an OA rotation for anesthesia. So I drove that evening, and worst mistake of my life so far. I was pulled over for speeding, actually, and the officer said that he suspected alcohol, and I took the test, and I failed the blood alcohol test.
What did you blow? Because I didn't see that on here. Do you remember?
It was high.
It's extreme DUI, so it's pretty well up there.
Yes,
Boy, it had to be
I
at
don't
least
know how-
1.5.
Did you find it on there, Justin? Because
It's
I never
like
did.
0.19, I think.
Well, it had to be over
Extreme
0.15.
DUI is 0.15
Yeah, it'd be
to
police-
0.2. That's
Yeah.
what it usually is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, very unfortunate. Still don't know how that worked. I don't know.
When did you stop drinking?
It was like 5, maybe 5 o'clock. And
When were you picked up? What time?
Oh, it was like 9 or 10.
How much did you have to? How much were you drinking that day? Alcohol burns off at about 0.015 or 0.18 an hour. You really haven't been drinking a lot.
Yeah, I know I hadn't eaten anything that day as well.
Yeah, it'll come up more someone your weight versus, say, mine.
I know.
But
We went a little wild that day, I admit.
Yeah,
I usually
okay.
don't ever do that. I actually never day drink at all except that one time with in Scottsdale.
Do you drink now?
I do drink now, but of course, it's just socially a couple of drinks. And anytime, no matter how far it is, one drink or sip, I always Uber everywhere.
Any history of alcohol or substance abuse in your family?
No.
No. Nothing with you in the past?
Never.
Drug use or anything like that?
No.
What are you going to be doing?
Oh, hang on one second. Go ahead.
There's a document in the file that shows it was a .192.
Almost super extreme.
Yeah, it was.
Trust me, words can't describe how.
I'm surprised you drink now. I'm surprised you drink after having something like that, to be honest with you.
I did. I went through all the. I served time. I spent 4 consecutive weekends in the Cottonwood in jail. I did 56 hours of alcohol and drug abuse counseling, education hours. I had an interlock in my vehicle for a year. I did see, going to my dean, I did see an addiction specialist in Scottsdale, and I had him randomly urine test me for almost a year just to make sure I wasn't drinking. I didn't bring those documents. He wrote a letter for me. I truly believe I don't have any problem, and my dean can attest to that. I've done very well since in all my rotations, 3rd and 4th year. This has changed me. I know I could have hurt myself, someone else. And being the chance to do what I love, I could have lost everything. And I knew that night when I was arrested, I really thought everything was over.
So why do you drink now then, if you know that you can do that?
I guess I know I'm in control.
Yeah, but you thought you were in control too when you were driving to Cottonwood.
I know. That was a mistake.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's a slippery slope, I'm just going to say.
I know.
I have concerns, that's all I'm going to say. Dr. Reese?
I really don't have, I think that she falls into the same category.
Okay. I'm just going to tell you, be very cautious. I'm going to just tell you, and I would really reconsider drinking. I don't know, that was an extreme. I know that you're young and you're with your friends and going out, but that is, like Mr. Burge said, almost a super extreme DUI. And I don't think we've seen that come before our board with that in a while. So,
in 69, the chance of getting into a collision are pretty high on that. That's where you were, I assume, on the road.
It was very dark.
Yeah.
I know. I was all alone on the road. Luckily.
Yeah, there's a tendency to speed on that road, too.
And not that it's an excuse at all. And again, I was, my Prius at the time, and my dad hates himself for it because we were supposed to get it fixed, and my dashboard was out. I didn't know how fast I was going.
Oops.
What?
That's scary.
Oh, yeah. That was just a perfect little storm.
Perfect storm.
Perfect storm.
Any other questions from board members?
No.
Can I have a motion?
I'd make a motion for an unrestricted license.
I have a motion from Mr.
Oh, training license.
Training license.
Or just unrestricted licenses all day today, right?
You're going to ER. Can I have a second?
Second.
From Dr. Madam. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say-
Thank you so much.
Please be careful.
Oh, yes.
You've got a lot of stressors coming on.
I know.
And I would really think about drinking. I'm just going to tell you, it's not all what it's cracked up to be, okay?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Sure. All right, thank you so much.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank
Oh, and I'll be doing, you asked, I'm doing QA surgery.
Okay. Oh, good. Oh, you're going to surgery. Okay. Where are you going to? U of A, you said? Congratulations. All right.
Oh, great.
Oh, you're going into the surgery?
Everyone's going to Tucson.
What kind of
We won't have
surgery?
time anyway.
I know. It's over.
General surgery? General surgery.
You missed him at U of A.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good for her.
do we want to have the med students just come up real quick? Come on up, you last two med students. Where's all your colleagues? Where's your other students usually? Forward. Come up here. Come up right up here, you guys. It's not scary at all.
As long as you thought it'd be?
What do you got? Welcome, you guys.
Hi.
Welcome. What'd you guys learn today?
Hi, yes, thank you.
You don't want to be
Hi,
here.
it's
Nice to meet you.
I don't drink, so you guys won't see me.
Okay.
I might say something.
What from the case? We can't talk specifically about the cases, but what things did you learn about the cases today?
I don't know how you guys sort it out, because I would hear the accuser talk, I'd be like, wow, this guy's a real jerk. And then I'd hear the doctor talk, and I'd be like, I believe this guy. What's the patient talking about? So it's really weird.
Tell the difference then.
Yeah.
So you heard about boundary issues maybe today?
Right.
Between, so make sure you protect yourself and also for the patient too.
It brought up the issue of chaperones and how
Absolutely.
important chaperones
Absolutely.
are. Even when you think you know a patient very well, and you have an established relationship, that can turn.
Absolutely.
That was something that was kind of.
Very good point.
Yeah.
You heard about some issues with drinking today. You said you don't have to worry about that. If you have one drink, I'm going to say, what do? You call Uber or a Lyft. Please do that.
Or a friend.
Or a friend. He
Even
wrote,
a taxi cab.
Mr. Landau, he's a judge, and he wrote all the DUI laws for the state of Arizona. So you're talking to an expert here. What other things did you learn? Maybe good communication with patients and things
So
like
thinking
that?
about that very first case with the communication handoff
Yeah.
between
Yep.
shift and
Yep.
how important that is.
Yep.
And circling back to patients as well, so that they don't feel like people.
Exactly. Sure. Absolutely. Anything else you guys that you want to bring up?
Well, just trying to survive medicine at all here. So you guys are a huge investment. It takes forever to get through school. You're getting third or whatever in your life to do this. So making sure you survive, taking care of yourself. You probably saw a few people who are broken down or overwhelmed, and that's a common problem in medicine. Our suicide rate is approximately twice that of the general public. It's really important to take care of yourself too, so you can take care of your patients.
Physician burnout is an issue, and you say, well, okay, I'm only 20s or whatever, I don't have to worry about it, but it creeps up on you. And burnout doesn't mean just because of age or longevity, it's just the nature of the work and the stressors and the no sleep. And
You want to talk to them about their records?
Yeah.
With the Federation?
Yeah, besides being on this board, I'm the treasurer and officer of the Federation of State Medical Boards.
Which are over all medical boards.
Yeah, made up of all 70 medical boards. And one of the services we provide, and there are others too, is the Federation Credentialing Verification Service. When you apply for a residency or you apply for a license anywhere, apply to a hospital, you're going to have to tell them everywhere you worked. All your schooling, all your residency, everywhere you work. And right now, you're in medical school, you can remember it all. 15 years from now, who knows, half the hospitals may be gone the way things are going right now.
My hospital doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and to track that all down, if Doug had to do that, it'd be difficult. The idea is to get with a credentialing, a verification service. As soon as you do something that you're going to have to report, turn it into them, and then it's there forever. And the Federation of State Medical Boards, you go to its website, you'll see the FCVS, the Credentialing Verification Service. It's cheap, it's quick, it's getting better and better. We're putting a good amount of money into it. There may be others out there somewhere, but I know ours works, and it really will make stuff. Yeah, my office with the Supreme Court, and we run the bar exam, and everyone has to apply for the bar exam and has to go through a background check. And one of the delays is, I can't remember who I worked for in this state 7 years ago. I have to go down to North and South Carolina and find it. So get into a credentialing verification service right away, and it'll save you not even hours, days, months down the line as your career progresses. And Barbara.
Dr. Powell, do you want to talk about the substance?
Substance abuse.
Diversion?
Yeah.
What you need
So,
to do.
We offer in Arizona, the DO board offers a confidential physicians program that you should tell all your cohorts about. It's a program in which if a person self-reports to us that they have a problem with drugs or alcohol, we will help them get into a treatment program and then place them on a probation.
Confidential.
A confidential probation for as long as it's deemed appropriate. And basically help the person get sober and well. And it's all confidential. It's not reported to the data bank or any hospitals or insurance companies or anything like that. And so as long as the person follows through and does what they're supposed to do, it's basically just so that we have healthy physicians in Arizona.
And where are people supposed to report?
To the board.
Oh, to the board, okay. Do they have to make an appearance similar to what we saw today?
No,
as
it's
well?
confidential.
No, it's
Okay.
confidential. The person would call, usually the executive director, Mr. Bohol, and self-report. And so if you know someone in your program that may suffer with something like that, it's good to let them know about it because once they are, if they don't do that and then they have a problem with their residency director or there's a patient harm or a DUI, you see how that goes, then it's no longer confidential.
Yeah.
And it follows you forever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if you know somebody or if you have a problem, take care of it now. It may cost you a year in med school, but take care of it now, man. Don't wait till you get out and practice. So you think stresses are harder in school, wait to get out and practice.
hate to tell you that, but
Yeah. It's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. The other thing we talked about today was opioids. You saw some docs here about opioid prescribing, those things. So watch that too.
Overprescribing in general.
Overprescribing, right. It's a big thing that we're looking for. Yeah. Also, you saw some things about, even with one of the cases about communication with the patient that didn't have a good outcome. So talking to family members and those types of things too is very important with those things. You had the other one with the ER doc, but there was another one case as well. So those are the things. Any questions that you have from us? Any questions you have for the board?
The other thing we didn't come up in cases today,
documentation.
Make sure the medical records, and these electronic medical records default into nowhere. So be real careful.
Yeah.
The defaults are really poor. So make sure you document accurately.
Yep. Any questions you guys have?
Those medical records default both ways. A lot of them are set to default to you did everything in the world, so people continue to document things they don't do. Don't do that. It's too easy. People do it all the time.
Yeah.
It's being dishonest.
We had one case where a electronic medical records defaulted to an OBGYN exam for a male. And because the doctor didn't follow the records and make the necessary changes. So you got to really read them through.
Yeah.
And copy paste errors.
Copy and paste could be,
Can occur too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Any other questions you guys have?
I have a couple questions. I'm not sure if it's your areas of expertise, but they're just kind of personal questions I have.
You know everything. I don't know everything. Go ahead.
As far as, say, because I've been considering whether I actually want to do a residency and continue on in practice, how long, technically, can I wait between graduation and applying for residency before it's too long and I've forgotten everything?
I don't know. It's different for everybody, but I'm going to tell you, I would go straight on if you could, man.
Really
Go straight on. Please don't wait.
I don't think there's a line in the sand, but I would do it right away.
But I think that it doesn't look well for the residency program when you apply. They'll say, what have you been doing? And if you haven't really been doing something great, and it's going to be harder to get into a program. So, and like I was telling Mr. Landau, I had a student that graduated here in May, and she wanted to get into St. Louis University for anesthesiology residency, and they said, hey, we're all set for you, we want you. She didn't get in. She was devastated. So she did do a scramble, and she got into a internal medicine, it was internal medicine med peds residency in North Carolina, and she was crying her eyes out, and I says, hey, you got into a residency. Mm-hmm. So you know what? So what? Maybe you can scoot into a second year if they got one over there. You may have to repeat a year, but so what? You got in somewhere. It's better than what you saw, what we're dealing with this gentleman that we saw earlier. Okay?
Even as a non-physician, I've been on this board for 9 years, and I can tell you, do it right away.
Yeah.
Okay, don't wait 5 years.
Don't
wait.
Oh my
Don't
God.
Because you're gonna
5 years will be a problem.
You're gonna get in.
It's taken me over 75 years to have a vacuum.
He's still waiting for it.
He's still waiting.
He's still waiting for something.
Do it right away.
And then I have another question. Say I did like family practice, and say I didn't want to deal with some of these issues like opioids, or like, could I just refuse like to see patients with like more serious cases?
Sure. You don't have to prescribe opiates. There's no one that says you have to do that.
And you can refer patients out if it's
To a
not
pain
something
manager,
you're
just say, hey,
comfortable with
it's the policy of this practice that we don't prescribe
Most
opioids.
preceptors I've had do that, they just
Yeah.
refer it straight to pain
So I
center.
should just do diabetes.
And then I have patients say, if they're a new patient, they'll say, well, I'm on these high pain medications, I'm going to go into withdrawal, and I'm going to sue you. And I'll say, you know what? I'm going to call 911. There's an ER right down the road. It's called St. Joe's. I'm happy to see them since you're going into withdrawal right now. And so that's what I do. And they get mad and crazy and cuss you out and all that. But that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. They're drug-seeking behavior, okay?
Right.
All right?
All right.
Any other questions?
Don't let somebody strong arm you into doing something you know you shouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you're working with a colleague or a doctor that you don't feel is doing something appropriate, and you feel it's on the wrong, on that wrong, I call it, slope. Don't do it, man. All right. So we've had other physicians that have been working with other docs in other states where they got disciplined. They kind of got caught in the wake of those other doctors in their training programs. So if they're not, you feel there's something that's not right, then get out of there, man. Protect yourself. Okay.
Right.
Any other questions?
What about if you had one tip to succeed in residency applications if you're not if you don't look great on paper in terms of board scores?
Just remember there's a next day.
No,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What I used to advise students is don't bank on one thing. Have a backup plan.
Always have a
Really
backup
have a
plan.
backup plan.
You applied to more than one medical school, I assume.
You can't
Yes.
get off.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
You can't get orthopedic surgery. There's better things than that.
Yeah. So like I said, remember I told you the gal that want to get into anesthesiology?
Correct.
So if you get in, just get in somewhere.
Get in
It may
somewhere.
be in Alaska. Who cares? You know what I
Right.
mean? Just go. Okay? Just
Yeah.
go. All right? All right? Just do it. Thank you guys for coming. I hope you learned something. Good luck to you.
Definitely.
Take care. Best of
Good
luck.
luck to you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks
Have a
so
good
much.
afternoon, guys.
Good luck.
I know it's a
Best
long
of luck.
day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Best of luck to you.
We got a couple more cases,
care.
guys, before we run away.
This is
All right.
pleasure to meet you both. Take care.
You sound like a more like is there like a relaxed residency program like that?
You'd have to feel them out as far as ones that are more.
So I think the first one that we saw is at Maruk.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's good. Thank you guys. Nice
All right, take care, you guys. So let's go back to the investigative hearings. We can't hear the case, Maruk, because he wasn't here. It was a malpractice case. What do we do with that, Gene?
Just reset it.
Just
the
reset-
first.
notice him
first go
again?
around? Yeah,
Yes.
just reset
And
it.
then if he doesn't, because he was here at the last board meeting, remember?
Yeah, Maru.
For the substance abuse issue, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, so set it again then for August? Okay, we'll set it for August then. Then the other ones that didn't show was our good friend, Dr. Page, with his wonderful, and I love her, we're not on recording, are we? I'm sorry. Okay. I do appreciate his counsel. Okay. Anyway,
And just the update that I have for the board.
would you mind doing that for me, Justin, and enlighten our other board members what's
So I've
happened?
been working with Dr. Page's attorney. They provided a response to the interim order that we issued to them requiring the employment records for the clinics, as well as the DEA report, the MICA report, and the Department of Health Services, which is the radiation regulatory agency, their report. We did get all those. We got those the week after they were requested. They were supposed to be submitted June 3rd. We got them the week of June 8th. I believe it was on...
It was on us prompting them again.
Correct. I was in contact with the attorney by phone and email. When she submitted them, she stated that it was on her fault that she had submitted them on Monday, June 3rd, and had a technology issue.
There's always an excuse with them. We've
So-
been pulling teeth to get this information for almost, 8 to 9 months before that, wasn't it, Dr. Pra?
So, but they have provided the information. On the employment information, at first it was incomplete. It did not include the employment information, the employment dates. Also, several of the position titles are missing. So they have subsequently provided a new list that has updated employment dates, but still the same missing.
So they still haven't complied with the board order.
Correct.
So my feeling was, if the other board members feel okay about that, is open a investigative hearing for noncompliance with the board hearing, with the board order. And the whole reason we did the board order was, again, for them to be compliant, because they never were compliant in the first place. So how does other board members?
I'm fine with that. The other thing I would like to do is what we do in many cases in court all the time, is set both these cases for what I call a status conference in August.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Bring them in and say, okay, where we at? We're going to set a date for a hearing, and we're moving forward one way or another.
Okay.
And we need to make sure
that with
make sure they're here.
Before the board here, before our August hearing, can our executive director do that, or how do we do that?
I would do it in person in front of the board.
So require them to come before the board in August.
In August, and say this has been delayed and delayed and delayed. There are 2017 cases, and we're going to set this for a hearing, and you're going to be here.
Last time, I was told to set the hearing for September, and the attorney said, well, I already have a case. I said, well, figure it out with the staff. I was just hoping that maybe, if you agree with this, Jerry, that we again say that we're going to set this on the schedule for noncompliance with the board order for August, and then we could talk about it then when we're going to hear the hearing. She said she can't do it in September, but get a definite thing on the date. Does that work okay with you?
Yeah, well, we could do everything in September except actually
August.
In August, actually hold the hearing. It's a Saturday. She has another case. My comment.
No, it was September. She had a case in September.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If she says she has another case in September, I'll say, okay, where's the case? If it's another, it's not going to be a court because it's not a court date. I'll say, okay, where's the case? Well, it's another board. Okay, Justin will get a hold of the executive director of that board, and they'll work out and see what's what. Because the other case excuse, I hate to say it for attorneys, but the other case excuse sometimes flies, sometimes doesn't fly, and it's like my witness isn't going to be in another court. You can always work it out. So, yeah, we can work out the noncompliance, we can work out the scheduling, do it all, and that's why I think we need to do it all in person in front of the board in August.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that, Gene, or is that just direct staff?
Directed staff.
Directed staff, that's fine.
All right. Then I think we're done with everything on the agenda for the cases. Is there anything that our executive director would like to talk about?
I will just briefly talk about the dismissal.
Because we're exhausted. For the other board
I
members
will be
exhausted.
very quick.
It's early compared to what it used to be.
I know, Jerry, but you know I'm usually at it trying to get these people out of here by no later than 4 or 5.
You do a great job.
So in May, the committee's dismissed 4 cases using executive director dismissals. Currently, we have 185 pending cases. You can see where the status are. We will likely deal with 24 of them at the June board meeting. We dealt with them, 24 of them today, and then we'll deal with the remaining ones in August. As far as the financial report, we are nearing the end of our appropriation. We are on track for that budget expenditure, and likely will be fine until the end of the year. Last thing for licensing, we have been quickly processing PGT applications. Megan has been doing a wonderful job. As you can see, we got several cases before you to get them approved before the deadline. So we are working on those, and I think they're going very well. One last thing I wanted to note, average time frame for completing all the actions of the board, so issuing those dismissal letters through interim orders, consent agreements, everything. It's taking an average of 4 days to process everything.
Outstanding job. Good job.
Great job.
Good job.
So the next meeting is August 10th, 2019. So you'll have a break in July.
Is everybody able to make it on the 10th?
No.
Yes.
You're not going to be here?
No.
Okay. But Jerry, you'll be here?
I will be here.
Dr. Nato?
I don't know yet, but I think so.
Okay. Gary, are you here?
I think so, but I don't know.
I'm here.
You're here? Okay, good.
Justin, what's the average time for a license that doesn't have any issues attached to it for approval?
Right now, it's if we're getting everything background checked, it's about 21 days.
Okay, that's good. I think.
Yeah. That's if there's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's in good order.
Yeah. It's about 21 days.
October. Yeah, Victoria, he's a legitimate guy. Yeah, Cipolla, I understand, Gene tells me that Jay Franklin is not available in September, so I think October, in my mind, October's fine.
Okay.
And also, so everyone will know, myself and Gene and Mary Williams and Justin met on the legal issue of the three-reviewer process, and we have some ideas about how to reform it, which actually might very well involve less work for the board members.
Great.
So,
do you want to put that on the agenda next time?
Yeah, that'll go on the August
September?
agenda
Or
too.
August, yeah.
Okay.
And
sounds good.
And also, Justin will send it out to you. I don't have the skills my assistant does in being able to provide the web review of all the legislation that Justin listed, with summaries and all, but I did provide a hard copy which he can scan and send out, or I can send him the link, but I can ask Terry to send it to him on Monday, and you can get an idea of where the legislation, what new legislation's passed, and we're going to have to get some direction from the Attorney General's office, maybe on one or two of those pieces. So, would now probably come whenever. And from the Federation, is that on the agenda? I guess I can talk about it. We can't take any action. Very interesting discussion in a sexual boundary seminar I went to, a conference from representatives of different disciplines nationwide. And one of the topics that was discussed is doing away with requirement for chaperones, with the concept being if a board believes a doctor should not practice unless there's a chaperone, then maybe that doctor should not be practicing in that area. And that gained a good amount of support. Now, of course, doctors may on their own talk about wanting chaperones. It's the norm of practice, I understand, which is great.
All the time.
Which is great. But it's with the Dr. Steingard, who is the former president of the board and now the chairman of the Federation, is established a committee on sexual boundaries because issues are prevalent. And so we're looking at it. So very, very interesting topic. We had some very good meetings on Capitol Hill about the legislation. We are trying to get veterans hospitals to report misconduct by physicians. And we have 3 veterans hospitals in Arizona. And we at other facilities, and we're trying to get them on a nationwide basis. In fact, the executive director or president of the Federation, Scott being the chairman of the board, the president's Federation, testified before a congressional committee about it. So that was a really good topic. We met with Representative Kirkpatrick and her staff, and the staff from Senator McSally, Senator Sinema. We were supposed to meet with Kirsten in person, but she had to vote. Representative Schweikert, he had to go vote. So we had some really, it was a long day, a lot of walking. I think something like 17,000 steps on Capitol Hill.
That's why you're so much thinner.
Yeah, that's right. Like, I lost 3 pounds. But whenever you go to a Federation meeting, you eat and eat and eat and eat. So all the walking doesn't do any good. Let me see. And I think that's basically it. We have a summer retreat coming up in July in Kohler, Wisconsin. If no one ever heard of it. It's a great resort. That's where they make toilet bowls and sinks. And they have a beautiful resort. And then I think there's a museum there. And so all I know is I got to go to Milwaukee, rent a car, and drive up north. And let me see. I think beside anything else that we talked about, Gene, that was Justin, that pretty well.
Covered it.
Thank you,
That pretty
guys.
well covered it.
Anything else, Justin?
That's it.
Can I have a motion for adjournment?
So move.
Second. All in-
Great job, everyone.
Thank you guys for your dedication, really. Thank you so much.
And again, thank you all. Great job at the hearing this morning.